on SEN Test Cricket. The Ashes.
Bowls, Khawaja, an expansive drive through, extra cover, will beat the field.
Leaks to Khawaja, he does take a swipe at that, down on one knee and sends it over mid-wicket.
Root bowls, Khawaja, reverse sweeps with power. That is quite the strike.
David Milan to Khawaja on 98, he pulls to mid-wicket, there should be two there, there has to be two there, there will be two there. It's twin tons. What a joyous moment for Usman Khawaja. It's an international career reborn in the most emphatic way. A century in both innings.
A splendid moment at this storied cricket ground. Usman Khawaja in great company, isn't he? Dougie Walters did it. Ricky Ponting, the great Ricky Ponting did it, and now Usman Khawaja.
I don't think it's sunk in yet. I've always wanted to score a century in both innings in first-class cricket. Never done it. It's just a nice one to tick off and to put the team in a situation where hopefully we can try to win a test match tomorrow.
Drop him if you dare. Usmania runs wild at the SCG as Usman Khawaja gloriously posts his second 100 of the test match. And all eyes turn to the selectors.
Delivers here, and Green goes back and pulls over the top of mid-on. Back-to-back boundaries for Green.
We're over the wicket bowls, and Green pulls hard out into the deep for four. He liked the look of that, Cam Green.
Which bowls and dancing and high and handsome. Wow! That's a huge six over long on Cameron Green.
Good bowls to him. Green pulls high into the outfield. It pitches and runs for four. Green with the second half century of his test career. Welcome back to form, Cameron Green. Project Green is on target.
Those green shoots that has everyone excited were finally on display again with the bat yesterday. And this morning, we talk with Australia's boom all-rounder.
Bowls to Warner, over the wicket. Warner edging and taken. Straight into the gloves of Pope. Warner's gone for three. Mark Wood gets a breakthrough in his first over.
Last ball of the over from Leach. Smith. Oh, he went back and it went straight on and hit his middle stump. And that is a shock to everyone.
And they've pulled the pin at 6 for 265. The lead, 387. That will be stumps. Crawley, 22. Hamid is 8. They've gotten through 11 overs.
Full credit to Hamid and Crawley for getting through that tricky little period there. These two were composed. They got through the 11 overs tonight, and they've got a big job to do tomorrow when they come back here.
We're going to need, whether it's 2, 3 or 4 of our players to really stand up and bat for a long time. And put a... And what I want to see is us play, positively, so have a good mental approach to it. And I thought it was a good start tonight, but we need a hell of a lot more of it again tomorrow.
The final day equation is simple. With all 10 wickets in hand, can England bat the day, save the test, and end the prospect of the whitewash? That's the tale of day 5 in Sydney. This is SEN Test Cricket.
The Ashes on SEN. For Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians. That's a plus.
12 months ago, Australia couldn't complete this task against a stoic Indian team. So 2 questions sit heavily as we gather ahead of the day's play. Will Australia take the 10 English wickets required to go 4-0 up in the series? And with a straight face, can you drop a man who just made centuries in both innings? That latter question is surely rhetorical. We gather for 98 overs of action at the SCG, where the ground is clear and preparations are underway for a 10 o'clock start. There's a little bit of choose your own forecast. There's one forecast has thunderstorms and rain this morning. The other forecast has rain developing as the day goes on. The lesson of yesterday is ignore all of that and just play what's ahead with the blue skies in Sydney at the moment. Gerard Whateley with you. Anthony Hudson is with me. Hello to you, Huddo.
Hello, Gerard, and good morning, everyone. We've made it to day 5. We did in Adelaide, but the prospect for England is a little better here. Will they be assisted by the weather? I've actually grown some trust in the radar. I never thought I'd say that. I've grown some I've been reading the radar every day, and it's actually been reasonably true. It's a question of geometry at the moment. There is weather coming, but it's trying to work the angles across and see whether it's going to hit the SCG. At the moment, it looks like it might just bypass the early storms, and then we'll play the waiting game. But so many different things to talk about, as you said. Looking forward to hearing what our openers have to say about all the drama and the Khawaja case as we look ahead with the selection. And I love the Sam Billings story as well, driving from Brisbane to Sydney to come and save the day. And I heard an interview with him, and he said, clearly confident enough to speak in the third person, it would be so Sam Billings if I drove all this way to carry the drinks.
Sunday geometry for extra credits with Doc Hudson as the day goes along. Simon Katich is in the box at the SCG, where there's still a glow of Usmania, I'm sure. Hello to you, Kat.
Good morning, gents, and good morning to our listeners. Yeah, there certainly is. What a wonderful day it was for him. Look, I thought that the case should have been closed for him to stay in the team for Hobart after the first innings, let alone a second 100. I think he'd done enough in that first innings, given the way that he compiled the 100. And then to back it up yesterday, he was on autopilot. And we know that he's done the aviation degree, but he was certainly batting on autopilot yesterday. Nice. It was muscle memory. He was carving the ball through covers, backward point, square leg, you name it, he hit it there. And he's just in imperious form, and there's no way they can leave him out for Hobart. No way.
Ooh, passionate cat.
No, he's been the driver of it. I love him. He's vindicated today. And Mike Atherton is by your side. Hello to you, Mike.
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, morning to all our listeners. The Randwick-Petersham boys stick together, don't they? Katich and Khawaja.
Could England make it through this day, Mike?
Well, it will draw some hope from what happened late last evening when Crawley and Hamid did well to get through to stumps. Crawley in particular played nicely. And I thought the pitch looked as though it had just lost a bit of its devil. I don't know whether it was just Australia came out a little bit flat, or whether the pitch has just started to die a touch. But it didn't seem quite as testing as I imagined it would be in that final 50 minutes, so they'll draw some hope from that. The issue, of course, are the injuries. I mean, England haven't released, to my knowledge, the results of the scans that Bairstow and Butler have gone for, and that makes me extremely concerned for the results. If they were fine, I'm sure they'd have let everybody know. So, you know, Graham Thorpe said last night that these lads will bat, and they are tough and resilient, and they'll come out and give it a go, I'm sure. But I suspect that both Bairstow and Butler are quite sore, and it'll be very difficult for them to grip the bat.
So with history as our guide, Kat, just looking back at last year, India came into this day at 2 for 98. Their fourth innings lasted 131 overs, and Australia only took 5 wickets. On the final day, they took 1 wicket in the opening session, 2 in the middle, and none in the last. The pitch very much died that day from memory, and India's resistance was stoic, to say the least.
Yeah, what Atherton said is spot on. This SCG wicket generally gets very slow come day 4 and 5. It starts slow, but then speeds up a little bit day 2 and 3. But then when it does start to lose pace, that's when the nature of the ball and where the ball's at, whether it's 20 or 30 overs old compared to when it's 40 or 50 overs old, makes a massive difference. And we saw that a bit in England's first innings. Once England got through that initial period, it was certainly a good wicket to bat on, and Bairstow and Stokes proved that. That's what they've got to be aiming for again here today. The only difference between this Test match wicket and last year is probably the up and down nature of the bounce. I think that will probably play more of a role today, and also the fact that, you know, the Australians have got some height in their attack. I actually think it's a day that Cameron Green could really do some damage with the ball because of his height. He's bowled well this series, and it wouldn't surprise me if he gets a bit of a bag here.
He's our guest coming up in our pre-match show. So let's settle in on the Khawaja feat. I remember, Kat, there was that year where he went into the Thunder outfit and drove them to a Big Bash title against, I guess, all billing of what he was as a batsman. He walked in and shaped the latter part of that competition to his own will and explored a different part of his craft. And it was there yesterday after tea. What was it, 66 runs off 64 balls. Power hitting to put the world's best to shame, the way that he went about it.
Yeah, you've brought back some bad memories there, Gerard, because I think Mark Waugh was a selector at the time, and he picked Shaun Marsh, who was at the Scorchers, instead of Usman Khawaja, and Khawaja ends up winning them the title when it was probably ours for the taking. So, yeah, look, when he's in this sort of form, against spin, pace, you name it, when he's playing this confidently, he's as good as anyone in the world.
The rain hits, that will likely be it. We'll see how far we get. Gerard Whateley with you. Anthony Hudson is with me. Hello, Huddo.
Hello, Gerard. What a day. What a day it was. I love the century from Johnny Bairstow and all that went with it. Pat Cummins being hit for 3 sixes for the first time in his career by a batsman. And you know what? As much as I loved it, I was thinking about it last night, I actually felt a bit ripped off because that's what I was hoping we were going to get all summer. And I can't blame Athers because he's not out there playing. But when England have competed like they did yesterday and put Australia under the pump and Pat Cummins quickly defensive fields and, the pressure started to show a little bit. And it was awesome. It was great Ashes cricket. So I hope we get a bit more of it.
Mike Atherton, what a moment that was for Johnny Bairstow at the end of the day. Good morning to you.
Good morning. Yeah, morning, everyone. Fantastic moment for Johnny Bairstow, getting to that final over on 99 and then a bit of cat and mouse with Pat Cummins, who set that wide offside field and bowling wide from round the wicket. And he got there in the end, very emotional. He is like that, Johnny Bairstow. He's a bit like Stuart Broad. He's always at his best when he feels he's got a point to prove. And he usually greets these moments with an outpouring of emotion. I think I'm right in saying the start of this game was the anniversary of his father's death many years ago. And he often looks to the heavens and no doubt is thinking of his late dad in moments like that. And of course, he'd not scored a Test match 100 for 3 years. It had been a very in and out period for him, really, with England's team in a bit of flux. And he kind of got the wicket-keeping gloves and established himself as the wicket-keeper number 7. Then that was removed from him. He's been in and out of the side. And that was just a statement from him, I think, as to say, my Test career is not done yet. I'm going to be around for a while.
The backdrop to it, Simon Katich, was at lunch. It felt like England was a broken team. So to muster the sort of fight back that they did was hugely commendable. Welcome.
Good morning, all, and all our listeners. Yeah, it certainly was. At 4 for 36, everyone probably thought, here we go again, after what they'd witnessed at the MCG only a week earlier. But I think the resolve shown by Ben Stokes and Johnny Bairstow, it certainly wasn't a fluke. These two are very experienced, very, very good Test cricketers. And I think it's quite significant that this Test match will probably finish in the way that, two guys that have been in exile for their respective countries have put their hands up and said, we are Test players, we should be playing Test cricket over some of these promising youngsters. And one's Usman Khawaja and one's Johnny Bairstow. I saw some interesting comments overnight about the way Johnny Bairstow's career has played out by one of his former teammates, Nick Compton. And it was interesting saying that given the way he is and the sensitive soul that he is, as soon as Josh Buttler came into this Test team about 4 years ago, it really put Johnny Bairstow off in terms of how he felt and valued within this England team. And having been in that situation and other players that have been in that situation over the years, there's no doubt it has a big impact when you're in and out of the team like Johnny Bairstow's been. So fantastic for him yesterday, and he thoroughly deserves to be playing Test cricket, and let's hope that the England selectors back him in.
He is a hard-on-sleeve player. I mean, that was there in the innings itself. He came at the shoulder of Ben Stokes, then he got ripped on the thumb. It was almost like he batted angry for the next 20 minutes and started to deposit them into the stands. And then he found someone to eclipse him in Mark Wood, who was quite brilliant in what he did. And then it's the last couple of overs as it became the Steve Waugh scenario. And as you mentioned, the cat and mouse was absolutely riveting in that last over, the wide, full deliveries and asking him to slice the ball over the cordon, which he had to go out a couple of times. So Athens, just the satisfaction that he felt and that he spoke about in the aftermath, it was obviously rich.
Yeah, and no surprise to me that England's fight back came on the back of 3 of their most spirited players. If you think of Bairstow, Stokes and Wood, they're players of real character and heart. And those were the 3 around which that revival was based yesterday. I mean, it was good to see Stokes take the game to Australia. He's such a good player, but he's almost been batting as if he's expected to be some kind of number 3 or number 4 batsman, top order batsman, and showing the way. But he's at his best, I think, when he takes the game to the opposition and tries to grab the game by the scruff of its neck, which he did yesterday for a while, even though he himself was in a bit of pain as well. And I think we've seen all series long that Mark Wood's got a tremendous amount of heart. He keeps running in. It's been a difficult tour for England, obviously, but he's never
wilted, really. Whenever he's played, he's kept that pace up above 150 kilometres an hour, which is not easy to do. He's kept running in, and he's got some spunk, and the same with Bairstow. And we talk a lot about statistics and strategy and structures. Sometimes the game is about heart and character as well. And the more you can pick your team or base your team around players who've got a bit of that, then I think the better you are.
What does it do to the setup of the test match, Simon? There's 2 days to play. England trails by 158 with 3 wickets in hand. You never trust the Sydney forecast, absolutely, but when it sweeps in today, it might knock out a huge chunk of the game. How are you approaching the last couple of days?
Well, I think that this test should go into the 5th day, and it should be a very good test match because, one, Australia have still got to get 3 more wickets, and I think England will be, with the resolve they've shown yesterday, will be coming back this morning wanting to show more and try and eat into that deficit so that it slows Australia's progress down, and it gives England more of a chance to get back into the test match, whether it's with the ball in Australia's second innings and put some pressure on that way, or whether it's meaning that they don't have to salvage a draw as hard as it could be if they were chasing 350 or 400. They might only be having to chase 300, and then they actually open up the possibility that if a top order does get through the new ball and a Joe Root can back up Stokes and Bairstow from yesterday and they have a good second innings, who's to say they can't chase down a total of 300? But a lot depends on this wicket and a lot depends on the weather.
How are you approaching it, Athers? What's your forecast of the forecast, as it were?
Well, I have no idea about the weather. It's totally confusing to me here in Sydney this year. I arrived in Bondi and it was hailstoning a few weeks ago, so I'm going to give the weather forecast a miss. England to scramble as many as they can, hopefully, with Bairstow manipulating the strike and dominating the strike and hopefully reduce that lead. And then come out and just give it a go. Try and put Australia under pressure. They've got the bowlers who can do it, and Broad and Anderson and Wood. And then you just never know. But try and take their cue from the way that those 3 that I mentioned before, Stokes, Bairstow and Wood, showed all that spirit and character. Take their cue from that today and give it a go.
The pitch conditions for Rainbird, smarter irrigation, the intelligent use of water. The covers were off today. Simon, did you get to have a look?
Certainly did, Gerard. It still looks a good wicket. There's obviously some more footmarks after yesterday's play, but I think the hardest part about looking at the wicket is, unless you actually go on it, and I didn't go on it because I was worried about getting kicked off, is that the 5 mils of grass, it's really thick like the MCG was, and you can't actually see the cracks underneath. But I backed the players in. They mentioned that there's some cracks forming there when I saw a few of them out there the other morning, I think on day 2, and potentially that's where those variation in pace and bounce is coming from, hitting the crack depending on which side of it you hit. So we're seeing more tricks being played, but we're also seeing that when you get through that first 30 to 40 overs with this ball, it's perfectly fine wicket to bat on, and the scores indicate that. So runs can still be made, and generally at the SCG, come day 4, day 5, it does start to slow up. So that's the one thing that helps you as a batsman when the ball does get older, and we saw that yesterday. There's a number of scoring options off the back foot for both Stokes and Bairstow, and then obviously Nathan Lyon had his battles with the English middle order being really attacking against him.
Rainbird, smarter irrigation, the intelligent use of water. Kat, I know we'll hear with Tony Dodemaide shortly, Australia's selector. There are many questions. Just how do you think Australia would reflect on its day yesterday, which was just remarkable around the lunch period, and then they had it dragged away from them through different manners along the way?
I think they'd be really positive about it because, once again, they got England in a really compromising position at 4 for 36. I think they expect fight to be shown by the opposition, and they probably have been surprised that there wasn't more of this earlier in this series. But I think yesterday wouldn't have come as a surprise, and they expect that in Test cricket. I don't think this team, or this Australian team in particular, expects to just steamroll the opposition. But obviously, in the previous 3 tests, potentially that might have lulled them into a false sense of security. But I didn't sense that yesterday from them. They kept toiling hard, and it was just a byproduct of a really good partnership from Bairstow and Stokes and an older ball, which you expect in Test cricket.
Simon Katich gets us underway in our openers. So, Kat, we'll hear from you down on the boundary shortly. Our experts are for Anaconda, play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. The independent reserve scoreboard reads 7 for 258 England, trailing by 158 runs, 70 overs into this innings, so 10 away from the new ball should it be required. Our experts for Anaconda, play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. We'll bring in Chris Rogers shortly to join Mike Atherton. There's just the byplay in yesterday, the bail that wouldn't move, the DRS late in the day where the images didn't match the sound. Is that the appropriate use of it? The 70 dot balls in a row, the Carey drop catch, which doesn't have as much traction because it didn't cost as much as it might have. All of that in play as we count down toward day 4 of this 4th test in Sydney on SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. And for Henley, everyday advantage. We don't hide our prices.
The Ashes on SEN for Toyota Fortune. Empowered with the freedom to move. And Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians.
Get into Anaconda and save on Christmas essentials. 60% off lifetime 5-foot tables. Bitterbeck Springline Double High Queen Airbed, only $79. Play more and pay less without 10% price beat guarantee. Conditions apply. Anaconda!
For 30 years, Radell's been supporting Aussies by providing health products from naturally derived ingredients to enjoy summer with health confidence. Radell, the brand of choice by Mitchell Stark and Elisa Healy. Radell.com.au.
Serious outdoor work requires serious outdoor tools. And this season, Makita is helping you rule the outdoors. Right now, you can land yourself a free Makita brushless blower when you buy any selected Makita LXT 18-volt ×2 brushless flying trimmer kit. Hurry. Limited time only. Offer via online redemption. Visit Makita.com.au for details. Makita. Rule the outdoors.
Is your strata management team looking for professionals to clean your property portfolio? Sick and tired of low hygiene standards and dealing with on-site issues? From strata management to commercial property owners, Laurenex Cleaning can coordinate routine strata cleaning, perform emergency 24-hour cleaning services, high-rise window cleaning, plus our super clean services. Laurenex Cleaning are your locally owned and operated industry leaders, keeping South Australia safe and clean. Laurenex Cleaning, securing workplace safety for strata management. Google them today.
Get the power of safer tyres before you go on holidays. A road safety message from Tyre Power.
Correct tyre inflation is the single most important part of tyre care. It helps keep them in good condition to provide optimum performance and maximum life. The best thing you can do before a long journey is check your tyre pressure and top them up with air if needed. And don't forget to check the spare tyre too.
Get the power of expert advice. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent. Visit tyrepower.com.au for your local owner operator.
We're live at the coalface at Chatswood. 2 players have been outstanding all tournament as the umpire calls play. It's been match point back and forth for a while now. Still Blue serves into Bisley's right corner, who returns confidently. Still Blue with a backhand return. Bisley shows off that stunning underhand. This is a volley for the ages.
Don't bet on other workwear stores. Coalfaceworkwear.com.au. Everything you need in one shop. Shop 1, 66 Lower Gibb Street, Chatswood.
Choosing new flooring or a new rug for your home? Choices Flooring Room View makes it easy to find what you've been searching for. Simply take a photo of the area in your home. Select your flooring styles or rugs from the thousands of colour, style and texture options. Using Choices Flooring's Room View, you can then see your favourites right in your own home. Send your favourite options to your local Choices Flooring store to book a free measuring quote, and you're on your way to finding the floor you've been searching for.
The story of Australia.
It tells of many people from far and wide, and those who've been here
Since the beginning of time.
It brings us together.
and tears us apart. We all have our views
So where do we start?
by listening to each other.
And sharing our heart.
We're all part of the story. Australia Day.
Thinking about an SUV? Well, think Hyundai SUV. Imagine a range of 5 SUVs, all equipped with the technology, performance and safety features to tackle your kind of action in style. Imagine yourself behind the wheel of the up-for-anything Kona, the multi-terrain ready Tucson, or the bold 8-seat Palisade, and anything in between. Because whatever your next adventure, from down the road to up the coast, we've got the SUV for you. Contact your local Hyundai dealer to find yours.
The Ashes on SEN for Toyota Fortune, empowered with the freedom to move, and Host Plus, the industry super fun for all Australians.
The sun is out at the SCG play. We'll begin at 10 o'clock local, and then we'll just wait to see what the weather does from there. There is a lot of rain forecast in Sydney as the day unfolds. Our pre-match show for Anaconda Play More, Pay Less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Mike Atherton in occupation. For openers, Chris Rogers comes in. Hello to you, Buck.
Hello, Gerard. Hello, Athers.
Did you enjoy yesterday?
Yeah, it was a really interesting day, wasn't it? It was a tale of two halves almost. The complete domination of Australia to begin with. I think that it was 4 for 36 at lunch off 22 overs. And then after that, a 3-wicket spell for 222 runs at 48 overs. I mean, so that's over 4 and really 4.5 and over. Who would have seen that coming at the time? It just thought England were going to cave in. The ball was doing so much. And the way they were playing, just thought this is going to be another short test match. But then out came Ben Stokes, in particular, and Johnny Bairstow jumped on the back of that, and even Mark Wood played some quite incredible test cricket. I think there were 7 sixes throughout the day.
All in the last session?
Yeah, it was a fantastic fight back, and something we haven't really seen enough of from the England side in this series.
So a few of the elements. Athers, what are we to make of the Phantom Bale?
Unbelievable. When I say I've never seen anything like it, one or two people then suggested that it happened to Roots as well in the 2019 Ashes series, but I don't know, my memory's fading, but I've never seen a ball hit the stump as hard as that yesterday and not dislodge the bail. It didn't just give the stump the merest kind of glancing blow. It almost hit it flush. It was incredible, really. Just an outrageous moment of good fortune for Ben Stokes. One had a bit of sympathy for the umpire, Paul Rifle. I was speaking to my old mate David Lloyd back in England, who was a former umpire, and he said, I could absolutely understand why Paul Rifle gave that at LBW, because once he's seen the deflection, he's made the assumption that it's obviously hit something. He can't believe it's hit the stump because the bail's not come off, and therefore has given it LB. It was just a bizarre few moments. And while the DRS was going on, you had David Warner walking up to the stump trying to flick his finger against the stump to see if the bail would come off. And it wouldn't. So, I don't know, maybe they glued in.
but it was... the best way to view it, I think, is through Paul Rifle, who... You could almost hear his mind clunking over. You go, what the hell just happened there? And it took a while. And inevitably, he went, well, something must have happened. And up the finger went.
Well, I mean, it happens in the briefest of moments. And I think we all agree that sometimes our eyes play tricks on us. And even whether he thought, did I blink then or did I miss something? Because in the end, when you see it, it's a good 6 inches away from the pad, but still the deviation and then the bail's still on there. I think I read somewhere, someone said on social media, it's like those aluminium stumps you take into the back of the net so they come off. So yeah, you feel for Paul Rifle. It's almost like he couldn't have not put his finger up. If he had not have, people would be wondering what happened.
It was a confounding moment. And the DRS late in the day is the source of much discussion. So there's nothing on hotspot, which the players don't really believe in. We've learned as the series went along. Then there's a little spike on Sticko. So it's Woods as the ball cannons into the helmet, and there's a ripple, a clear small spike on the DRS on the way through to the helmet, which is the heavy clunk. And that's the evidence that's used to overturn the decision and give it as out. Is that the way that the technology should be applied, Mike? Is that consistent with what you see all year round?
In a way, whether Mark Wood hits it or not, it's kind of slightly irrelevant to this. It's the actual protocol that I suppose is the key thing. And the protocol says that you have to have clear evidence to overturn the on-field call, which was not out, remember. So the question is really, is that spike on its own enough if the image doesn't marry to the moment that the spike appears. And I don't know the answer to that in the sense that I'm not savvy enough about technology to know whether the frame makes the critical difference. Colo tells me he thinks it does, that you can be slightly one frame out but still be okay. But it was an interesting one because the general reaction out there, when you looked at the reaction from the players on the field, and they tend to know. I don't think anybody thought Mark would hit that. Certainly Mark Wood didn't think so. Pat Cummins didn't think so because it took him an age to review. And it was, in the end, just a, oh, well, why not? Let's have a go. So my instinct says that he didn't hit it. But then, again, that's irrelevant, really. What the most relevant thing is, was the protocol followed? And I can't give a definitive answer to that. But my suspicion was that I'm not sure that it was followed.
But he was quick too. Once he saw that thing, he just went bang. He didn't really contemplate it after that. So that's sort of the tiebreaker. So there's a contradiction in the way the technology is applied, which I've always been uneasy with. So you can be all clear on hotspot but get nailed on Snicko. You can be clear on Snicko but get nailed on hotspot. So it's like, as long as there's something that shows up, you're gone. And it is, so the audio is a continuous file, as it were, and the pictures are not. We know that there are frames per second. So the fact that they don't marry up, I presume the umpires are instructed. It doesn't really matter whether the vision matches the audio. As long as the spike is there and it can't be anything else, then you are to apply that. Now, whether that's really adequate to meet the threshold that Mike's articulated, that's where you are starting to dig down, I think.
Yeah, I suspect that's absolutely right. And we spoke about it yesterday when it happened, Gerard, and I wasn't convinced it did marry up, but then understanding that perhaps they don't have it perfectly in sync.
But it just looks like a missed it. That was the main thing on the vision.
The other thing is, I don't know what Athers thought, but I thought it must have just kind of flipped the glove, not the bat, because I think if it hit the bat, then everyone would know it was out. But sometimes it might just kind of flip the glove, the soft sound. You don't really hear it, and then so when it missed the glove, I immediately thought that's not out, because the players would know, and we had this discussion. You know when you hit it or you don't. That's debatable, I think, these days. But from what I saw, it just didn't look quite right. Instinctively, it doesn't feel like that should be out. But back to Paul Wilson, I don't think he really had any other way to go. There was a spike, and the protocol, I think, suggests, and it has been consistent for a long time now, that you've got to give that out.
So I wonder if he had said, "I'm not convinced that spike is in sync with the vision." I'm interested is what would the reaction to that have been? Well, you're actually not entitled to do that. Like, what else could the spike be? I think if you run the counterpoint to it, I'm really interested as from the umpire's perspective. I think if you stand in digs and go, that's not definitive for me. I don't know what that spike is, but the ball's not on the bat at that moment. Like, does that undermine the technology to a point that you're actually not allowed to?
Maybe it does.
I don't really know the answer to that.
Was there an angle that actually showed the ball right near the bat at any time?
There was, and that was when it was a flat line. So the spike then came after. It was almost in the next frame where the ball was close to the helmet. So
Woods or Walker, Lyon caught it and clearly didn't think it was out. So I don't think he. Anyway, I said it's almost irrelevant whether he did or not.
Mark Wood definitely didn't think he hit it, because the moment the review was called, as per usual, the 12th men ran on with drinks, and Mark Wood took his gloves off, put his bat down, and started to glug down a drink as if he was, in for the long haul in the middle. So
he got his helmet checked too, because he definitely hit. So.
He definitely didn't think he hit it. But
so there's a lot of correspondence, as it comes through. So Jim poses a question at the end: what else was it? And that's entirely relevant. Except that, is that enough to cross the threshold of definitive proof to overturn
the decision. I genuinely don't know the answer to it. Scott Boland left the field yesterday. He slipped on the last ball before tee, landed heavily. They sent him for scans on his side. This was Justin Langer, the Australian coach, after play on the fitness of Scott Boland.
Yeah, we saw he will be. He was actually all right to bowl tonight. We saw that when he fell over or slipped over, he's actually, I think his elbow jammed into his side. So thankfully, it's amazing modern technology, isn't it? With him, he went for a scan just after the break, and we were looking at his ribs on the computer screen about half an hour later. So thankfully, there's no fractures. He's going to be sore in the cartilage between his ribs, but hopefully he'll be right to bowl tomorrow in the second innings. So whether it's and tomorrow morning, but in the second innings, definitely.
Barrels don't land lightly, but
it's not the most athletic athlete I've ever seen. And we suspected it like at that stage. We thought elbow because he seemed to land on it, but he did kind of get up. It was hard to tell because he gave no real clear indication what was hurting him the most. But that's obviously what's happened. Just that jammed in the ribs, and they can be sore too. Bruised ribs when you're trying to bowl, that's not going to be great fun, I would have thought.
We'll get to tease a bit out during the day as it goes along. But Athers, so I noticed the Times, it was a goodish sort of day for England. It ended on an absolute high. There were some questions in the aftermath. The first was, did England drop the wrong opener? Can Hamid really go on? Is Joss Buttler at the end? And are these the end of days for Joe Root's captaincy, which is just the way that he got out yesterday is really interesting. So if you touched on all of those, that's the other part of England's day.
Yes, that pre-lunch period was gloomy and gave us that here we go again feeling. Thankfully it wasn't to be, but clearly there are some issues there. I can't see that Hamid is going to play in Hobart. He's obviously got a second dig here, but unless that goes well, it will be difficult to see him playing that last test in Hobart. I still feel that they should invest in Crawley. I feel at least he's got some presence at the crease and has a chance to put things back on the bowler. And he just stand there and he looks like a guy who's got a bit more confidence in his ability to take the game to the bowler and score runs. Butler, his hand is quite heavily bruised, I think, from when he took that blow the day before. If you remember, he took one onto the back of the hand. I think he's got quite a bruised hand. He looked very deflated yesterday. They called up Sam Billings into the squad, so I wouldn't be surprised to see Billings make his debut in Hobart. And Joe Root, I think he's coming to the end of the road. He's run his race as captain, but he's got plenty to give as a player. I mean, he's a fantastic player, and you're going to get the odd low score. You can't keep scoring the number of runs he's scored every Test match, and England can't just rely on him to get all the runs. But you are allowed the odd failure, and unfortunately, it came yesterday. But depending on how these two Test matches go, clearly he'll have a decision to make at the end of the series.
If Joe Root's days are numbered, as I think Fleming mentioned the other day, is Mike Brearley still available? Because who's going to be captain?
Well, that's the other side of the equation, of course. It's all very well. Everybody's saying, well, Joe's coming to the end, and after 4 or 5 years and 60 Test matches, that's a pretty long run as England captain. Nobody's done it for more games. But then you have to ask the question, who? And that's not straightforward to answer at all. Stokes is an obvious candidate, but there aren't too many that spring out at you. So, yes, those are all interesting questions that England will be discussing over the next few weeks.
And Barky, in the chances that were missed by Australia yesterday, so Harris got a hand to a ball in bat pad, we discount that. The Corton bowlers on the follow through, that can go either way. The Carey drop is not being analysed to the degree that it might have, because Hamid got out within a couple of overs. For the first choice test keeper, that's a bad drop.
Yeah, it is. It's one he would expect to catch. It's still, we've got to give him a little bit of a leeway with his work. He's only new into the Test side. So yeah, we want a keeper who's going to go in, fit in seamlessly, and take everything. But it's not just as simple as that, is it? And also you're working with a different slip squad, and you're trying to forge these different connections and even keeping to different bowlers. I mean, how often would Alex Carey keep to a bowler as fast as Mitchell Starc? And I suspect that just went faster than he thought it was. He looked like he went with two hands, and then realised he wasn't going to get both hands to it, so he stuck out the right mid and clanged it. So he will be just getting that feel for all those things as well, and he's been pretty good. He got away with it because Hamid's in the bush. Really, he's nowhere. So yeah, it didn't cost them too much. I actually wouldn't mind talking to Athers about Hamid, because I wonder if you just remember back, he played a square drive after he'd been dropped. And I reckon if you go back and you watch the footage, I reckon his front foot's in exactly the same position for all three shots. For the one he edged through to the keeper, the one he played the square drive, and the one he got bowled at. So it just looks like someone's painted foot marks, like the outline of a foot mark on the crease, when you were kind of under 13s or, even under 8s kind of thing. And he's just going 1, 2, putting his feet in those positions, and that's it. They're stuck in cement and they're not moving again, and then he's just throwing his hands at it. And that's not someone with a good technique at all.
No, there's a lot of movement before the ball is bowled, although he wasn't going quite as deep in his crease as he has been in the series. But then not much movement after the ball is bowled. He ends up playing, as you say, from a static position, really, on the crease. And yeah, he'll have a second go here, but I think it's difficult to see, unless that goes really well, how he plays in Hobart after a very difficult series. And if he's not going to give you that solidity, then you also don't feel that Hamid can really damage the bowler and put pressure back on the bowler. So if you're not getting either of those things, you're then saying, well, what are you getting? And not enough, clearly, in terms of the runs scored. Whereas Crawley, and I don't know what you feel, but I feel with Crawley, even though he's not produced anything meaningful, I sense a presence there at the crease, and I sense a confidence. I don't know whether it's misplaced, but that he can at least take the game to the bowler if he spends any amount of time at the crease.
We'll pick these conversations up as the day goes along. Mike Atherton and Chris Rogers for openers. We're going to talk to Tony Doddermage shortly with Simon Katich at the ground. The independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for crypto. England 7 for 258 when play resumes in a little over 20 minutes. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. And for Henley Everyday Advantage, we don't hide our prices.
The Ashes on SEN for Toyota Fortune, empowered with the freedom to move, and Host Plus, the industry super fun for all Australians.
The thrill of winning a Group 1 in horse racing is a feeling like no other, and it all starts in the bloodlines. Aquis Farm is Queensland's largest stallion facility.
Aquis Farm is Gold Coast based and dedicated to building the quality and standard of racing in Queensland.
The Aquis team brings decades of racing experience and is dedicated to breeding champions.
To race and breed with Aquis Farm, contact JD or PK from the Aquis sales team or visit aquisfarm.com.
Get into Anaconda this Christmas and save on a huge range of camping gear. Spinnerbek Corporate Eclipse 10-person 10, half price. Austral Aggie Fridge Freezer, save $500. Play more and pay less without 10% price beat guarantee. Conditions apply. Anaconda!
From AFL to NRL, A-League to horse racing. For all the big moments, expert commentary and the latest breaking news, when it happens in sport, SEN has you covered. Find your channel on the SEN app today.
Hi, Shane Heel here. Catch every game of the NBL live on ESPN with KO. This will be the biggest season yet, with the return of NBA superstar Matthew Dellavedova. Even LeBron loves Delly.
I love Delly. What he brings to our team is he brings toughness and grit.
There's also NBA stars in the making with Osman Dieng and Kai Soto, 7-foot Chinese giant Joe Chi, and the LeBron of the NBL, Bryce Cobb.
Bryce Cobb! The NBL is here. Watch every game live on ESPN with KO.
When gambling becomes overbearing in your life, one phone call can change all that. Gamblers Helpline, 1-800-858-858. When gambling becomes an issue, there's always 24/7 support on the Gamblers Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
If there are issues with your bathroom grout, hop to it. And you need someone to sort it out, hop to it. When your walls are damp and the carpet freaks, you want the best to repair your leaks, hop to it. You need an expert in the field, so now's the time to get Mega Sealed. Stop leaking showers and balconies without removing tiles. Visit megasealed.com.au. Mega Sealed. We've all dreamed of snaffling the big one. The Ashes winning catch, a goal after the siren, or a Snaffle wallet. Subscribe to Snaffle and get the stuff you want today and pay tomorrow. Snaffle a winning deal with all the best brands like Apple, Samsung, Smeg, and more. Don't wait, Snaffle it now. Snaffle, one subscription, one wallet, hundreds of products. Subscribe today at snaffle.com.au. Terms, conditions, fees, charges and lending criteria apply. Credit provided by Walker Stores Proprietary Limited. Australian Credit Licence 393023.
Montine. Everybody's talking about Montine. Miles Fitzner here, and everyone's talking about the new Hyundai Kona exclusive to Montine, Cheltenham and Mount Barker. And best of all, Montine can deliver them to you today. Now that's refreshing. Montine, Hyundai, Cheltenham and Mount Barker have immediate delivery of over 100 Hyundais this month, and that's why everyone is talking about Montine. So remember, everybody's talking about Montine.
BD 182170.
Choosing new flooring or a new rug for your home? Choices Flooring Room View makes it easy to find what you've been searching for. Simply take a photo of the area in your home, select your flooring styles or rugs from the thousands of colour, style and texture options. Using Choices Flooring's Room View, you can then see your favourites right in your own home. Send your favourite options to your local Choices Flooring store to book a free measuring quote, and you're on your way to finding the floor you've been searching for.
SEN SA's studio on King William Street is powered by Lumo Energy. Join SEN and power your home or business with energy from an Australian-owned company, Lumo Energy SA. Learn more. Head to lumoenergy.com.au today.
The Ashes on SEN for Toyota Fortune, empowered with the freedom to move, and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians. Back and lay bet on the Ashes with Betfair. Gamble responsibly. Call 1-800-858-858.
And on this morning of day 4, it's good morning to Luke White from Betfair.
Good morning, cricket fans. Heading into day 4, we have the Aussies at $3 to back and $3.20 to lay. Their high for the test has been $5.40. England at $44 to back for the hopefuls. And the draw is hovering around the $1.50 mark. It's been as low as $1.27 and will continue to fluctuate rapidly with the weather around. You can trade your positions online at stumps each day. But go the Aussies, and as always, gamble responsibly.
Thank you, Luke. Luke is from Betfair, and Betfair is the home of back and lay betting on the Ashes in Sydney. Check out the markets online. And as he mentioned, make sure you gamble responsibly. And England will be resuming at 7 for 258, with Leach 4 not out, and the century maker Johnny Bairstow not out on 103. And at the moment, there's a little bit of cloud around, but there's also some sunshine in Sydney. And the radar again away to the north suggests there is some weather, but if that doesn't arrive in Sydney, we may get longer play than what we anticipated. So who knows? But the great news is that we are going to see play from the start, and that will be in just over 16 minutes' time with England at 7 for 258. All right, our pre-match show for Anaconda at the SCG. Play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. And England 7 for 258. But let's check in with the Australian camp and get a view to the now but also the future with Australian selector Tony Dodemaide. And with thanks to Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew, it's Simon Katich and Adam Collins to chat with Donis.
Tony Dodemaide, you've been a test cricketer and administrator around the world, but this gig's meant to be the toughest of the lot. So goes the joke. 20 million Australians who think they can do it better than you, but so far so good.
Yes, it has been. I think there's at least 20 million, by the way. I'm getting plenty of advice and opinions here and there. But it's also a wonderful job as well, as it being at the heart of Australian cricket and something that everyone's so passionate about. But yeah, it'll have its ups and downs, no doubt. It always have. It always will. But I think it's going well so far.
It went well initially, picking Travis Head and paying off at Brisbane. But how satisfying was it with the players you had to bring in? Jai Richardson in unusual circumstances, Scott Boland, the classic Smokey at the MCG, and then this week Usman Khawaja, outstanding.
That's true, and Nice as well. Michael Nisa, someone who's been a real warrior and wholehearted player as well. For him to get his opportunity, and again, very unusual circumstances in Adelaide, was pleasing as well. And the guys that have come in have been ready, which is credit to not only themselves but also the coaches and the conditioning staff that they're ready to go. And I think it says a lot about the cohesion of the group and the feeling of the group that Uzi has been wonderful around the group even when he hasn't been playing, and then gets his opportunity and of course plays magnificently the other day. So pleased everyone here at the ground is also in the dressing room.
Tony, you've pulled all the right reins so far. It's been a magnificent series from an Australian point of view. But now one of those reins has come in and made 137, who's made 9 Test 100, averages 95, I think, opening the batting. And you've got a young man at the top of the order that still hasn't got a Test 100 after 13 tests, averaging just around 25. When does that discussion start to be had?
Oh, look, it's Uzi's come in, and Uzi was we know that he's a versatile player, that he can bat up the order. He was particularly number 5 that we were looking at as well. Marcus, as you said at the top, still finding his feet, but he played really well, in Melbourne as well. And he's had a bit of investment in him, but he's starting to pay off. And I think we've also got to have that medium to long term view as well. Uzi is magnificent a player he is. He's 35, so that's a reality of it too. But he understands the position that he is at the moment, and when he's come in, as he has done in this test, he's just shown what a quality player that he is. But as I said before, also his work around the group. He's such a calm and influence around the group as well, and he's great for those young players that are still going through that early journey.
That balance that you're talking about, weighing up the short term and the medium term in relation to Khawaja, the national debate is the question is he one of our best players? Is he one of our top 6? And if he is, especially against spin, does he have a role to play in 2022 when there's going to be 9 test matches in Asia?
Well, he's in the test squad at the moment, so that suggests he is one of the best players going around. We believe that. So, look, that conversation will be had. We'll get this series out the way too. We know he's really keen to be able to have that opportunity as well in the country of his birth. So that's a conversation that no doubt will be not far away.
In 2019 in England, Australia talked about squad mentality when it came to the rotation of the fast bowlers. Effectively, you've done the same thing through the course of this series, and overnight the news broke that Josh Hazlewood won't be with you next week at Hobart. Can you give an update on where he's at, and maybe opening the door to Jai Richardson, who of course hasn't played since his 5-wicket bag at Adelaide?
Yes, that'll be a change to the squad from Sydney. So Josh will stay in Sydney, and it's a little bit of conservative treatment there, because he's had that niggle for a while, and as a bowler, they're buggers to get rid of those niggles there. But he also hasn't bowled in a match in something like a month now. So it really, and with the series decided, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to be able to push him to get into and through a 5-day game early on, when we've got some white ball stuff coming up, of course, and then a really heavy 5 or 6 months in front of us there. So Josh will lead the squad here in Sydney and continue his rehab with Cricket New South Wales, and hopefully he'll be ready to go and come back in for those white ball games.
Tony, there's been a lot of talk about the England selection policies throughout this series. Do you look at any other teams internationally or other sports regarding selection policies or the way they go about making decisions?
Look, that's something I'm really keen to explore, Kat. And, when it came into the role there, I thought, I do have some connections, particularly in the AFL space, as of course you do as well. And I'm fascinated, a bit of a student of sports and how they're going about it, and that list management selection type area is something that's is fascinating. There's, depending on the circumstances of the sport, of course, there's not too many sports that have our considerations of not having players the whole time. When you've got the luxury of having someone in your group the whole time and coming to the same place to train every day. Some of our guys have played for 4 or 5 different teams a year and over 3 formats. So it is quite difficult there, but I do think we can do that. I'm really keen, as I said to George right from the start, to be able to look at our processes, systems, have those conversations with other sports and, see why can't cricket be the leader in all that space by picking up gems here and there from other sports. So perhaps that's a conversation we can have at another time, Kat, with your AFL experience too.
Looking forward to that unique block of test matches Australia play in Pakistan, Sri Lanka and India in quick succession. Does it allow a different configuration, not just of the 11 who'll play, but players who are kind of outside of the frame at the moment, who might have had success in Asia in the past, who you'll consider again given the conditions that they're likely to confront?
Yeah, look, it's going to be a tricky one, no doubt. One of the things we don't particularly know in Pakistan is limited information on this type of conditions. I was fortunate enough, one of my trips, Australian trips, was Pakistan a few years ago now. But and the conditions there were quite conducive to spin. But we do know from some of their first class stats over there at the moment that they're that they don't necessarily will always go like that. They've got a terrific depth of fast bowling at the moment in Pakistan. So I think one of the challenges for us is to have a squad which isn't too unwieldy. So lots of guys are there and not having opportunities, but also where we've got coverage in the different areas, whether they be conditions be more conducive to seam or in fact spin.
There's a certain intrigue into the Project Cameron Green, shall we call it, last year coming in as the number 6 bat, not taking wickets this year, so effective with the ball, looking to Asia. Might it be the case that he could be used as your second seamer to enable more spinners to play?
Oh, look, I think that's the value of having a genuine all-rounder like that. So Cam's on a real journey at the moment as well. There's lots of commentary at the moment, comparisons with Steve Waugh, for instance, in his early tests as well, where Cam is probably, if you looked at, comparisons, he's actually got a better record at this point in time than in his career that Steve did, and Steve turned out all right. So he's really exciting, but, he's desperate to do well in all departments, but we know it takes a bit of time. But certainly, his bowling with his 2 metres tall and very simple action, it's exciting stuff, and it can add a real dimension to the team. As we've seen this series, he's taken 8 wickets so far. 5 of those wickets have been England's probably best players to date. Root twice, Stokes twice, and Milan. Probably should have had Stokes again yesterday. But you're movable off stump.
Another bowler with whom there's a fair bit of fascination at the moment is Mitchell Schwepson, on the basis that we just haven't seen him at all this summer, with the exception of a couple of domestic games. Just how tempting is it to give him an opportunity before the end of the summer, knowing full well that he's very likely to play in Pakistan?
Oh, look, it would have been great, and George has made some comments on this area as well. But to be able to give that opportunity, we know he's ready to go. He's bowling well. He knows he's going well. But that taste of international, when you're actually out there in international cricket, is the next frontier, isn't it? He's still working hard, and we know that he's ready to go. We weren't able to do it here. I don't know what Hobart's going to be like, but it's a pink ball day night game. So if his opportunity comes in Asia, he's not going to knock that back.
Tony Dotter, mate, the perfect start to the new job. Congratulations and good luck for the months ahead.
Thanks, Adam. Thanks, Pat.
Adam Collins there with Simon Katich and Tony Dotter, mate. A little bit of insight into some of those threads regarding selection. Let's quickly get to Bharat because the play's about to start shortly. Back at the SCG with injury news out of the English camp. Morning to you, Bharat.
Morning, Hado. Yeah, a few injury concerns. Of course, Johnny Bairstow has been taken for a scan. We're still waiting for those results to come through, but he will back through. He was monitoring the pitch rolling a while back. Josh Butler is a big concern for them. He did struggle yesterday for the brief period he was in there. Ollie Pope's going to keep wickets. We saw him train yesterday, and he was also doing that this morning in the second innings. Keepers are allowed to do that. Substitutes are allowed to do that. And Ben Stokes is another one that sore left side that he kept feeling after every time he hit a boundary yesterday. So we await updates at the end of this test, but as of now, we know that Ollie Pope will keep in the second innings.
It's hard to see Ben Stokes playing in Hobart, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, I would be surprised. He couldn't even bowl in for the second part of that first innings day before. So it would be a big surprise if he does show up, but it is Ben Stokes, and he is the toughest man England have had ever.
So England, who normally have about 500 wicket-keepers, have got Ollie Pope, who are going to be keeping in the second innings. Bharat, we'll check in with you through the day. Thanks for that. As I said, let's clear our commitments. Our pre-match show is done for Anaconda. Play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. And Gerard's back as we get into the first ball of the day next.
The Ashes on SEN for Toyota Fortune, empowered with the freedom to move, and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians.
G'day, Glenn McGrath here. The Ashes are well and truly underway, and so no matter where you are or who you go for, you can help the thousands of families experiencing breast cancer by purchasing your very own virtual pink seat. You can buy one for yourself, for you and your mate, or for your entire family. Visit pigtest.com.au, buy your virtual pink seat, and help us make this the pinkest Ashes ever. Oh, and P.S. I've got mine.
Sport brings inspiration.
This is a famous victory. A magnificent performance.
Heartbreak.
It's a draw. They went back again next week.
And jubilation.
That winning feeling returns to Australian cricket.
Across every town and city, sport is the glue of our local community. And SEN is there with you. Listen anywhere, anytime on the SEN app. The latest news articles, podcasts, live sport, and more. Download the SEN app today.
The road can be a little frightening sometimes. Conquer your road fears in the new Volkswagen Tiguan with Travel Assist. Test drive the new Volkswagen Tiguan now at Sthalekar Volkswagen, Hawthorne and Medindi, DL 65541.
Are you ready for bigger and better things? Automasters need more quality technicians, service advisors and franchisees to join SA's leading automotive service and repair group. With over 20 branches and new centres opening soon, Automasters offer clean workshops, the latest diagnostic equipment, with ongoing training and promotion opportunities at every level. Technicians, service advisors, franchisees. Go to the Automasters website to apply. We could be just the change you're looking for.
And it's a very intense second innings here. Mackenzie to bowl. He lets rip.
Oh, Miller has absolutely smashed this high and long towards mid-off. Daniels may get there before Edwards. Or is that Williams? I think one of them has long hair and one may have a hat on. And it's a catch, I think. There's people in white running everywhere. And the score is now something for something.
Don't miss the best bits. You won't miss a moment if you drink Wise. Visit drinkwise.org.au.
Looking for great value? Look no further than a Kogan Money credit card. No annual fees, tantalising rewards, and entry into Kogan's Christmas prize draw just by signing up. Plus, earn up to $400 Kogan.com credit when you meet the spend requirements. Make the switch to a great value credit card at koganmoney.com.au/radio.
Offer ends January 30. T's and C's credit criteria apply. Product issuer and credit provider Citigroup Proprietary Limited.
The story of Australia.
It tells of many people from far and wide, and those who've been here
Since the beginning of time.
It brings us together.
and tears us apart. We all have our views
So where do we start?
by listening to each other.
And sharing our heart.
We're all part of the story. Australia Day. The TAB Queensland Summer Racing Carnival continues this weekend. With more than 20 million in prize money and bonuses, Australia's most exciting summer racing carnival returns to the Gold Coast for the TAB Wave today. Don't miss a minute of the on-course action, including the Magic Millions Rising Stars, the Gold Pearl and the Gold Nugget. Visit queenslandsummercarnival.com.au for more. Queensland is racing.
Gamble responsibly. If hunting becomes an issue for you, call 1-800-858-858.
When you call the Gambling Helpline, life-changing advice and guidance is there for you. 1-800-858-858 is the number to call. Support for anyone affected by gambling is available. Private and confidential. Make the call today. The Gambling Helpline. Phone 1-800-858-858.
The Ashes on SEN for Toyota Fortune, empowered with the freedom to move, and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians. The first session for Radar, the brand of choice for Mitchell Starc and Alyssa Healy.
Umpires and players are on their way to the middle of the SCG. The day is going to begin on time. The session for Radell, the brand of choice for Mitchell Starc and Alyssa Healy. England resumes 7 for 258. The deficit is 158. Johnny Bairstow marches down the steps on 103. And he's got Jack Leach for company. He's on 4. Gerard Whateley with you. The weather, so the forecast, once the rain hits, is diabolical. It depends what you want to trust as to when that arrives, but the forecast is still for between 8 and 20 mils of rain. Thunderstorms, we're talking afternoon and into the night. The weather for Rainbird, smart irrigation, the intelligent use of water. So the fear is, once the weather hits, that will see us out today. There won't be any on and off as there has been throughout this test match. But how far might the test progress before then? So sometimes in Sydney it rains when it's completely unexpected, and other times the rain doesn't arrive for hours after it's forecast. So we're in the lap of the weather gods. But for the moment, England's task is to whittle away at the deficit. Australia will need to keep as much of it intact as they can, and then bat to set up the potential of bowling England out on day 5 of the test match and coming up with a win. So is there enough cricket in today's play to serve either of those purposes? SEN Test cricket is for Henley everyday advantage. We don't hide our prices. A terrific crowd. The Test high crowd on Jane McGrath Day, 28,415. Saturday, there's fewer in at the start of the day's play. SEN Test cricket, day 4 at the SCG, about to get underway. 7 for 258. Nathan Lyon has ball in hand. Jack Leach will see the first ball of the day. Gerard, Whateley and Simon Katich with you as the day's play gets underway. 10 overs away from a new ball if required, and Leach is defending the first ball of the day. Welcome back, Kat.
Good morning, Gerard. Good morning to all our listeners.
What might be in store in this day's play, do you think? As Lyon, from his half a dozen steps away, is around the wickets, bowls to Leach, inside edge, but safely to turf.
Hopefully another intriguing battle. I thought yesterday was magnificent, the way it ebbed and flowed.
The strategy against Lyon was a really captivating part as England went at him in a manner that they hadn't done previously. Leach uses his feet, he lifts the ball over mid-off, and that starts the scoring. It pitches, takes quite a divot, almost backspin as it lands. They race through for a couple. 2 to get the day underway, 7 for 260.
And that brings about a field change. Mid-off just drops back a little bit deeper now. Jack Leach attacking his fellow off-spinner Nathan Lyon. The battle.
Lyon in operation from the Randwick end, bowls, and Leach conservative defence.
The battle between off-spinners is not an unusual one. They generally don't like to give their wicket away to their opposite number, and they generally like to score runs off their opposite number as well.
Jerusalem echoing around the SCG. He's on the second ball of each day's play. Leach bat, tried to cut, went underneath it. It's a great way to start a day's play. Lyon bowls to Leach and he defends to the offside. 2 off the first over, 7 for 260. So the tactics that might be at play here, Kat, for both sides.
Well, I think England will just try and string this first innings out as long as they possibly can. I mean, Johnny Bairstow's earned the right, given that he's over 100 not out. And Jack Leach, we know, is capable of hanging in there. Broad and Anderson, different story. I think, obviously, the quicks will get fired up as I speak. Mitchell Starc looks like he's coming on at the Paddington end here. So it won't be easy for them against the quicks, particularly if England do get to that second new ball. But I think Australia, potentially could have their work cut out a little bit in the second innings, particularly if they're trying to score quickly to set this test match up. It could well play into England's hands. And the third innings of a test match is always a tricky one, particularly in this situation where, Australia probably want to force the issue. And if England can sort of limit the damage on the first innings deficit and take it down almost to, around 120, 100, then that really halts Australia's progress in this test.
7 for 260 on the independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for crypto. Johnny Bairstow faces Mitch Starc and he knocks the ball out to point, which is vacant with Lyon pushed into the deep, and he takes an easy single. 104 for Bairstow, 7 for 261.
Because obviously it's the time and the runs, which means that Australia obviously have to spend more time today getting to a position that they think is going to be comfortable enough to set England in the final innings of this test, which is going to be tricky for them given the rains around, not just today, but potentially on day 5 as well.
So do you have to play, Kat, as if it's not going to rain as a starting point and then make your adjustments along the way?
Pretty much. The hard thing is, though, that the forecast here over the 5 days, whilst it hasn't been 100% correct, it's been pretty close to the money in terms of rain and amount of time that's been lost to over these first 3 and a bit days.
Yes, we're into the second innings, and this is the 72nd over of it. So there's been plenty lost across the 3 days so far. Stark flows in. He bowls to Leach. He's in on the pads. It falls to the leg side. Bairstow was keen enough on a run, but Leach almost paying no attention. He goes back.
But at this stage, England have given themselves a chance to come away from this test with a draw, which is probably their first goal. And then if they were able to swing the momentum back in their favour, particularly if they bowled well and got Australia in a position where they're trying to score quick runs but end up losing some quick wickets, then potentially swinging it back in their favour. But that's a long shot too.
Stark sets in from the Paddington ends. Leach, high backlift. Stark bowls to him. It's full driven back. Stark fields and his follow through. He shapes to shy but keeps ball in hand. They're the walking wounded in the England camp, Cat, as Bairstow's had the scans on his thumb. There's the broad suspicion that it's probably broken or dislocated, which adds to the courage of what he was able to do yesterday, and probably telling that Butler's not going to keep in the second innings because of the scan that he's had on his hand, which is heavily bruised. And Ollie Pope is going to pick up the keeping duties. Stark trying to remove Leach, full down the leg side. He has a flick at it. He misses. Carey does ask the question, but Rob Tucker shakes him away.
That one just drifting down leg. There was a muted appeal from the Australians. Carey and the slips went up, but it was very half-hearted. Must have been a little bit of a noise, but Rod Tucker wasn't interested.
Flipped his pad on the way through down the leg side as we look at Hotspot. If you subscribe to all of the technology and how accurate it might be, which was a source of much discussion late yesterday. Leach awaits Stark. It's full. It's driven through mid-off. There's runs to be had there. 4 of them, in fact, as it crashes into the boundary rope. Foxtel 4K4, Foxtel for the love of cricket. That's a beautiful stroke to get us underway. Cat Leach is 10.
That was a glorious straight drive from Jack Leach. Powerfully played. Mitchell Stark just feels that there's a little bit of reverse swing here, so he's hung that out, trying to bring it back in towards the off stump. And Jack Leach pounced on it. It was a beautiful shot.
What's the follow-up from Stark? 7 for 265. He's charging in and bowls, and Leach is beaten as he tried to repick the dose, and it swung past the outside edge. Carey asked Stark whether he heard anything as they contemplated an appeal. Cummins is going to review here. Enough of the Australians believe they heard something on the drive to suggest that it might have been feathered through.
We have a player review for caught behind. The original decision is not out. I can confirm it's a fair delivery. Can we go on to front on spin division, please?
This is the TAC drive safely this summer. It's full and swinging.
Okay, just rock and roll it for us if you can.
Big gap between
Seems to
bat
be a
and
gap
ball.
there between bat and ball. Can we go through to offside hotspot, please, to confirm?
Still might be something on Snicko, you never know.
Okay, there's nothing on hotspot. Can we go through to RTS to confirm as well, please? Roll through a gap there between bat and ball. Okay, there's no bat involved. You can go back to the on-field umpire. Rod, you can stay with the original decision of not out. Let you know when you're on the screen. Signal now. Thank you.
No debate around that one, Cat. That was definitively not out.
Yeah, there was daylight between bat and ball there. Did hear David Warner on the stump mic saying it was the creaky bat handle.
The old creaky bat handle, eh?
Yeah, well, it is an old Miller Champion Hall, that bat that Jack Leach has got. that vintage bat was, I remember having it back in the mid-90s when I was starting out for WA as an 18-year-old. So maybe it's from the old club kit.
7 for 265. Bairstow 104. Leach survives on 10. The independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for Crypto. Lyon back into action as he bowls to Bairstow, who plays back, tucks him to mid-wickets. No run. We debated after you came out of the openers, Cat, yesterday's DRS. What was your view of how it was applied in the Mark Wood scenario? Iron bowls reverse sweep from Bairstow out to backward square. There is a fielder in place as Boland picks it up. A single taken, 105 for Bairstow.
Yeah, I saw it last night when I was at home, actually. I didn't see it at the ground because I must have been out doing the news report. So I didn't actually see it because we heard a big roar when we were outside the ground doing it.
Lyon readies himself. He's got a slip and a bat pad in place when he's bowling to Leach, who's defending the offside.
But I thought it just caught a little bit of the top of his bat before it hit his helmet. And I think that's what the Snicko picked up from what I saw in the replays, but I'm not sure what all the other commentary around it was.
And you're as definitive as anyone. As most thought there was an air of mystery to it as Leach is forward and defending back to the bowler.
In a way, it reminded me a little bit of the one of Nathan Lyon back at Adelaide that Nigel Long gave him not out to.
In the New Zealand test? Lyon around the wicket bowls and Leach across the line, top edge, flies in the air, Cummins underneath, takes the catch and mid-on. Jack Leach perishes for 10. Nathan Lyon gets his second wicket. And with England trailing by 150, the 8th wicket falls.
Yeah, Jack Leach getting a little bit giddy after that 4 that he hit off Mitchell Stark. Starts bringing out the big slog sweep from way outside off stump to Nathan Lyon. And all he can do is top edge it to Pat Cummins at mid-on, who takes a well-judged catch. So he just got a little bit carried away there, Jack Leach. Probably not really the shot that needed to be played at that point in time, given that Johnny Bairstow's still there on 105 and his role is to hang in there for as long as possible and make this job harder for Australia. So he departs for 10 and Stuart Broad looks like he's the new man coming in for England.
That's very strange tactically, Kat, as you point out, as Leach came out with a mindset to attack, but with Bairstow there, both time and runs are, well, you would have thought, were England's purpose, and Leach sort of belied that in the way that he approached the day.
Yeah, you can understand against the quicks where, the tail get a little bit cat on a hot tin roof sort of thing happening, but against Nathan Lyon, he tossed that one up, gave it a bit of flight, but just the line of the ball for him to be trying to slog sweep that, I mean, it might be Jack Leach's shot, I'm not sure, but I haven't seen enough of him bat, but I would have assumed that their game plan here this morning is to try and feed Bairstow the strike, allow him to attack, and just hang in there at the other end and be nuisance value, and Jack Leach can do that, so I'd be disappointed if I was the England captain there.
That's a very odd moment. Pat Cummins underneath to take the catch for Snaffle. Visit snaffle.com.au. Line to Bairstow. Last ball of the over. He clips him away through backward square and out into the deep. He'll keep the strike with that single. Bairstow's 106. 8 for 267 on the independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for Crypto.
Has your business put cleaning standards to the test? There's no job too big for Laurenex Cleaning. With world-class environmental products, services and staff, Laurenex Cleaning are your locally owned and operated industry leaders, keeping South Australia safe and clean. Laurenex Cleaning. Google them today.
How's that? Nothing better than sitting on your deck, watching the cricket, enjoying some sun and a warm beer. With a brand new energy-efficient Husky drinks fridge, that beer would be ice cold. Husky, the celebration continues at home. huskybrand.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. The first wicket has been taken. This is an extended session, 2.5 hours of play. It's nice and bright at the SCG as his starting points. Australia would like to be in a hurry. Jack Leach has assisted that cause. Johnny Bairstow on 106. from 144 balls. Mitch Stark is over the wicket as he begins the new over. He goes at the wide one, but he misses, a little reminiscent of the way the day finished yesterday.
And he's a little bit ginger after landing in those footmarks on the crease line. Get to day 4 and you know that they're generally going to be hollowed out a little bit. Sometimes valley-like, depending on how much wear and tear there's been on that particular crease. But Mitchell Stark's had his ankle problems in the past and he definitely didn't enjoy that one. The right ankle, like it just twisted a little bit.
There is an attritional aspect at play in both teams, with the Ashes keeping the hospital scanning equipment pretty busy over the past 24 hours. Stark looks for his rhythm. He bowls and Bairstow taps the ball to gully. It's fielded by Green, no run.
Yeah, Ashes series are a marathon, physically and mentally. So much build-up, there's so much hype. And you get to test 4 or test 5 and you're just trying to get to the finish line, particularly from an England perspective. They've been hammered at times, both on and off the field, and now they're the walking wounded. So Johnny Bairstow, so much spirit.
Stark sets himself, he's in and bowls, and Bairstow clips it out of the stumps, down to backward square. Boland on duty, will be able to... They'll come back for a second throw. Bale's whipped off. Made his ground. They're going to double-check. Paul Rifles signals to have a look upstairs.
To the umpire to director, we have a umpire review for a run-out. We start with your best side on angle, please.
Big dash at the end from Bairstow as he took the throw on from the deep. Boland got it in quickly. Into Carey's gloves, he reached out, just lost the bails.
Roll through, keep rolling.
Bairstow
Bat's on the ground, bat's over the line, ready to make my decision of the screen. My decision of the screen is not out. I repeat, not out.
TV umpire nice and busy early in the piece for TAC. 8 for 269. Couple in the slips. Bairstow faces up to Stark, again in on the pads. He tipped it firmly into the deep, but he wasn't prepared to take a single. So Harris is at deep square and Boland's at fine leg. So it is time to milk the strike for Johnny Bairstow.
Yeah, he's having a net now, centre wicket. Nothing better than that. On 100, may as well try and manipulate the strike here. Broad's played enough test cricket to know what he needs to try and do at the other end, and he'll probably back him in to be able to get through Nathan Lyon compared to facing Mitchell Stark.
An interesting phase. So opening session of play for Raydell, the brand of choice for Mitchell Stark and Elisa Healy. Bairstow's on 108. It was a short ball down the leg side. There's 2 down to protect it. Bairstow stayed underneath.
I'm a big fan of Johnny Bairstow, particularly having watched a lot of him in the short formats in the last few years. But what I've loved about this innings yesterday, he came out with a plan against this Australian attack. A lot of the English batsmen have been nicked off in this series so far. He came out, he batted on and around off stump to try and line the ball up in the channel more. And I think he mixed his attack with defence really, really well yesterday.
Will Bairstow look for the single here, particularly with the 2 deep on the leg side. Stark throws it up, and Bairstow swings and misses, but Carey doesn't glove it. It bursts away, and they're able to take a bye. So England get what they're after. Shoddy keeping from Alex Carey. 8 for 270 on the independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for crypto.
G'day, Glenn McGrath here. The Ashes are well and truly underway, and so no matter where you are or who you go for, you can help the thousands of families experiencing breast cancer by purchasing your very own virtual pink seat. You can buy one for yourself, for you and your mate, or for your entire family. Visit pinktest.com.au, buy your virtual pink seat, and help us make this the pinkest Ashes ever. Oh, and P.S. I've got mine.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians. And Alex Carey might have joined the walking wounded brigade there, Cat, as that ball rocketed into his thumb when he didn't take it. Nathan Lyon begins the fresh over. He delivers to Bairstow, who turns him away to mid-wicket, no run.
Yeah, look, it's no coincidence that the keepers are finding it tough here. And the SCG is one of the hardest grounds to do that.
Line quickly back into action with Bairstow on 108. Sweeps, he missed. They're up for LBW. He seemed to be struck outside the line.
And particularly this wicket, we've talked about the two-pace nature, the variable bounce. That makes it, whilst it's hard for the batsmen, it's just as hard for the keepers because distancing becomes difficult. The ball coming through becomes difficult because some come quickly, some come slower because of the difference in pace and bounce off the wicket.
Stifled shout from Lyon on the previous ball. He comes to Bairstow again and bowls, and Bairstow sweeps successfully in the air. It lands short of the deep square. Stark takes it on the first bounce, and he does take the run. 109 for Bairstow, 8 for 271.
Yeah, Johnny Bairstow there trying to heave that over deep square leg for 6. Didn't quite get as much of it as he wanted, and he played some beautiful shots like that yesterday. Slog sweep for 6. Some really powerful sweeps that went along the deck as well. Played a few reverse sweeps, so he's not afraid of facing Nathan Lyon, and I think he'll definitely try and attack him and then trust Stuart Broad here to get through, and then he'll try and take on the quicks at the other end.
He was prepared to take on the fielders yesterday, popped the ball directly over the head of Cam Green, so that was in the direction of Stark. So less than he wanted for a 6, but less than it might have been to spoon it straight down the fielder's throat. Stuart Broad takes his instructions from Johnny Bairstow. He's got 3 balls to face from Nathan Lyon. 8 for 271. Lyon's around the wicket bowls, and Broad's on the paddle sweep. Tucks it around the corner. They go quickly, even though there's a short, fine leg. Throw goes to the non-strikers end, but Broad was well home. 8 for 272.
Yeah, nicely lapped there by Stuart Broad. He likes to play that shot. Figured out that he could probably get it fine enough to get a sweep. Get one run off the sweep shot.
Steve Smith was again on the move as soon as Broad put the knee down to sweep. He'll fly out of first slip and see if he might have been there at leg slip. Lyon bowls to Bairstow, who's back and tucking the ball to mid-wicket. There's no run to be had as Warner tumbles across the field. 1 to come in the over. Bairstow to see it.
Yeah, there's just a change in the field now. They're worried about Bairstow keeping the strike, so they're just moving Steve Smith out of first slip. The backward point has come up as well for that reverse sweep that he's played, and now Labuschagne moves into square leg, so he can't just butt it in there with the spin to get off strike.
Yeah, so 2 up and 2 back. Almost fielder behind fielder in those 2 positions. Line over the wicket. Bairstow looking for a single, which he won't be able to get as he misses the ball and thuds off the thigh pad. 8 for 272, the independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for crypto.
Has your business put cleaning standards to the test? There's no job too big for Laurenex Cleaning. With world-class environmental products, services and staff, Laurenex Cleaning are your locally owned and operated industry leaders, keeping South Australia safe and clean. Laurenex Cleaning. Google them today.
From AFL to NRL, A-League to horse racing. For all the big moments, expert commentary and the latest breaking news, when it happens in sport, SEN has you covered. Find your channel on the SEN app today.
Our experts for Anaconda. Play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. A wicket has fallen today. Leach caught Cummins, bowled Lyon for 10. Johnny Bairstow continues on, 8 for 272. Chris Rogers joins Simon Katich. Welcome back, Buck.
Hello, Gerard. Hello, Kat. Morning, Buck.
Bairstow denied the run at the end of the over, so the Australian quicks, Scotty Boland, has been tossed the ball, knowing that the new ball is 5 overs away. He'll get a ping at Stuart Broad. And all eyes to Boland, who said in his pre-match interview on Channel 7 that he wouldn't do any further damage. He's in and bowling to Broad, who is drawn to play and left to miss into the gloves of Carey.
Yeah, just a little bit of a way movement there off a good length from Scott Boland. Had Stuart Broad just sparring at that one. He was lucky he didn't get a little nick on it. He wasn't far away.
12 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 25. Scott Boland yesterday. He's around the wicket bowling to Broad, who pulls in the air out into the deep, but will land safely at mid-wicket, being pursued by Harris, who overhauls it a couple of steps in from the boundary. 2 for Broads. The deficit eroded further, 8 for 274.
Boland just looks a little cautious, I think, with his bowling action there. It didn't look like he really extended himself in his follow-through. Curious why they don't have a deep square leg for Broad. He's going to try and pick up anything that's angled in towards the stumps.
Boland in again, delivers. Broad, big swipe across the line on the pull shot. Makes no contact. He's 130.2 on the radar.
Yeah, that square leg buck is going out as we speak. Gets Marcus Harris. Well, if he's good enough Broad here, he can just try and get in line with it. Let the ball hit the bat and run towards the square leg umpire with an easy one. That means he's got to get into line though.
2 slips in the gully, 2 deep on the leg side. Boland delivers. Broad trying again, swinging himself off balance as he goes across the line. Misses.
You've got to question some of the batting that's down the other end here from England. You've got a guy on 109 doing it pretty easily, and then, that slog sweep from Jack Leach, I know Jack Leach. It's not his go at all. I don't understand. Unless England have sent out some tactics that they want to get on with it. But I think that would play into Australia's hands.
Yes. Time and runs are everything. Boland delivers inside edge, past the woodwork, down to fine leg from Broad. He raced through for 1 and came back for the second. Broad is 5, 8 for 276.
You'd think the directive to Jack Leach would have been do what you did at Headingley with Ben Stokes in this situation, wouldn't you, Buck? Well, I think he caught it. He got a bit kitty, but you've got to be better than that. It's Test cricket. You're kind of up against it on day 4. It's not really the time or the place to be playing a slog sweep, you think, like that if you're a number 9 batter.
Last ball of Boland's over. He pitches up and he's clouted over mid-on. Didn't get all of it, Broad, and it pitches and slows up as Cummins gets there to overhaul it. They took 2. So Bairstow will have the strike. Broad gets 6 from the over. 8 for 278 on the independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for crypto.
This NFL season, stream every single game live in HD on NFL Game Pass, including the playoffs and Super Bowl 56. Catch every touchdown, every game day with NFL Red Zone, exclusively on NFL Game Pass. Plus condensed games in 40, highlights, and more. NFL Game Pass is your 24/7 all-access pass to the NFL, live and on demand. NFL Game Pass, a must for every American football fan. Visit NFLGamePass.com.
And trailing by 138 runs, 8 for 278. Johnny Bairstow will have the strike. He's 109. Stuart Broad is on 7. SEN Test Cricket is for Host Plus. That's a plus. Simon Katich and Chris Rogers in the chair as Australia zeroes in on the new ball, which will be 4 overs away.
Sorry, Duke. Buck, what did you enjoy about Bairstow's knock yesterday? I liked the fact that after lunch, him and Stokes came out and were busy. That they were up against it, but they kind of decided.
Line over the wicket, starts the over. Bairstow reverse sweeps. He pounds it out into the deep, and he sent Boland the wrong way. He was heading off left, but the ball was right. Boland has to slide to stop the boundary, which he does. They race back for a third. Bairstow to 112, 8 for 281.
I think he gave Australia a bit of their own medicine there because he was the one on the boundary who kept going the wrong way in the first innings. But I just like the way they decided they couldn't stand still and just try and defend. They had to, take some risks, take some calculated gambles and play it. And he jumped on the back of Ben Stokes, I thought, really well. And then when Stokes got out, he took the mantle
Line around the wicket to Broad, who defends and is able to take a run to point. Stark Fields threatens to throw it in, but the batsmen were well home, 8 for 282.
Yeah, I agree. I loved how he attacked Nathan Lyon as well. He's a magnificent ball striker, Johnny Bairstow, and we see it a lot in white ball cricket for England. He's arguably one of their best ever white ball players, given how heavily he's scored in that format, whether it's ODIs or T20s in the last 4 or 5 years. But yeah, the way he backed himself in to clear the fence as well, just put Nathan Lyon under the pump.
He did get some tap yesterday, Lyon. He's in his 16th over, 2 for 81. He bowls to Bairstow, who sweeps him across the ground out to deep square. He does take the run. He's to 113, 8 for 283.
Yeah, Bairstow has 3,500 runs in 48 in one-day cricket, 11 centuries in 89 games, a strike rate of 105.
7th Test century last night. Stuart Broad made him take the run there. Bairstow did call, no, you would have heard. And Broad went, no, we're going. And just kept running towards him. Broad defends. That's his responsibility. Adam Collins for Robot Building Supplies. Robot's got it. This was for you, Kat. We've just got into a conversation about Leach, and he got out. Dave from Hamilton Googled Leach's bat, and he's M&H poster boy for their bats. He's using the original, 565 pounds. Line bowls. Broad tried to sweep. He missed. Love the retro stickers or brands used by some international batters and the BBL ring-ins.
Yeah, they were beautiful because they were handcrafted bats by Julian Millichamp before Puma ended up buying them out, I think. And they were a beautiful bat, and a lot of players used to love using them.
0433 98 11 16 to correspond with us, as you have been doing right across the summer for Tyre Power big holiday sale. Broad faces the last ball of the over. He paddle sweeps just over the top of the short leg and down into the deep where Boland does the fielding. It was a moment of confusion as Broad was going to come back for a second, but back he goes. 8 for 284, independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for crypto. Hutto's coming in.
Having a top performer on your side? That's a plus. Host Plus, an industry super fund.
General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD available at hostplus.com.au for your objectives, financial situation and needs, which are not accounted for in this information.
Toyota's been driving off-road in Australia for over 50 years, so they designed the Fortuner with a powerful turbo diesel engine, stylish interior and 7 spacious seats to get you through tough conditions in comfort. Test drive the Toyota Fortuner at your local Toyota dealer.
SEN Test cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. And Scott Boland prepares to bowl a new over. Morning, Buck. Morning, Cam.
Morning, Hutto.
Morning, Doc. 8 for 284. You thought you'd bring that back, did you? You weren't happy yesterday with me, were you?
Not really. No, you waited till I walked out of the
I didn't wait.
studio.
One of our listeners sent Gerard a message, and you happened to a changeover that maybe you overcomplicate things at times, and I just read it out when I got on air. The fact that you're in your car listening and not in the studio to answer back. Boland starts and it's swipe. He's got hold of that Broad. It's down to long off. It bounces once, it bounces twice, and into the boundary for 4. 8 for 288. Before we get back to that, could the mentality here be that they have to make runs while the old ball, before the new ball has changed? That's the only thing I can think of.
Yeah, I think they saw what happened with the first new ball. So let's get them before they get us, and I guess that's fair enough.
He just had to double check he was going to make the boundary on that occasion. He's gone to 13 from 12 balls, 8 for 288. Boland follows him that time, and he was thinking of scrambling off for a run. Boland tried to show his soccer skills. He missed.
Just before we go, the Millichamp and Hall factory cat is actually on the grounds at Somerset Cricket Club at Taunton. So it's where the pavilion is actually right behind it. So hence why a lot of the Somerset guys use Millichamp and Hall. And is Julian still making the bats? I don't think he is, no. I could be wrong, but and I don't think they're a part of Puma anymore either.
Broad is 13, Bairstow 113. Boland is bowling full and toe into the bat, but he's got a fair bit of it. went to mid-on again. He had a big swing straight to Cummins.
He's got to get the ball up here above shoulder height for one of those fielders out on the leg side. Yeah, it might go for 6. But if he can get a false shot, pretty sure Stuart Broad's going to pop it up in the air.
What about a catch it over the keeper, just off for that top edge? Because it seems like a lot of tail enders get that perfected, that shot.
Foxtel 4K4s. There's been a few already for Foxtel, for the love of cricket. Broad might have one in mind here. Boland, short of a length again. He swings. It's got the bottom edge and races down to fine leg. It's only for 1, and it's 8 for 289. It's like the old backstop in junior cricket, but as a catching position.
Well, the thing is, when you know you're going short to someone, and you see this a lot particularly when players come around the wicket to pepper someone, you actually can have a set field because there's only a certain amount of areas the ball can go in.
Yep.
Because of the height it's coming at, and on this occasion, Stuart Broad's backing away, so I don't know if he's really looking to hit the ball to probably cover or mid off. He might get followed and end up spooning one up there, but maybe they only need one man there, and one of those guys can go behind the wicket on the offside for a top edge.
So they took the single, which means Bairstow has 2 balls here to decide whether he wants to try and keep strike at the other end, or he's happy to expose Broad and let him keep swinging for a little while. 2.2 overs until the second new ball. Boland looking a little frustrated. This is a run out for him at the moment. He bowls to Bairstow, he nibbles, he enters, he's caught, and Boland didn't have to wait too long after all. And the magnificent innings from Johnny Bairstow comes to an end a little lamely as he nibbled at one outside the off stump from Scott Boland, and it went through to keeper. Certainly a bit of bounce for him there as well. Carey took the catch, and Boland strikes early in the day. England now 9 for 289, and Bairstow's 158-run innings is complete and being widely acknowledged as helmet and bat raised, and he's pointing it to all parts of the ground as he leaves.
Yeah, fantastic knock from Johnny Bairstow. He's disappointed with the end. We just wanted to run that down to third man, but overall it was a magnificent knock. He thoroughly deserves the applause he's got from the SCG members there and his teammates. He's put England back in the fight with a spirited performance, and Scott Boland picks up his third now. And the last man comes out, James Anderson. What can he and Stuart Broad do now?
He's gone almost 10 overs without a wicket, Scott Boland, so it was getting into unusual territory for him.
Yeah, just a little bit too cute. You get a bit of an awkward situation there where you got 2 balls left to go on the over. That there's a bit of a ring field, so you're trying to kind of manipulate the ball into a gap. And then as Kat said, just trying to run that down to third man, and in the end, just a little bit too cute with it. Only managed an outside edge.
113 from 158 deliveries, 8 boundaries, 3 sixes.
Yeah, you can see he was annoyed with himself as he left. Stuart Broad went and gave him a bit of a pump up and a little pat as he left the field. For Host Plus, SEN Test Cricket, the industry, super fun for all Australians. So we might actually get the second new ball after all here. Jimmy Anderson coming in.
Yeah, I think England are hoping that there is no second new ball, particularly these two batters. They've got no interest, I reckon, in facing Pat Cummins.
By the time here's the last ball of the over, and he gets in behind this Anderson and defends up on the offside to the Boland delivery. He has the figures of 3 for 36, independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for crypto, 9 for 289.
Get the power of safer tyres before you go on holidays. A road safety message from Tyre Power.
Having out-of-balance tyres causes uneven tread wear and an uncomfortable ride. You'll also cop excess wear on your suspension and other parts of your vehicle. If you experience severe vibration while driving, especially highway speeds, get your tyres dynamically balanced at your local Tyre Power store straight away.
Get the power of expert advice. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent. Tyre Power.
New over about the start. Cat the lead, 127 for Australia. So where do you think things are poised?
Well, I think England will be happy with the fact that they've been able to recover from 4 for 36 yesterday. So it's a good effort from that perspective. But if they can chip this away and get it down to a 100-run lead, then they'll be pretty happy with that.
Or you wouldn't think he'll hold back here. It's a wide, short one from line. He chased it, but again, got low on the bat, didn't time it at all.
I think that's good bowling. Just hang it out there.
Yep.
Really, Stuart Broad just wants one in his arc. He can try and almost go over mid-on.
Line bowls wide of the crease. Again, tantalising, and Broad thinking about it, but deciding not to offer.
He's just going to make Broad try and drag that
surely
across the line.
Surely you'll go now. 1.4 overs to the second new ball. Jimmy Anderson at the other end. Line bowls and an uppish drive, but he's played it well and controlled. They've offered him the single, which he's taken. Down to long off and Broad up to 15. Anderson yet to score, and it's 9 for 290.
Australia have only had to take the second new ball once in this innings in the first innings. That was at Adelaide, where England batted for 84.1 overs. So this is their second longest first innings in the series.
It's amazing how quickly they've scored as well.
Yeah, it is.
During the start they've had.
How long they went without a run at one stage. Line bowls again, allowed to pass. 71 balls, I think, was it? And how quickly Bairstow went after that, almost a run of ball once he got going. That one allowed to pass by Anderson. One ready to come at him again. He bowls from under the crease. Reverse, if you don't mind, from Jimmy Anderson for 4. Oh, enjoy that.
To be fair, that's his shot, actually. He likes playing that reverse sweep. Playing with the spin, I think that's probably his most likely chance of hitting the boundary.
Now, let's see the response from Nathan Lyon. 9 for 294 now. Last ball of the over. Slipping a short leg. He goes again. And he misses. A little bit quicker from Nathan Lyon. End of the over. It's 9 for 294.
Toyota's been driving off-road in Australia for over 50 years, so they designed the Fortuner with a powerful turbo diesel engine, stylish interior and 7 spacious seats to get you through tough conditions in comfort. Test drive the Toyota Fortuner at your local Toyota dealer.
Having a top performer on your side? That's a plus. Host Plus, an industry super fund.
General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD available at hostplus.com.au and your objectives, financial situation and needs, which are not accounted for in this information.
One more over before the second new ball. You would expect a change in bowlers when that happens for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. Scott Boland up to 10 wickets now for the series, which puts him 4th with Mitchell Stark 15, Nathan Lyon 14, Pat Cummins 12, and Boland. So the first 4 are all Australians, and then Ollie Robinson still leading wicket taker for England with 9.
Is there a few on 9?
Yeah, as Anderson might have got to 9. Colo will give us those in a moment. Meantime, Scott Boland hunting for a 4th. And Broad swings. It's high in the air. They come from all directions. Carey says mine. And he takes the catch. Running with the flight. It hung for long enough. So we never got to the second new ball. Scott Boland gets another 4-fer. How easy is Test cricket? He has 11 for the series in 3 innings. And England are all out for 294, trailing by 122.
He's done that perfectly. Scotty Boland's just come up and cleaned up the tail. But it was almost inevitable that just the way Stuart Broad was backing away and just trying to heave towards the leg side. He just needed to miss-hit one. And there was fielders everywhere for that. I'm pretty sure England are not too disappointed, or at least the tale isn't, that they don't have to face that second new ball. It'll be interesting to see how Australia plays this with the rain expected later today. Do they come out now and gamble and be aggressive, or do you play it as if, well, you can't control the rain, you don't know if it's going to come or not, and just bat normally? So I suspect Davey Warner will come out with some really good intent.
He doesn't have to change too much, does he?
No. and they'll try to get themselves into the innings a little bit before they'll make a decision about which way they want to go.
All right, well, very shortly we'll get things underway. It's the innings break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. So the Independent Reserve scoreboard, choose Independent Reserve for crypto. The men out today, Jack Leach, Court Cummins, bowled line for 10. And then the score at that stage was 8 for 266. And then Johnny Bairstow, Court Carey, bowled bowling for 113 from 158 deliveries. 8 fours and 3 sixes in his innings. At that stage, England 9 for 289. And the last man to fall, Stuart Broad, all out for 294. Court Carey, bowled bowling for 15. Anderson 4 not out. Cummins 20 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 68. Stark 16 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 56. Boland 14.1 overs, 6 maidens, 4 for 36. Cam Green 9 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 24. Nathan Lyons 17 overs, no maidens, 2 for 88. And Marnus Labuschagne 3 overs for 7. It's time for a break, and then we'll see Australia bat again in just a moment.
G'day, Greg Rust here. Before you go away on your long-deserved holiday, get your 4B kitted out with the Bendix Ultimate 4-Wheel Drive Brake Upgrade Kit with advanced brake pads and rotors, braided lines and lots more. It's the ultimate brake upgrade for the latest 4x4 vehicles like the Ranger and Hilux. When you've loaded up all the gear in your 4-wheel drive or you're towing your caravan, make sure your brakes are up to the job with the Bendix Ultimate 4-Wheel Drive Brake Upgrade Kit. Bendix, put your foot down with confidence.
Toyota's been driving off-road in Australia for over 50 years. So when designing the Fortuner, they built it with a powerful turbo diesel engine to get you through the toughest conditions. And even gave it a stylish interior and 7 spacious seats to keep you comfy whether you're off-road or on one. Visit your local Toyota dealer to book a test drive of the adventurous Toyota Fortuner. Oh, what a feeling, Toyota.
Prefer Australian owned? Want to support local businesses? Believe in community spirit? Want a deal on your energy? Of course you do. So, should you switch to Lumo SA? Of course you should. We're 100% Australian owned with a rewards program full of local finds. We're actively helping communities and offering amazing energy deals to boot. Call 131 5866 or search Lumo. SA residential customers only. Lumo Energy SA not available in all areas. Eligibility criteria and conditions apply. See website for details.
COVID-19 vaccination boosters have now been approved for everyone 18 years and older. A booster dose increases your protection against becoming very sick or dying from COVID-19. Boosters are available through your GP, pharmacist or other healthcare professional. Help keep yourself, loved ones and your community protected. Book your booster at australia.gov.au. Authorised by the Australian...
Ashes ever. Oh, and P.S. I've got mine.
Remember this?
There is nothing like a crown. Oh, pick it up and put it down.
They're right. There is nothing like a Crown. For the best range of new second-hand and rental forklifts. For the best parts and service on all makes and models. And for unique and innovative technology. Guaranteed reliability and superior quality. Crown, the forklift experts. Check them out at crown.com or call 131 604. No risk, no worries.
Toyota's been driving off-road in Australia for over 50 years, so they designed the Fortuner with a powerful turbo diesel engine, stylish interior and 7 spacious seats to get you through tough conditions in comfort. Test drive the Toyota Fortuner at your local Toyota dealer.
Having a top performer on your side? That's a plus. Host Plus, an industry super fund.
General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD available at hostplus.com.au and your objectives, financial situation and needs, which are not accounted for in this information.
Flying around the wicket bowls and Leach across the line, top edge, flies in the air, Cummins underneath, takes the catch, and mid-on. Jack Leach perishes for 10. Nathan Lyon gets his second wicket. Boland starts and it's swipe. He's got hold of that broad. It's down to long off. It bounces once, it bounces twice. And into the boundary for 4. Boland looking a little frustrated. This is a run it out for him at the moment. He bowls to Bairstow. He nibbles. He enters. He's caught. And Boland didn't have to wait too long after all. And the magnificent innings from Johnny Bairstow comes to an end. Scott Boland hunting for a 4th. And Broad swings. It's high in the air. They come from all directions. Carey says fine. And he takes the catch. Running with the flight. And England are all out for 294. Trailing by 122. SEN Test Cricket. It's the innings break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. And, of course, the coverage brought to you by Henley. Everyday advantage. We don't hide our prices. We're about to see Australia bat for a second time. Scott Boland, the figures of 4 for 36 coming in to mop up the tail. Chris Rogers, what do we think here will be Australia's approach? And what did you think of England's approach this morning as they went for quick runs and as a result got some quick wickets for them?
Oh, I think you were completely spot on, Huddo, that England probably felt their best plan of attack was to try and get as many runs as they can before the second new ball. And that's why we saw some rather risky shots from the England tail in particular. I mean, the Jack Leach slog sweep, that's probably quite out of character. And then Stuart Broad just looked like he could have been out at any moment. And, yeah, they just want to get as many as they can and then go out and do a job with the ball and probably hope that rain intervenes a bit just to take some time out of this game. I mean, their one hope is that Australia set a target that's actually gettable, just because the shortened amount of overs left, whether Australia feel they have to almost keep England in the game to keep them playing shots. I'm not sure that that's going to be the case, but that would be what England are hoping for.
So were they thinking they could win the game somehow by doing what they did, or?
Well, they would. They would be hoping that rain just comes and knocks out a fair bit of today's play
to make it harder for Australia.
Yeah, and then Australia are a little bit in an awkward situation just because, they kind of set 250, 300 or whatever, and then give England a target, or do they actually go further, get a whatever they need, 350 in front, make England chase something over 5 and over, and then just attack. So, I mean, it's hard to know. We don't know what's going to happen with the weather.
So Ollie Pope, as we mentioned, has taken the gloves for this innings. And check whether it Colo how much keeping he's done in the past. He was, I think, on the New Zealand tour. Did he actually end up keeping wickets on that tour?
He did. He kept in the Hamilton Test match, so that would have been the end of 2019. But he did keep for England all the way through junior ranks and was seen as a wicket-keeper batsman until he took over as a full-time batter at Surrey. Well, and one more stat on Boland before we move off this, by the way. He's taken 11 Test wickets now at 8.27. In this series, he's bowled 31 overs. By comparison, Jimmy Anderson, the most prolific seamer of all time, has taken 8 wickets in 92 overs, 3 times as many for 3 fewer wickets. Remarkable.
It is incredible, isn't it?
Yeah, what a start to his career he's had, and being honest, the pitches have suited him as well. That they've been little nibblers. That he's been incredible with his line and length and his skill. The ability just to get the ball to move both ways. I mean, that just makes it very, very difficult for batters. They don't get a lot of free hits almost, you know, to wide balls that they can throw their hands through. With everything seems to be that they have to kind of play with a vertical back towards the bowler, and from there the sideward movements is just bringing bowling into the game. But it's all well and good having pitches that suit you, but you've got to execute. He's been absolutely fantastic.
So the two Australian openers are out on the SCG under bright sunshine for now. I know you've got a saying for it, Buck, about a beautiful sunny day that you said to us off air early.
It's cracking flags.
Cracking flags. Now, I've actually...
Hollow knows what I mean.
Well, I've actually... Do you know where it comes from? That's what I want to know.
It comes from county cricket.
Yeah. No, that's not the answer I'm looking for.
You tell me, Doc.
Well, it refers to hot weather, obviously. The flags in question are not the flapping variety, but rather flagstones, i.e. paving slabs or stones. The implication is that the heat from the sun is hot enough to crack the stone. Did you know that?
I did not know that. Don't like that reason either.
Because I asked you off air and you went, because the flags are flapping and it's nice. Anyway, the flags are flapping and it's nice at the SCG. It's cracking flags. It's good weather for now. Australia about to start its second innings. This session for Raydell, the brand of choice for Mitchell Starc and Elisa Healy. Jimmy Anderson, Marcus Harris. That's on the off stump, the thickest of edge that dollied into the gap between gully and second slip and down to the boundary for 4.
Why wouldn't you have a third slip? It's Jimmy Anderson.
And you actually groaned before he bowled that ball because you were seeing that.
Well,
would third slip have taken that?
Marcus Harris, he can cover drive, and when he's playing well, he cover drives. But early on in his innings, it's almost a shot you quite like him to play, I guess.
Yeah. He did chase it. It's none for 4. He picked up a boundary. Anderson tied it to the stumps this time. He turns to mid-wicket.
A player's on 0. It's not like he's 15. He's got himself in. He's played a couple of shots. It's first ball. I just think they've got some of these tactics so wrong all the way throughout. They just haven't matched up their field settings with what the batters are doing.
Ben Stokes is fielding at second slip rather than Crawley because of his injury, I suspect. Anderson around the wicket. Harris shuffles across and lets it go.
I know it's been a bit of a national pastime to bash Joe Root's captaincy, but there probably needs to be a little bit of an in-depth look at what he's done. I just even thought in the first innings, it just feels like there's a lack of imagination there at times. It's almost, we'll pitch up, try and get a nick, and then when that doesn't work, we'll bowl bounces.
Anderson closer to the umpire. That one really swerved away, swinging through the air, particularly after it pitched, and maybe off the seam as well. Plenty of movement, but so wide, Harris didn't even think about playing.
And there's plenty of other options you have. Put some funky fields in, try some different lines of attack.
Bit of correspondence on Scott Boland and also the weather, which I'll share with you in a moment. Harris is 4. Warner yet to score. Anderson bowls Fuller, and a very solid, compact defence from Harris. With Stuart Clark's figures similar at the start of his career, was fairly handy from memory. That's Jeremy from Cecil Plains. Colo's got his hand up.
He took 20 at 16 in his first series in South Africa in 2006.
Right on the
just
job.
under 16.
And those numbers for Robot Building Supplies. Robot's got it. Dan says if Jimmy Anderson was bowling for the English batsman, he'd have 25 wickets in that time. Mightn't be far off the mark. Anderson bowls, and through it goes to Pope, who takes it cleanly down low. So he's done okay in the first over. It's none for 4 on the Independent Reserve scoreboard. Choose Independent Reserve for crypto.
Nothing says Aussie summer like listening to the cricket with an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew. A quintessential classic, craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe, which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
SEN Test cricket. Henley everyday advantage. We don't hide our prices. Warner to face his first ball from Broad. So this duel will continue after he claimed him in the first innings. 35-year-old. Headband in position. Tightens the tie strings around the whites. Gets ready to come straight around the wicket. We have a third slip. Crawley a little wider too because he's a tall man and perhaps can cover all that area. Stuart Broad delivers from wide of the crease and Warner drives handsomely. It's knocked down in the covers. And the ball in the end is go back, which he does. He retreats. So he got him driving, if that's what he's trying to do here.
Yeah, I just think that's a little bit of a sign to come from Davey Warner. He looking busy, even first ball. Happy to get forward, try and punch one through the covers.
Gets himself position. Broad bowls. Oh, and that was tailing, and you heard the sounds from the Englishman as that was mighty close to the off stump, but a good lead as it turned out.
Now behind, let's stop.
Just what he does, Stuart Broad. He a lot of times he bowls that kind of cross seam or angled seam ball that it looks like it's going to swing away if you're a left-handed batter, but he almost runs his fingers down the left side of the ball like a leg cutter and it comes back towards you.
He's coming at him now, Broad. And that's a good one. He played and missed. It was very close to the off stump, squared up a little bit. And he's now starting to trouble David Warner. Picked him up for 30 in the first innings. And we know the history from the last series.
And then he bowls that ball with the seam up, angling towards a first slip and gets it to seam away. So high-class bowling. Difficult as a batter. Which ball are you trying to line up?
Early points, but not the ultimate reward here for Broad. Fourth ball of his first over. And again, he felt compelled to play. Just dropped the hands at the last moment. Not sure when the ball had passed already by then. Starting to torment him a little bit here, Broad. What do you think with that one?
I think Davey just pulled his hand out of the way, but just incredible that he didn't play in that first test.
I know.
Just look at what's happening here.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just mind-boggling.
Lead is 126 for Australia. They're none for 4. Independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for Krypton. Stuart Broad. Can he get Warner again? It's fallen slightly to leg and whipped away to mid-wicket. Wood made a good save, diving on the edge of the wicket square, perhaps grazing his elbow. He kept Warner on strike.
Both the bowlers have come straight round the wicket here. Jimmy Anderson bowled predominantly over the wicket to the left-handed batters in the first innings. I thought it was the wrong line. I thought he should have been coming round. It's interesting to know why he has come round. Dismiss Harris from over the wicket, didn't he?
Broad bowls and tucks him up. He defends on the onside. He did, as he did in Melbourne. End of the over, it's none for 4 after 2. His first session for Radal, the brand of choice for Mitchell Stark and Elisa Healy. Kolo and Bharat coming in next.
Toyota's been driving off-road in Australia for over 50 years, so they designed the Fortuner with a powerful turbo diesel engine, stylish interior and 7 spacious seats to get you through tough conditions in comfort. Test drive the Toyota Fortuner at your local Toyota dealer.
Have you reserved your seats for the next Adelaide Strikers game yet?
Because this summer's biggest hits are at the Adelaide Oval.
Kids tickets from $10, plus fireworks in the sky.
Boom! For tickets and next match details, go to AdelaideStrikers.com.au.
First ball of the new over, spits out towards the boundary. Not far away from the catching man, Craig Overton, the sub fielder at the moment at square leg.
Anderson going around the wicket on the pull. Harris, as he did so well in the first innings, and Overton did get a finger to it as well. So a couple of half chances for England to start this second innings. A couple of false strokes.
False strokes, but I like the attitude from Marcus Harris. Caller. He looked very solid in that first innings before getting out, but he's come here, flashed at one very early on in the first over, and I thought he was in more control of that pull shot than what we are giving him credit for. It did fly past the ring finger of Craig Overton, big man.
So Anderson goes again after it. No, nearly goes again, but Marcus Harris pulls out. There's been something going on at the Ram weekend throughout the Test match in the aisle that runs alongside the side screen, that long off for a left-hander. Routinely, we've seen people walking down there, and when a bowler is coming from around the wicket, it's not been suitable. They have to fix that up before the next Test match here. Anderson around the wicket, bowls to Harris. Harris defending into the onside, no run. And that's not to say the side screen isn't big, but clearly the batters at that end, batting at the Paddington end, when a bowler's coming around the wicket, have a problem with that specific aisle.
Absolutely, and it's also that little area above the side screen. I think looks like a corporate box, and invariably it's been someone serving drinks who's been in the way, and of course they're doing their job.
I think it's the guys who have been walking down with drinks from the bar down there just above it. Here's Anderson again, 2 slips of gully, bowls to Harris, who steers off the back foot just towards point. There's no run on offer there. James Anderson, of course, playing in his 5th Test match at the SCG, picked up 1 for 54 from 30 the first time around. Got the wicket of Marcus Harris, who's on strike at the moment. Just when Khawaja spoke about the respect that he and the Australian team hold Anderson in, and they don't really bother trying to score off him. They acknowledge that he's going to go at 2 and over, and that's kind of that. We're seeing one of the Australian subfielders run on, or should I say the orange-vested substitutes to...
It's the bat. I think Marcus Harris might have done some damage to the bat. See, immediately...
Well, he hasn't given the bat over as yet.
Yeah, so... Short his bat. Yeah, you're right. Josh Inglis hasn't bought bat out. He's still checking the bat. I think we might have another substitute run in with a few bats for Harris.
Just watching back the replay of the previous delivery, so Harris played it off the stickers, and as soon as the ball came down, he's like, "There's something wrong with that."
Might have just
in the handle, maybe. So here come the bats. A selection to choose from, as always. So as we have this break in play, just acknowledging that Anderson, almost certainly his final day bowling here at the SCG in professional cricket. Of course, he turns 40 in July. It was where his one-day international career ended back in 2015 in that World Cup here against Afghanistan. He was turned into a one-format player thereafter, but enjoyed success here in 2011, taking 7 wickets in their victory here to win the series 3-1. And played here back in 06-07 as well. What a great career it's been. Anderson to the crease. Harris ready. Down the leg side, doesn't catch up with it. Ends up in the gloves of Ollie Pope, who's doing the wicket-keeping in this second innings. There was another good little fact that came up when he did pick up Harris's wicket on day 1 here, that Anderson has now taken Test wickets in 20 consecutive years. He's the first bowler to achieve that in the history of the sport. Of course, his debut was back in the English summer of 2003 against Zimbabwe, a 5-wicket haul at the first time of asking. He's still going strong, still leading this England attack. Around the wicket, bowls to Harris, and Harris hit on the pad, big shout. A little bit high, given not out by umpire Tucker. Anderson really liked it though. He wants to go through the process. Can he get Root to go upstairs? Hasiba Mead is who they've consulted on height. Yep. Upstairs we go.
To the umpire director, we have a player review for LBW. Original decision is not out. I can confirm it's a fair delivery. Can we go on a front on spin vision, please?
We'll get a first look at the replay here, Bharat Sundaresan. I'll get you to talk us through it. The third umpire, of course, is Paul Wilson this week.
Okay, roll it through. Okay, there's certainly no bat involved. No bat involved. So when ball tracking's ready, we can go straight to that, please, go.
So the bat is a long way from the ball. It struck him in line with about middle and leg on
ball
the crease,
coming out now.
Above
pitching
the
us
knee
an
roll.
off impact in line. Wickets is
height,
missing.
and it
You can
is
show
missing
the
on
original
basis
decision
of
right,
height.
not
So
out. To
England
let you
will
know
lose
you're on
the review,
screen.
not far away
Signal
from
now.
that leg bail. Bharat's called it spot on. It's some credit for me, Colo, because this is radio. Nobody would have seen my decision from the commentary box, but immediately as it struck him, I was signalling high. No, it just...
Of course, you are a first-grade umpire, so you are entitled to say these things.
No, it was where it struck him.
So England lose their review. Of course, 3 for each team in this series. Up to the crease, the finish is over. Australia none for 8. Harris leaves alone outside the off stump at none for 8. It will remain. Harris has all of the runs so far on the independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for crypto.
G'day, it's Merv Hughes here. After years of snoring like a train, the missus sent me for a CPAP Direct sleep test. I'm sleeping quiet and waking up refreshed.
If you like to get away, drop in to CPAP Direct to see the latest technology in travel CPAP machines and batteries, so you can snore no more on the road.
Find your local store at cpap.com.au.
Australia lead by 130. Adam Collins with you. Bharat Sundaresan with me for Anaconda. Play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Broad to Warner. What a contest over the years. He delivers around the wicket and Warner stays on 0, defending out into the offside. I mentioned club cricket a moment ago, of course, it being Saturday cricket around the country. Will Bukowski making his return to the Melbourne Ones today, taking on Kingston Hawthorn in an away game. However, there's no tosses yet because that game's been affected by rain. But we did hear from Will a couple of days ago addressing the media pack, saying that as far as he's concerned, he wants to go on that Pakistan trip in March.
Beautiful. It is here that he made his test debut. 12 months ago?
He hasn't played since, really.
Yeah. Actually, it was on this day.
Yeah, shoulder reconstruction that set him back. Broad to Warner, round the wicket, Paddington end, Broad drives, or should I say Warner drives, Broad stops it in his follow through. They still get through for a single. Just look at the pace of it. So Warner's off the mark with that single. Australia none for 9.
Much fuller this time from Stuart Broad. He would be slightly disappointed with himself there. You could see there on his knees. He would have wanted Warner on strike to that first over he bowled at him. But just coming back to Jimmy Anderson, Colo, every time I think about it, social media plays such a big role in sports coverage these days. Someday someone needs to go back and retrospectively tweet about Jimmy Anderson's first 7 years in international cricket before Twitter came into being.
Yes, that's right. It does timestamp it somewhat, doesn't it? That he was around for, I suppose, a third of his career before the instant feedback that Twitter provides, for better or worse most of the time. Here's Broad bowling for Harris, who's leaving alone outside the off stump. Close though, good angle there from Broad, trying to bring him forward to drive.
Especially those early hairstyles and the funky things he used to do with his hair, the change in bowling action. There's so much that could have been tweeted about.
Yes, the red scump through the hair early on, not too dissimilar to Kevin Peterson. That World Cup performance against Pakistan in 2003, when he bowled pretty much the spell of that tournament as a 20-year-old. After bursting onto the scene in Australia in the previous summer, playing one-day cricket for England in 2003. Here's Broad again around the wicket. Harris doesn't play. Down the leg side. Doesn't catch up with it. Although Ollie Pope thought he might have. It was half an appeal from the wicketkeeper, but Broad wasn't that interested. And if Broad's not that interested, then there's a fairly strong chance that Joe Root won't be reviewing.
Yeah, and I think that was just Ollie Pope very pleased with himself for that take. It was a nice take down the leg side. He hasn't been tested much in 3.5 overs we've seen so far. Got a little bit of his thigh pad, I think.
All thigh pad there. But yes, Anderson went. I mean, he was 12th man for a number of the 2005 Test matches. We go back and remember, of course, Harmison leading that attack. Simon Jones, a brief, exquisite career before injury got in the way. Matthew Hoggard, of course, Andrew Flintoff. Yep. Anderson had been there, but had lost his spot. They were trying to remodel his action at that point, weren't they? They thought his head dipped away too far. And you look at him now, he bowls identically the way he did 20 years ago. Broad now over the wicket, well outside the off stump. Harris, who leaves alone through to the gloves of Pope.
First ball from over the wicket from Broad, just losing his radar. And imagine the number of careers that have started and ended after Jimmy Anderson. When he was talking about Jimmy Anderson being substitute during the 2005 Ashes, my thoughts went to Mitchell Johnson being the substitute for a lot of the 2006-7 Ashes. He makes his debut after that, has this great career,
retires, 7 years later, Jimmy Anderson is still playing.
That's a great point. And Johnson had enough time to take 300 test wickets. An all-time great. Broad to finish his over. Paddington end bowls and Harris squared up. It spits out towards Hasiba Mead at that good point, albeit along the ground. End of 4 overs. Australia lead by 131 runs on the independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for crypto, then none for 9.
Having a top performer on your side? That's a plus. Host Plus, an industry super fund.
General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD available at hostplus.com.au and your objectives, financial situation and needs, which are not accounted for in this information.
Has your business put cleaning standards to the test? There's no job too big for Laurenex Cleaning. With world-class environmental products, services and staff, Laurenex Cleaning are your locally owned and operated industry leaders, keeping South Australia safe and clean. Laurenex Cleaning. Google them today.
Looking up at the WinViz reading you get around this stage of a test match. The draw at 60, Australia at 37, and England at 3 for what it is worth. Thanks to CricViz for that. Around the wicket, Anderson on the way here. Bowling to Warner on 1. Warner leaves alone on length. 2 slips of gully in position. A fairly conventional Jimmy Anderson field. Yes, you look at his bowling average, Anderson, and the way that it ballooned at different points early on. The fact that it now sits at 26 and spin, he didn't get it under 30 until 2015, which is a bit of a reminder that there was a long time when he was effective at times, but didn't have that kind of consistency series on series. 2 slips of gully in weight. Anderson bowls and Warner comes forward in defence. But much as it was with Richard Hadley, since turning 30, he's played his best cricket, which is why he continues to say that he wants to play deep into his 40s.
Yeah, it's almost like he discovered his best self after he turned 35. And you see him now, and it's not just that he rocks up for these test matches and bowls Colo. I mean, he spends the same amount of time he's always spent in training, bowls long spells in the nets.
Anderson again to the crease here, delivers to Warner, who plays with soft hands out towards the gully when Zach Crawley does the fielding, no run.
First time I saw Jimmy Anderson live was at the Wankhede in 2006, when in a series where he was just feeling his way in. It's a famous win for England. Johnny Cash got a run there.
Elaborate on that.
Now, Andrew Flintoff was captain, and we'll come to it after this delivery.
So it's Anderson to Warner on 1. Australian under 9 bowls here. Warner out of the block hole driving towards mid-off. I think it had a single, but Warner calls the whole thing off, and rightly so. There was no single on offer.
Yeah, and England had by then lost the series, if I'm not mistaken, and they came out inspired in that second innings where India needed 300 odd to win 313. They bowled them out for 100. Monty Panesar dropped a catch in the first innings. He made up for it, and Andrew Flintoff said that they'd played Ring of Fire throughout the lunch break before they came out.
Anderson close to the stumps and over the top of Warner's middle stump, shouldering arms.
It's called the Ring of Fire Wankhede Test.
Did not know that.
And Jimmy Anderson got Sachin Tendulkar out with a beauty in the first innings.
Yeah, it's Anderson. It's Tendulkar who Anderson dismissed more than anyone in Test cricket, if I recall correctly. Yeah. So 5 dot balls in this over. Anderson having created a couple of near half chances already, trying to get himself in the book again. Finishing to Warner, close to the stumps. Warner plays into the onside off the front foot. No is the call again. The maiden is complete. The independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for crypto. Australia leading by 131. They're none for 9.
SEN is your home for sport across the weekend. And it's thanks to the all-new Land Rover Defender. Test drive the Defender today at Solitaire Land Rover Hawthorn. And now, back to the sport on SEN.
You haven't seen garage doors like this before. Smarter, quieter, safer. Beautifully refined custom finishes with endless possibilities. 4D Doors. Garage doors redefined. Discover more at 4ddoors.com.au.
The first change for England from the Paddington end is going to be Mark Wood. The bowling changes for Bundaberg, Ginger Beer. Wood, the first time around, bowled 26 overs and took 1 for 76, but bowled better than that. Bowled quickly, created chances, and of course found the outside edge of Marnus Labuschagne.
It's been a big tour for Mark Wood. So much talk always around him and his body. How long will it last? How many test matches can he play?
He sprints away from us. Arrives at the crease here. Round the wicket to Harris. Get big on him. Takes the shoulder of the bat. Plays with soft hands down towards gully. Nicely handled in the end. But that volatility we've seen, especially from the Paddington end, remains in the surface.
Yeah, it was interesting this morning where Johnny Bairstow actually literally was on his knees and just studying that part of the pitch as they were rolling it. That's where the ball bounced off and smashed into his thumb in the first innings. And that was nicely played by Harris. Didn't take his eyes off the ball at all.
Just prompts cover to come in a couple of steps as well. Wood turns and runs. And runs and runs and runs and bowls. Here at Harris off the hip, gets him round the corner, down towards the long leg. A single in front of the trumper stand. Harris to 9. Australia none for 10.
And so far, the only test that Mark Wood did not play, Collar, was when they left him out. It wasn't anything to do with him. And I think he's had a really important series, even if he might not have got too many wickets. At some level, he's led this attack as well.
Yeah, and the numbers won't reflect that. But I think his reputation has been enhanced through the 3 test matches that he's played. Just yet to get a bag. Picked up Labuschagne twice in the space of 10 balls since Labuschagne's gone to number 1 in the ICC rankings. Delivering here. Waynon's the call as he pushes to James Anderson a bit off. Almost faced 15 deliveries now for just a single. They lead by 132.
Just on Ollie Pope keeping the Collar, I'm amazed that they waited till 2017 to bring that rule into place where the substitute can keep.
Yes, in a way, I lament that because there was a rich tradition of wicket keepers who weren't meant to be wicket keeping.
Yeah, that's true though.
You think of David Boone occasionally doing the job when Ian Healy was unavailable for whatever reason. Of course, those wonderful shots of Philip Hughes keeping in a test match in the UAE in 2014. Here's Mark Wood, staying around the wicket, delivers to Warner, riding the bounce and getting it through the gap, just in front of point. Out towards the Brawongle stand, they'll take a couple. Collected by Hasiba Mead. How many times have we said that through the course of the series? Warner to 3, Australia none for 12, the lead 1-3-4. But yes, now since 2017 when the ICC changed the playing condition, and you can be a substitute fielder wicketkeeper. You don't have to be in the game. Thus why Ollie Pope, who was dropped after the second test, is playing a role today. Presumably will do likewise next week with Butler's injury, with Bairstow's injury, the 2 wicket keepers England have in the squad at the moment. Ben Foakes, of course, having returned home with the Lions a month ago or so. Wood now over the wicket to David Warner. 2 slips the gully, change of direction. No run again's the call, pushing to Anderson a bit off. The other option, of course, and we'll dig into this a little bit with Michael Atherton when he joins us shortly, is that Sam Billings has joined the England Test squad. He's also kept at international level, albeit with the white ball, not the red ball, so a very different job description, but still a wicket-keeper they do have now in the squad if they want to go in that direction. Billings was set to go to the Caribbean with England's 50 and 20 over teams, but at the last possible moment they said, no, you'll stay put. You're going to be going to Hobart next week instead, so he's in isolation at the moment before joining the team. Wood to finish his first over, while Mr. Warner over the wicket. Warner edging and taken straight into the gloves of Pope. Warner's gone for 3. Mark Wood gets a breakthrough in his first over. Australia 1 for 12. Fine piece of bowling.
Wide of the crease this time. This is what makes him so difficult to face. He uses the crease beautifully. Not too wide, just slightly wide. As a result, the angle got slightly more accentuated and coaxed Warner into playing at that. Warner had no other option. Very disappointed with himself. We were talking about him not getting that bag. Mark Wood so far, Collar, despite being very impressive, maybe this is the start of something.
Well, if Australia want to put the foot down and make quick runs, a big part of that would have been David Warner, but having faced 18 deliveries, he's caught behind from the substitute wicketkeeper Pope. Mark Wood gets himself into the book. Australia lead by 134 on the independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for crypto. They're 1 for 12.
Nothing says Aussie summer like listening to the cricket with an ice cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Bundaberg Ginger Beer is a true blue brew. A quintessential classic, craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe, which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
SEN Test Cricket, the first session for Adel, the branded choice for Mitchell Stark and Elisa Healy. Adam Collins, Bharat Sundaresan, and shortly Michael Atherton, our experts for Anaconda. Play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Good morning, Mike Atherton, and as you make your way into the chair and put the headset on,
Good morning.
it's with England having got the early wicket they craved.
Absolutely delighted for Mark Wood. He's only taken
Harry.
6 wickets ahead of that dismissal. But the value that he brings to the team is greater than those figures suggest. So he came rushing in, and Warner looking to feel for the ball, as he did in the first innings, actually. And Ollie Pope safely into the gloves.
Interesting. Looked at ease. I mean, it was a straightforward chance, but you've got to take them, as Josh Butler found out the hard way in Adelaide.
Well, as a kid, he was always a wicket-keeper batsman, so he's done it plenty and done it once in Test cricket.
Broad around the wicket, round the end. Bowls here to Harris, who's back and defending that down the pitch, no run.
But when you've not done it for a while, you'd be a bit nervy, I think, and to get that first one safely into the mitts will have made him feel a bit better.
You were there in Hamilton, in the Tron, as they call it, don't they? There at the Tron. Hamilton, Seddon Park, when he played his one Test match a couple of years ago.
He did all right. He was adequate. Yeah, perfectly adequate.
Yes, interesting that England are blessed with so many wicket keepers, but they've had a strange couple of years in that respect. Broad delivers here. Harris is well forward, defending out towards extra cover. Considering last year, Sam Billings was brought into the squad as cover for the New Zealand series. Ben Folkes was keeping in India to start the year before he tore his hamstring. Falling down a set of stairs, wasn't it? Sorry. They had.
He slipped actually on a kind of marble.
Right, that's right. Sorry,
marble floor in the dressing room in Chennai.
John Simpson, who's right there as one of the best glovemen in the country, had the gloves for the Pakistan series when they brought in the replacements when COVID hit the camp. So they really have gone through them in addition to Bairstow and Butler. Broad bowls here, Harris playing with soft hands. Just passed to me. Probably should have done better there, diving away to his right. They get a single. Harris into double figures. He's 10, Australia 1 for 13.
Well, England are blessed in that department. They're not necessarily blessed in other departments, whether you're talking opening batting or spin bowling. But for wicket keepers, they've got plenty of choice. The best wicket keeper, unquestionably, is Ben Folkes. But they've got lots of these talented young kids who are wicket keeper batsmen and often dashers, like Butler, Bairstow, who are old established stars now, but up-and-coming cricketers as well. Tom Banton, he keeps a bit, doesn't he, at Somerset?
Yeah, in the white ball stuff. It's very different now, isn't it? A lot of players coming through who have been in junior ranks have wicket kept as well as batted.
I think it's just lads who are quite talented, quite naturally gifted with hand-eye coordination. They tend to do a bit of everything, really.
Yes, Tom Banton back into that England white ball team that's now flying over to the Caribbean without Sam Billings, as we were noting before you joined us. He's now joined the squad. So Labuschagne's first ball, facing Broad, over the wicket, couple of slips, Labuschagne's forward defending. Seaver Mead again in the game. So about 10 touches already, a point, no run. There was a suggestion doing the rounds on social media last night, that Billings, who's yet to play a Test match, but might very quickly become a candidate for the England captaincy, purely on the basis that he's an experienced cricketer, a very mature, articulate young man, and if he does play next week at Hobart, he might effectively be an incumbent when they're replacing Joe Root. It's an interesting thought process. A short cover comes in for Labuschagne, broad bowls to him here, and he defends out towards point. There's a gap there now because covers came in. So Labuschagne's off the mark from his second ball with that single. Australia 1 for 14, the lead's 136. I mean, it's outside the square, I grant you, but it probably says more about where England are at that it's even on the table.
It definitely says more about England than Billings, that is for sure. I mean, Sam Billings is a good cricketer, a good kid, but not playing Test cricket yet. It would be a stretch, but
as you say, it's a reflection of the mess England are in and the lack of very obvious already alternatives to Joe Root.
Lee Jamon did it in 95.
He did. I captained against Lee.
Last ball of Broad's over. Delivering here to Harris around the wicket, leaving alone on length, swaying back and letting it fly over the top of the middle stump. 7 overs gone in Australia's second innings on the independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for Crypto Australia, 1 for 14.
On the SEN app, check out the SENW channel with stars of women's sport at home and abroad. Daisy Pearce, Katie Brown, Stephanie Brance. Plus, on the SENW channel, we cover AFLW, Rugby League, W League, netball, cricket, and track the female styles of horse racing and more. For the latest news, interviews, and catch-up podcasts with the biggest names in women's sport, jump on the SENW channel. Download the SEN app now.
Adam Collins with Bharat, Sundaresan and Mike Atherton, our experts for Anaconda. Play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. And Mark Wood's beneath us, noble stand at the SCG. Paddington end. He sets off one of the longest run-ups in world cricket. All arms and legs. Bowls here to Labuschagne. Good defence. And he falls over in the follow-through, Wood, as he does so often. That catapult load up and delivery, and he ends up on the turf at big time in the match, I reckon.
And he's got a bloodied knee. If you look at his whites, it's full of blood where he keeps falling, so he probably just knocked a scab off again, and there was a big roar, yelp of pain as he fell there.
I don't think I'm giving away state secrets by saying that Mark Wood's writing a book at the moment. It's a self-help guide. It's going to be a lot of fun. I've read a couple of the early chapters. I'll keep that under my hat for the time being. But you can just see the type of book it's going to be. He's a character. A leg slip goes in. With Overton there around the corner. Good pair of hands. The subfielder. Wood bowls and outside the off stump, left alone. On the way up there to Pope, and we mentioned before that Wood has picked up Labuschagne twice in quick succession at Melbourne and then again at Sydney. So a good matchup this.
Yeah, it is a good matchup. Wood is a very popular cricketer in England, and I should imagine that Australian crowds have taken to him as well. They love to see a trier, somebody who just is very evidently giving his all every time he comes out to the middle, and obviously when that's a fast bowler as well, that's just a bit of extra layer of admiration that comes.
That previous delivery up at 146 kilometres. I've got a question coming in on the text line for you for tyre power. Big holiday sale. Wood bowls and Labuschagne flips in towards leg gully and not far away from Overton. Just lands in front of him. Good take on the half volley. Overton, great hands for a big man. Saves runs, but so close to having Labuschagne caught in the leg side trap.
Yeah, they have a fielder there a lot for Labuschagne, and sometimes he's a bit finer, sometimes wider, but there's always a man in that area because, a bit like Smith, Labuschagne likes to get over to off stump and he clips it in the air often in that area. Wasn't far away from Overton.
The question coming in, you can take it on notice because I'll be leaving in a couple of balls from Dono, is how come Stuart Broad never gets talked about in the England captaincy conversation? Wood. So the crease to Labuschagne again, goes back, tries to find the gap at mid-wicket, doesn't quite get it beyond the man at forward square leg, David Milan. He stays on one, it's 1 for 14.
But it's interesting that myself and Bharat were discussing that this morning, and in fact I was having a text conversation with Mark Butcher back home. We were just throwing around names, and you could easily see a situation where a kind of short-term caretaker position could happen, maybe.
He gets to play every test match he wants to. And just listening to him talk to the press the other day,
I can see him wanting to do it. Here's Wood again, Labuschagne, short ball, takes it on, down towards deep backward square. There's a fielder out there, they take an easy single. Labuschagne is 2 with that hook, or 1 for 15. I mean, James Anderson was fairly frustrated when he wasn't really considered for the job when Joe Root took over. I suppose then we assumed they weren't going to look to a fast bowler, but I mean, Pat Cummins is doing it, and in the absence of a better candidate, Broad is there and thereabouts.
Yeah, that's just teams don't really look at the fast bowlers because of the fact that there's a heavy workload. They might not play every game. It becomes a bit disruptive. But as you say, Pat Cummins is doing it for Australia. Seems to be doing a good job early days as it is. Got to go back to Bob Willis for the last time England chose an out-and-out strike bowler as a captain.
Of course, led England here in 82-83. Wood to finish the over, bowling to Harris on 10. Harris defending into the onside, so 8 overs gone in Australia's second innings. They lead by 137. There'll be a change in commentary with Gerard taking over back in the studio on the Independent Reserve scoreboard. Choose Independent Reserve for Crypto Australia, 1 for 15.
Nothing says Aussie summer like listening to the cricket with an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew. A quintessential classic, craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe, which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
The Independent Reserve scoreboard. Choose Independent Reserve for Crypto Australia, 1 for 15. Harris is 10. Labuschagne is 2. Warner the man out for 3. Mike Atherton is in the experts chair for Anaconda. Play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. And Damien Fleming. Hello to you, Flem.
Gerard, Athers, listeners, been an exciting day's play so far, isn't it? We've had some wickets, we've seen some quality fast bowling, and Marcus Harris played a couple of good shots as well.
So the deficit was 158 when England started. They took a chunk of 36 out of that. They turned 122 down, and Australia has re-established a 137-run lead. So the pace of the day's play, given the forecast later on, has certainly aided the contests. Broad begins the new over. He's in over the wicket, bowling to Labuschagne. Full face in the bat, drives to mid off. Anderson fields no run.
Nice shot there from Marcus.
How have you seen the day's play?
Yeah, I think it's just been entertaining enough, isn't it? Like England didn't muck around and look to score. Scott Boland's got over that injury yesterday. His remarkable Test career, start to his career, 4 for 36. And Warner got done by just pace and hostility from Wood.
And the new ball bowling, which has been such a threat on this pitch. Ball bowls full, clipped off the toes by Labuschagne. He placed it well through mid-wickets. Runs to be had. Skids across the SCG turf. Big chase from Wood. Gets there at the last. Hoiks it back. Leach went shotgun. Heaves it in from the deep. They take 3. Labuschagne is 5. It's 1 for 18.
Talking about the fast twitch fibres of Mark Wood, how quick is he in the outfield? He was doing some warm-ups in the Test. He should have played Adelaide before the day's play, and he was burning off all the other English non-playing members, and that was great work in the outfield.
He's wonderfully wholehearted, Athers. He's winning fans, I reckon, the longer this summer goes.
We're just saying that, yeah, to call. I think Australian crowds would really take to a player like Mark Wood, somebody who is just totally committed and wholehearted and gives his all every time he plays. You can see it. It comes out of every bone in his body, really.
Broad bowls to the pads, and Harris turns into backward square, no run.
Reminds me a little bit of Darren Gough when he first arrived here in 94-5. I was captain, and a similar type of player that you could tell just gave everybody a lift whenever he had ball in hand, and then he'd come out and slog a few at the end of the innings as well, and Australian crowds really took to him before he went home with a stress fracture of the foot, actually. But those kind of cricketers, I get the feeling, do well down here for popularity.
Hopefully he's a good character for a few series to come between the two teams. Broad with the headbands, tight. He's in over the wicket bowls. Harris drives him to mid-off. It beats the dive. Wouldn't you know it? Wood dives across the top of it, just as the plaudits were mounting up for him. And 2 runs taken as a result. Harris goes to 12, 1 for 20.
Yeah, there you go. Hey, Athers, does Mark Wood refer to himself in the third person like Darren Gough? Has he got that ability?
Well, he's a very down-to-earth northern character, is Mark Wood, as was Darren Gough as well. But Yorkshiremen, as you would well know, are a particularly peculiar type. And Mark Wood's a bit further north than that. He's a Durham lad, and they tend to be very down-to-earth, so he certainly wouldn't be referring to himself in the third person, for sure.
You've clearly got a favourite line of dialogue in your mind there somewhere.
No, it's constant from Goffey. I mean, that started that 94-95 tour, like he was on fire, and not just with the ball. I think got a quick 50 at the SCG. He was smashing them everywhere.
Mid-on and mid-off switch places. Harris is leaning forward in defence to Broad and defending back down the pitch.
But he was generally the fast bowlers socialised with the other fast bowlers, the opposition. And I'm having a couple of beers with him in Sydney, you know, and geez, he talked you through it blow by blow. And there was more to come, he reckoned. Great character, really good fella, Derek Goff.
Can you do the accent?
Oh, I wish you would. I bet you would after a few beers. Big chest too, Goffy.
Last ball of Broad's over. He delivers. Harris leaves outside the off stump. 1 for 20. Independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for crypto.
Being at the greatest events on the sporting calendar is what makes sport fans tick. And to witness the biggest sporting moments in Australia, Ballpark Entertainment can get you there. AFL, NRL, horse racing, soccer, basketball, cricket, boutique events and more. Ticketing, corporate suites and money can't buy experiences. Get the best access to the best sporting events with Ballpark Entertainment. Making memories. ballparkentertainment.com.au.
An extended first session of play for Raydell, the brand of choice for Mitch Stark and Elisa Healy. Still the best part of 50 minutes to go in it. England bowled out for 294. Australia now 1 for 20. Warner the man out. Court Pope bowled Wood for 3. Australia's batting for Bundaberg, Ginger Beer. Mark Wood is to begin his fresh over. He's at Paddington, the end of the SCG. Labuschagne on strike. He's 5. Harris is 12 at the non-strikers' end. Wood flips the ball from hand to hand, and he is now in and ready to attack. He bowls to Labuschagne, who leaves the ball angled in toward the off stump.
So the danger for Labuschagne, judging from the twice, 2 times that Mark Wood has got him out, is when Wood just goes a little bit wider on the crease. He has this ball where he jumps wide, and the angle from wide encourages Labuschagne to play, because he's generally left the ball brilliantly in this series, but it's when Wood just moves a little bit wider on the crease that he draws him into playing.
Labuschagne just twitches and readies himself. Wood makes the run in. And bowls, and Labuschagne on the back foot strokes the ball to Broad at mid-off.
And that wasn't far off one of the balls that he did nick behind. But, yeah, you love the individual matchups as well. And I love the subtle changes that individual players do. And for Mark Wood, who does bowl quite wide anyway, I think as lengthening his run-up, he has actually also made a plan to bowl a bit wider of the crease. Maybe so he can just get that back leg through a little bit more. But he still has that option of bowling a little bit wider as well, which has worked for him. And there's no doubt Marnus would know about that, and we know how much he loves a net. So, you know, he would have had the Michael Divinito or Jeff Bourne using the wanger to replicate that angle that Wood has dismissed him a couple of times. So just a change in the field. Gully's gone to a catching mid-wicket.
So 2 in the deep on the leg side, plus the leg gully, mid-wicket and mid-on. A floating slip and a gully in place. Wood bowls. Labuschagne in behind, turning to the man who's just been placed there. Crawley at mid-wicket, no run.
Yeah, the umpire had to trot across to the offside because they've already got a leg slip in place and a fine leg. So the moment Milan went back to be the second man on the hook, umpire had to move to the offside just to make sure that England don't get 3 men behind square on the leg side.
All the adjustments to the field for PGG Right Sun Turf Durascape. Wood's got Labuschagne twice in the series. He bowls, and Labuschagne takes him away off the off stump, turns him to the leg, and gets the single out to the aforementioned Milan in the deep. Labuschagne rotates the strike. He's 6. It's 1 for 21.
Might have been a little bit of premeditation there for Marnus with the gap there at square leg. Play with softer hands to get down the other end.
Just running the analytics on Wood to Labuschagne. 47 balls, 12 runs, 1 boundary, 2 dismissals. Strike rate 25.5 in the head-to-head duel, which has revealed itself as the series has gone on, one of the charms of a 5-test series. Wood to Harris, in on the pads and turned away firmly, past the square leg umpire and all the way to the rope for 4. Wood strays, Harris pounces. A Foxtel 4K4, Foxtel for the love of cricket, 1 for 25, Harris to 16.
It was a juicy leg stump half volley, this from Mark Wood, an absolute gift really for any batsman worth his salt, but Harris's balance was perfect. He didn't overbalance, he just stayed with it, knocked it away.
Had a heart-in-mouth moment of the first ball that he faced, but since then has been sound. Wood bowls, Harris leaves outside the off stump. Australia's lead is 147, 1 for 25. England all out 294. This is all on the Independent Reserve scoreboard. Choose Independent Reserve for crypto. An extended session. The drinks break now. The drinks are on the field for Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
Have you reserved your seats for the next Adelaide Strikers game yet? Because this summer's biggest hits are at the Adelaide Oval. Kids tickets from $10, plus fireworks in the sky. Boom! For tickets and next match details, go to adelaidestrikers.com.au. Has your business put cleaning standards to the test? There's no job too big for Laurenex Cleaning. With world-class environmental products, services and staff, Laurenex Cleaning are your locally owned and operated industry leaders, keeping South Australia safe and clean. Laurenex Cleaning. Google them today.
When there are issues with your bathroom grout, hop to it. And you need someone to sort it out, hop to it.
Stop leaking showers and balconies without removing tiles. Visit negaseal.com.au.
In a hurry? We've got you covered at Solitaire Volkswagen with Service Express. You still get the same quality service that you'd expect, but at pit crew speed. In and out in 1 hour at no extra cost. Visit solitairevolkswagen.com.au for more details. DL 65541.
Has your business put cleaning standards to the test? There's no job too big for Laurenex Cleaning. With world-class environmental products, services and staff, Laurenex Cleaning are your locally owned and operated industry leaders, keeping South Australia safe and clean. Laurenex Cleaning. Google them today.
How's that? Nothing better than sitting on your deck watching the cricket, enjoying some sun and a warm beer. With a brand new energy-efficient Husky drinks fridge, that beer would be ice cold. Husky, the celebration continues at home. huskybrand.com.au.
To finish his first over, rolls to Warner over the wicket. Warner edging and taken straight into the gloves of Pope. Warner's gone for 3. Mark Wood gets a breakthrough in his first over.
The big moments for Bendix Breaks. Put your foot down with confidence, Bendix Breaks. 1 for 25. Warner out for 3. Harris is 16. Labuschagne is 6. This is the drinks break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. Mike Atherton and Damien Fleming on duty at the moment. So the extended first session of play, beautiful skies overhead in Sydney, no threat of the rain that's forecast later on. Well, where are we in the game, do you think? It's a really interesting juncture.
Yeah, because just got the rain in the back of your mind. So you feel like if Australia want to win this game, that they've got to progress it. If we have got lucky with the rain, then there's less urgency to do that. But for England, they're bowling well. They've already got 1 wicket. There's been enough in the pitch to show that, with their pace attack, that they could get some early inroads into the Australians. So, and the deficit's not massive. So there's incentive here for the England bowlers to keep bowling these sort of quality overs.
It's a few different ways this can go with Australia's lead at 147, Mike.
Yes, England have to push hard for wickets here while the ball is still relatively new. There's lots of time to push the field back and go defensive if you need to later on. And the same applies to Australia, really. As we saw yesterday, looked very difficult with a new ball, but got much easier when the ball got to 30, 40 overs old. So once they get through this new ball dart, there's plenty of time to up that scoring rate. If they get a solid start, just about to see Jack Leach come on. So this may be an opportunity for Australia to start playing slightly more aggressively. but there's plenty of time in the afternoon to catch up with that scoring rate and push things forward. I mean, the rain, I don't know. It just doesn't look like it's going to rain to me, but who knows? Blue skies and high clouds at the moment here at the SCG.
What would be the logic of Leach bowling the 11th over?
Not sure. It's been one of the things that Root has done, brought him on at strange times when you feel that the seamers should be pushing and are the likeliest option.
So Jack Leach with a slip in place is around the wicket as he's bowling to Manus Labuschagne, who's back and cutting and immediately comes up with a run. There's a sweeper in the deep to prevent any more than that. Tossed in gently from the outfield. So Labuschagne is 7, 1 for 26.
They got the chance too, I think, they've gone too far the other way. Root said that he didn't give Leach the right fields at the Gabba. He was too attacking. But now they've generally got 4 out. I'd say, no, you're only allowed 2 out. Where do you want them? But let's build some pressure. You're not allowed to do what Marnus did there and just punch it through the gap for 1.
So this should be the cue for Leach taking 5 and ripping through Australia. But I am befuddled as to why you would go to this with the game. It's suddenly at an interesting juncture. Over the wicket, Leach bowls, and back goes Harris, defends to mid-on.
In this innings, one factor is their Stokes down. He got it wrong at the G with Leach and in the first innings. So I thought Stokes should have bowled on both of those occasions.
Harris taps away and readies himself for Leach, who bowls played off the inside portion of the bat to mid-on.
Hey, moving, Bessie.
But if he is going with this, it doesn't mean you need to have those defensive fields, though, Gerard.
I just think England's chance here is to take 4 wickets right now in the next 15 overs and put the game in balance. Leach bowls and Harris is back playing from the stumps. I admire Ollie Pope's enthusiasm. He makes it sound like Leach is about to do anything. It's not quite how it looks, but it is how it sounds.
Yeah, well, he hasn't kept to him before, I don't think.
Harris is on 16. He's faced twice as many balls. Leach bowls. Harris uses his feet. He clips to the leg. Gets vacant at mid-wicket with the sweeper out in the deep. Overton trots around the field. 1 for 27.
So looking at the field for Labuschagne, long off, deep cover, and a man out in front of square on the leg side. So there's lots of gaps for accumulation of runs, which is how they played Leach really in the first innings.
Last ball of Leach's first over. Labuschagne is back and playing it out of the stumps. Threatened to skip through and keep low. Ollie Pope thinks at least 1 for 27. Independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for crypto.
You don't have to head south to taste your way around McLaren Vale. Just head north to your pals. Sam and Jamie from Parafield Airport Liquor Store know every drop on the shelf. They can guide you through the McLaren Vale region all under one roof. Whether you're a weekend sommelier or just know you like reds, talk wine with your pals and they'll introduce you to their best McLaren Vale pals. Parafield Airport Liquor Store. Pals, next to Roulette's Tavern, Kings Road, Parafield.
Independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for crypto. Harris 17, Labuschagne 7, 1 for 27, 11 overs in. Anderson 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 8. Broad 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 8. Wood 3 overs, no maidens, 1 for 9. And now Leach 1 over, none for 2. Mark Wood to continue on from the Paddington end, and just the adjustment to the field that was made at the end of his previous over has been reinstated. So the floating slip in a gully, mid-wicket comes across, mid-on, mid-off cover, as well as what's in the deep. Wood bowls, and it's turned away by Harris, down to backward square. A single taken. 18 for Harris, 1 for 28.
Leach, the fielder there, throws right-handed, bowls left. And 2 of those odd characters around. Samit Patel used to do that.
James Sutherland, the ex-Cricket Australia CEO, through with his left arm. I think he broke it when he was young, his bowling arm, so he just practiced throwing with his left arm. Almost ran out Steve Waugh in his first game. Steve Waugh noticed that he was a right-arm bowler, so thought he'd throw with his right arm, and Sudsy almost ran him out.
The lead back at 150. Wood bowls. Labuschagne pulls across the line, out into the deep. It's between the fielders, so around comes Leach with Hamid from the other direction. Presents enough time to double up.
Wasn't it John Buchanan who thought that ambidextrous bowlers would become a common thing in the game, I think? Hasn't quite worked out, has it?
Yeah, I think Andrew Simon said at the time, there's no way we'll be amphibious, John. He had a few different ideas, Big Buey. But, that was never going to get a full run.
Wood in, bowls to Labuschagne. Does the same. Cross bat out into the deep. Straight to Hamid on this occasion. So 1 run to the score. He's 10, 1 for 31.
Just a sense in the last 2 or 3 overs that the batsmen are starting to accumulate more happily. The field has gone slightly more defensive for Wood now. And with Leach coming on as well, just get the sense that they're in this phase where they're just going to try and knock it around for 3, 4 singles and over.
Someone's going to have to disrupt that. Wood in on the pads and glanced away by Harris. It's a risky stroke the way that he plays it. Leach fields another single taken 1, 2, 1, 1 from the 4 balls of the over.
Yeah, well, they're leaking runs at the other end now. So there's a breakdown of pressure. But backing up what Atherton said about Harris, there has been periods where he's tried, or been tried at the top, and just his footwork wasn't there and losing stability on that back leg. So when he was hitting through the leg side, it was in the air. But he's done a lot of work, and I think his leg side play in this series has been excellent.
Wood quickly around the top of his mark. He's in and bowling to Labuschagne, who again is able to just milk a run on the turn out to square. Hamid in from the deep to field. It's 11 for Labuschagne.
It's quite odd the change of field to Labuschagne, because if you think how Wood has got Labuschagne out, it's been in the channel. He's had him nicking off twice, yet in that previous over, suddenly England moved to a much stronger leg side field, as if the plan is to bowl straighter at Labuschagne, which seems odd when you think how he's got him out in the series so far.
Release of the pressure valve is odd. So moving the field all the time, the leg gully is going in for Harris with 1 ball to come in the Woods over. He's around the wicket and bowling to Harris, who's defending back down the pitch. 6 from the over, 1 for 33 on the independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for crypto.
Has your business put cleaning standards to the test? There's no job too big for Laurenex Cleaning. With world-class environmental products, services and staff, Laurenex Cleaning are your locally owned and operated industry leaders, keeping South Australia safe and clean. Laurenex Cleaning. Google them today.
This summer, quench your thirst with Nippy's fresh juices. Proudly South Australian, farm-grown, family-made, picked by our family for yours for over 50 years. Tree to table. That's Nippy's. Delicious!
Johnny Bairstow, the leading run scorer in England's 294. He made 113. Victoria Police for non-urgent police assistance call 131 444. He was finally dismissed, caught behind from the bowling of Boland in the 3 wickets that fell relatively quickly this morning, while 36 runs were added. 1 for 33 Australia. Leach to Labuschagne, who whips him out into the deep at mid-wickets. Ambles through for a run. Labuschagne 12, Harris 19, 1 for 34. Leach is bowling from the Randwick ends at the SCG. Let's fly. Harris is playing back and edging it away to the offsides. Root heads back out of slip to do the fielding. Another single taken, 1 for 35.
Rolling quite quickly, Jack Leach. Not really flighting the ball and not getting the kind of overspin and dip that you see from Nathan Lyon.
Deep cover long off. With Labuschagne on strike. He's back and playing from outside the off stump to cover.
So many singles too. You've got to adjust your line to the right and left-handed batsman constantly.
1 for 35. Leach bowls. Labuschagne back, edges past Roots at slip. It wasn't there to be caught, so he went back to cuts. It was all edge down to the third man boundary. A Foxtel 4K4. Foxtel for the love of cricket, 1 for 39.
Yeah, really tough. All you hope there, as Root stuck out a right hand, is that the ball somehow hits the hand and bobs up and you get a second go at it.
So a chancier moment from Labuschagne. Leach is around the wicket as he bowls to him. Back cuts with greater power. Knocked down by Hamid at point. It slewed away and they were able to take a run. 1 for 40.
Yeah, tough to catch at first slip, isn't it? When they play off the back foot, you're hoping that that's a vertical bat shot, outside edge. Nice pace to catch.
Last ball of Leach is over. 7 from it so far. Harris to see it. He's able to lean forward and knock it away to long on. 8 from the over. 1 for 41 on the independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for crypto. Hutto's coming in.
Get the power of safer tyres before you go on holidays. A road safety message from Tyre Power.
There's one wheel that affects the performance of all the other wheels on your car, the steering wheel. And if your steering is out of alignment, it affects handling and vehicle stability. Poor steering alignment also causes rapid and uneven tyre wear. If you feel your vehicle pulling in one direction on a straight road, head to your nearest Tyre Power store and get your alignment checked and adjusted as soon as possible. Get the power!
And the pressure has been released, it seems. 13 overs done, 1 for 41. Independent reserve scoreboard, choose independent reserve for crypto. Wood is off bowling and off the ground. And Lawrence has come on to be the sub fielder. So bowled 4 overs there. So they've gone Anderson 3 overs, Broad 2, and then another spell of 2. Wood has bowled 4 overs and Leach has bowled 2 in the spell so far. In the last 5 overs, Flem, 8, 6, 2, 5, 5.
No, well, it's just changed, isn't it? I think they could have just gone with their pace attack for 20 overs until they went to spin.
Jimmy Anderson is the man that returns, and he bowls to Harris, who gets across in defence.
And it's also, as I just said too, right hand, left hand combination. When there's gaps for singles, it's hard when you've got to adjust your line constantly.
Yeah, it must be annoying, at the very least. Harris 21 off 39 after a pretty solid 38 in the first innings, building on Melbourne. Anderson doesn't interest him outside the off stump. And the indication from Tony Dodome in our chat with him this morning is that it sounds, as we expected, that Harris would remain in the opening spot for Hobart.
Okay, how did Dotty sound?
Well, he doesn't give a lot away, Tony Dodome, but he talked about the investment in Harris in that spot, which I think is logical enough, and that Usman knows where he is, where he's placed. Anderson around the wicket, and he does compel Harris to play, but he's compact in defence here.
Yeah, it just sounds like they're working on, particularly, Tony Dodome and George Bailey, on giving a lot of certainty and a consistent process for the group, and that filters down as well to state level.
So far, so good with their selections.
helps when you're winning, but...
And found some depth in their fast bowling too.
Absolutely, bowling again this morning. Anderson goes full this time, almost a Yorker. Harris just leans into it, back turning slightly as it went to leg. It's 1 for 41 on the independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserves for cricket.
But a great opportunity for these two Australians too. Harris, who's got better and better in each inning. You could say he's batted as well in this innings as throughout the series, but he's got to do the Usman. Go big.
Yeah, he does. He needs that century, doesn't he, to underline the reason for the investment and the faith in him as an opener. Anderson again, flipping that 4th or 5th stump line and allowed to pass. And there's Will Pekoski, of course, who's making his return today in district cricket.
Yeah. So I'm not sure if Dottie talked through the process of that, of how much cricket he needs to play to be looked at again for national selection.
No coin toss yet in Pekoski's game with the weather in Melbourne due to rain.
Well, I know Casey South Melbourne got 3 early wickets. Big Nathan Landon sending them down. So hopefully the rain stays away. The Bloods can get a whip.
Anderson to Harris Fuller. He drives straight. Anderson stuck the foot out. It eluded his left boot and it goes down towards the boundary. And Lawrence, the sub, gets across to do the fielding and restricts the scoring to 3. So Harris goes to 23. And Labuschagne is 17. It's 1 for 43 at the end. Is it the end of the over? It is.
When there are issues with your bathroom grout, hop to it. And you need someone to sort it out, hop to it. When your walls are damp and the carpet freaks, you want the best to repair your leaks, hop to it. Need an expert in the field, so now's the time to get Mega Seal. Stop leaking showers and balconies without removing tiles. Visit megasealed.com.au. Megasealed.
A third over from Jack Leach. Labuschagne is 17. Australia's lead 165. Leach is important again. Ollie Pope. He has got a good future as a commentator because, as Gerard said, he is making every ball way more dramatic than it is. He reached forward. It was a slight inner portion of the bat.
Leach will enjoy it.
Yes, some encouragement for him. He has a slip, is the only real catcher, a shortish point. Steps up and bowls, gives it air. He's whipped away impressively by Labuschagne, full control. Out to deep mid-wicket for 1. He goes to 18.
Just back to these fields too. I just think they need to bring a couple of fielders in, particularly to keep Marnus on strike. His record against right-handers is significantly better than left-handers, Jack Leach.
He's bowling to Harris now. There is a short leg in play, and it turned off the outside edge. That was a bit less convincing from Harris. So that a little bit of turn there, and Harris maybe allowed for more turn than there was, but he got the outside edge.
Just didn't provide a full face of the bat.
No. Still on 23. Slip it a short leg. Leach bowls, and he waits for it to turn to his pads that time. He turned it quietly to mid-wicket.
Ollie's putting some mayo on that. Yeah. That actually hit the middle of the bat.
He played that quite comfortably. This is good, though. They need a spark out there, England. It has started to really drift in the last 7 overs. Leach bowls again. Down the pitch comes Harris, trying to get to the pitch of the ball, which he did largely.
And maybe that's where England go if, unfortunately, Stokes and Bairstow and Butler, and Bairstow, 2 of those 3 aren't fit, you go with Pope, who's young and enthusiastic. You go Sam Billings, who's on debut, who will be up. At least it gives you a fair bit of energy.
Leach, last ball of the over. Labuschagne's right back on the stumps and played it well through the covers off the back foot. He split the fielders deep. There was no pace on the shot, but enough for a couple of runs. to finish off the over. That's four off the over. It's 1 for 47. Independent Reserve scoreboard. Choose Independent Reserve for crypto.
The Hyundai Venue fits in anywhere, even into your budget. Experience safety technologies, comfort and style, all within a compact SUV. And enjoy standout features like Apple CarPlay and Android Auto. Plus, you're all backed up with the confidence of Hyundai's 5-year warranty. The Hyundai Venue fits in anywhere, stands out everywhere. Test drive the Venue today. T's and C's apply.
Harris 24, Labuschagne is 20. Jimmy Anderson's fifth over is about to begin. Australia looking for more boundaries for Foxtel and their 4K4s. Foxtel for the love of cricket. Beautiful sunny day it is at the SCG, belying all the forecasts. We had someone, a correspondent who clearly either does live in Sydney or has lived in Sydney, and said the magnitude of the rain they got last night. He said it won't rain again until about 9 o'clock tonight.
Okay.
So I'm going with, I've got trust in him.
Trusty source, yeah.
Trusty source.
Okay.
Someone anonymous off the SMS.
Yeah.
That's trusty.
No, I'd back that.
All our interaction for Tyre Power, big holiday sale. Anderson, busting a gut, comes in, bowls to Harris, who blunts the delivery with a forward defensive shot. And he's still there on 24. In line for the player of the day with thanks to Bing Lee. You can grab a deal today with the Bing Lee sale.
Just feel like the energy's been sucked a bit, besides Ollie Pope, out of this English team, that Anderson knows he's going to have to bowl a few spells today. I'm just going to keep it outside off stump.
Chris Rogers is with us as well. I'm not sure. I didn't realise know he was on. Or just sort of sitting there and being
quietly,
friendly.
To see.
Smells
smile on his face.
Anderson, and it's turned from Harris from outside off out the deep backward for 1. He goes to 25.
This is your job, isn't it, Huddo? This is what you do for a living.
It is.
Is it your kitchen as well?
I'm sorry.
To sit down, there's crumbs everywhere.
Oh,
it's disgusting.
That can't put you in the right mood to give some of that brilliant commentary. You normally have a zinger first ball, and now we've lost it. Just because there's a zinger you're sitting on or something.
Shake.
You spent half your time yesterday. Spend half your time laughing at him. He's a klutz. Do you know this?
It's hard. No, I don't know. He was quite as well, not as close as you do.
He forgets everything. Yeah. He put things in my bag last Test match.
Like what sort of stuff?
Folders.
Oh.
Anderson bowls over the wicket, and Labuschagne not interested. Lets it go.
Lost his laptop the other day. I was out getting the coffee. Messaged me.
Where is it?
Where have you taken my laptop?
Gerard had moved.
So accused you. Not just where is it? It's give me it back.
No, not at all. I was like, did I put my laptop in your bag like I put the folder? That was a question.
Wow. This is the stuff we've got to put up with and then still analyse this game, Bucky.
Australia's lead is 170. Jimmy Anderson searching for that second wicket. He bowls to Labuschagne, who defends quietly on the offside.
I don't know how he's a father. Tell him to look after himself.
You don't lose kids, do you? Please.
Actually, when I worked with Luke Darcy at Channel 10, we sort of had a klutz off.
Oh, okay.
Involuntarily.
Yeah.
We'd forget things. He left. He was at the local cafe one day when his kids were very small, and his wife turned up and said, "What are you doing here? Where's our son?"
Yeah.
Oh,
Home Alone.
Home Alone in bed asleep.
Yeah.
And he got drafted at pick number 2. So it didn't do him any harm at all. Anderson comes in and bowls off the back foot, impressively guided into the gap at point from Labuschagne, who wants to double up. He's going to get a second. And it's the 50 up for Australia. Labuschagne is 22.
I think media-wise, Crash Craddock's the winner. I think if we can get him on at some stage to go over the things that he's left on play. I'm pretty sure when laptops first come on, Karachi Airlines were taking it from Karachi to Lahore while he was still in Karachi. And, yeah, just a history of it.
Last ball of the over. Labuschagne plays late defensively to Anderson. Keeps it out. End of the over. It's 1 for 50 on the Independent Reserve scoreboard. Choose Independent Reserve for crypto.
Is your strata management team looking for professionals to clean your property portfolio? Sick and tired of low hygiene standards and dealing with on-site issues? From strata management to commercial property owners, Laurenex Cleaning can coordinate routine strata cleaning, perform emergency 24-hour cleaning services, high-rise window cleaning, plus our super clean services. Laurenex Cleaning are your locally owned and operated industry leaders, keeping South Australia safe and clean. Laurenex Cleaning, securing workplace safety for strata management. Google them today.
SEN Test cricket. Sun is shining at the SCG today. Australia are 1 for 50. New over about to begin from Leach. Clem stepping out. Buck still with us. Leach bowls back on the stumps. Turning the ball to leg. Harris, who's 25. Labuschagne is 22. Leach in his fourth over here. Bit more praise for Leachy from behind the stumps. Slipping a short leg.
Oh, nice, Leachy.
Full face of the bat driven back to the bowler.
Real good, that Nutter.
Nut is his nickname.
Leach steps up again. Bowls dropped a little bit shorter, but Harris looked to whip him through mid-wicket. It struck him above the pad instead.
He's just found the outside edge of the bat a few times. That was a leading edge. You just wonder if you can just get one to hold its line and hit that off stump.
Leach bowls wide of the crease. Harris goes searching for it down the pitch and defends.
Lovely, Leachy.
Harris is much more comfortable with the ball spinning in general. Just trying to work this one to deep mid-on as much as he can.
More encouragement for Nutter there as Leach bowls again, slightly straight to leg. He whips it straight to short leg.
Nice, mate.
Just like to see Leach, if he could, just get tighter in close to the stump because everything's going with the angle towards middle and leg.
And this time he's fuller and into the leg stump and takes it wide of Crawley out at mid-wicket.
That's a bit too easy.
Yeah.
He went even wider on the crease there.
End of the over. It's 1 for 51.
G'day, it's Merv Hughes here. In my day, I loved battling the ponds, but these days, my missus is the enemy. Why? I snore really badly. But she saved the day by sending me for a CPAP direct sleep test. Now, the snoring is gone, I'm refreshed and revitalised.
CPAP Direct, now open at 600 Port Road, Allenby Gardens. From sleep studies to the latest CPAP gear at Adelaide's best prices. Sale on now.
If you snore or wake up tired, head to cpap.com.au.
For those asking, there were a few of the news from the England camp over the finger injuries, the multiple injuries. So Colin might have the details there. For both Butler and Bairstow, there was no, as this new over begins, defended full face by Harris up on the offside. There was no details yet, Colo, of the extent of those injuries, but enough that neither of them could take the gloves.
No, they played a pretty straight bat this morning, saying that Bairstow received a scan after the right thumb whack yesterday, and all they said was he would resume batting. They didn't add to the wicket-keeping side of things. They'll make a decision after the test match. As for Butler, the X-ray on his left index finger, the same applies. More information after the test match.
1 for 51. 18th over underway. It's still Jimmy Anderson. 3 overs in his first spell. This is his third now. He's tucked by Harris to mid-wicket. Can't beat the field.
The only other point last night was that they did bring Sam Billings into the squad as cover. So they've got Pope as the sub-keeper now, but Billings is another option for Hobart.
It'd be a pretty likely option too, wouldn't it, at the way it's looking? Obviously, depending on the extent of the pain and the scan. Off our social media feedback, any chance Leach could give the ball some air? This is the flattest spin bowling I've ever seen. No chance for a wicket. It's Anderson with the ball now, and Harris gets tied up by that one. It rose a little sharper and higher than he was expecting, and made life uncomfortable for him where it struck him.
Just think he got a little bit in the stomach. Might have stung a little bit. Seems to be fine. Just the ball every now and again, just moving off the seam. Just a pitch you probably never feel you're 100% comfortable on.
It's been interesting. We've seen some beautiful shots in this test match as well, though, haven't we? Anderson delivers again, then turned by Harris. No. Here's the response from Labuschagne. It started to come and then realised that there wasn't a run there with Crawley pouncing on it.
I always thought that SCG, I mean, in state cricket, but even in the test matches, was one of the flattest wickets, really, because of the lack of bounce, the real steepling bounce. You didn't think you were going to get hit in the head that much, so you could look to get forward, which I felt maybe England didn't do enough of at times. Not that easy when Pat Cummins was the same.
Anderson over the wicket, and Harris works this one down at fine leg. For one, and he does the fielding down there. And it's 1 for 52. Harris is 27 now, and again, he's just got much more confidence about the way he's going about things since that innings in Melbourne.
Well, he's been good in both innings. He's done a job in both innings. What you want, really, from your opener. Someone who can get to the 20th over mark pretty consistently.
Last ball of this Anderson over. To Labuschagne, who waits and cuts, but it's well fielded. Diving away by Milan at point. And that saves the run. End of the over. It's 1 for 52 on the Independent Reserve scoreboard. Choose Independent Reserve for crypto.
Nothing says Aussie summer like listening to the cricket with an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew. A quintessential classic, craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe, which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
One for 52. Leach to continue. Slipping a short leg. Harris is edging. He's caught by Pope, is he? He is. He's on his way. He reached for it. He edged it. And Pope, the substitute wicketkeeper, has taken the catch. The affirmation eventually came from the umpire. He had worried him a little bit. He just chased after that one. It was a faint edge straight into the gloves of Pope, who was up and celebrating a second wicket. Just doesn't seem to be meandering along. Leach has picked up Harris. And again, Harris has failed to capitalise on a really good start to solidify his place at the top of the order. He's out for 27. Caught Pope. Bowled Leach from 61 balls. And Australia 2 for 52. The catch snaffled by the substitute keeper. The snaffle, visit snaffle.com.au.
Yeah, Harris will be kicking himself there. That actually wasn't the worst piece of bowling. He's gone wide on the crease again, but because he's bowled outside off stump, it's actually changed the angle of the seam. It's drifted just a fraction at the end and deceived Harris a little bit, who got the outside edge. Harris would have been drawn into the shot by the fact that there's not many fielders on the offside, and if I hit this one, it's probably going to be 4. But in the end, I think he'll kick himself, because he just didn't need to really play that. He could have just kept waiting for Leach to keep angling in towards the stumps.
Yeah, they were getting enough runs, weren't they, really? Just from...
Yeah, you just think it's a little bit innocuous. Yeah, as we see, the ball drifted actually quite a bit. That's probably more the change in line. If he kind of goes wide and then angles in towards the stump, it won't really drift, just because of the shape of his body and the seam. But if he bowls almost down the line of the edge of the pitch, then it might. So that's why I think for the left-handers, he can get in closer to the stumps
and stay on that line. Steve Smith joins his mate Marnus at the crease. Leach bowls. Oh! And around the wicket, whipped away through mid-wicket by Smith immediately. Purposeful shot. There is some coverage out there. And Milan was quick in his work, so keeps it to 2. And it's 2 for 54.
Tell you what, it's an excellent bit of keeping. I haven't always seen great keeping up to the stumps, have we? But that was fantastic. Little feather straight into the middle of the gloves.
Just a slip as he bowls a little shorter and hammered through the covers off the back foot by Smith. And again, there's a deep cover, and there's just one. So coming off our Tyre Power social feedback, OMG, Harris should retire from all forms of cricket, getting out to this bowling. And another, that is Harris's last innings. I don't think it will be. Labuschagne has strike now. Big moment for Jack Leach. He's had such a tough series. Can he get multiple wickets? He finds a thick outside edge from Labuschagne. They sneak through for a single as it went down to short third. Good running.
Well, that's the ball he has to bowl. Almost every ball, Leach. It's angling in towards leg and then spins and it's just going to clip off. He actually must have beat Labuschagne in the air because Labuschagne's feet were stuck to the ground.
Well, he now has 2 right-handers at the crease, so can he leverage that? He comes in and bowls a little bit more air. Smith reaching in defending that on the onside. Smith whacks away. Leach steps up and bowls slightly to leg that time. Smith couldn't find the middle of the bat as he turned it. End of the over. A successful one for Jack Leach. It's 2 for 56 on the independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for crypto.
Not feeling confident in your health? For 30 years, Radel has been supporting Aussies by providing health products from naturally derived ingredients so that we don't miss out on the things we love during summer. Radel is dedicated to helping steer you on your health and well-being journey. This summer, make sure you're feeling confident about your health. Radel, the brand of choice by Mitchell Starc and Elisa Healy. Enjoy your summer with health confidence. Visit radel.com.au.
SEN Test cricket. The big moments of Bendix breaks. Put your foot down with confidence. Anderson bowls and covered by a defensive bat from Marnus Labuschagne getting the foot forward. Bendix breaks. Put your foot down with confidence. Both openers back in the pavilion. Australia's lead is 178. Is there a little window here for England?
Well, if they could prize one out here just before lunch, I'll give them a lot of confidence coming back out after the break.
Jack Leach figures 5 overs, 1 for 19. Getting so much tap in Brisbane and left out of Adelaide. It's a little better, but very defensive in Melbourne. Took to him again in the first innings here, but he's got to break through. Can the veteran Anderson follow on? Labuschagne gets across and defends that one. Allows it to pass, I should say, through to the keeper.
But this is when Leach should be coming more into the game. The first innings, as a not a big turning spinner, your job is pretty much to try and control the run rate and hope you can get a mistake out of the batter, which he did. He found the outside edge and had a drop catch. But this innings, he needs to make it count.
Anderson over the wicket to the right-hander. Again, Labuschagne leaves it well alone. 3 minutes away from the interval. Independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for crypto. England came out with a very attacking mode today. Johnny Bairstow, the leading run scorer for Victoria Police for non-urgent police assistance call 131 444. Dismissed for 113. Caught Carey bowled Boland, who came in and cleaned up the tail. He removed Broad as well for 15. After Leach made 10. Anderson is on that same channel just outside the off stump. Doesn't compel Labuschagne to play.
This is good from Anderson. Just hang on this line. Just see what happens.
I was fascinated by the adjustments Labuschagne made to Wood. A fair bit made out of the fact that he picked him up twice, bowling over the wicket, but from wide of the crease, picked him up with an outside edge, and he made some technical adjustments with that back foot straight away. And it didn't take long for England then to adjust the field because he started to work the ball through the leg side. Anderson again, and he does play at this one, but with a dead bat.
You mean he was... I didn't see him too. He was trying to cover the line and play with the inside half of the bat.
Like you were saying yesterday. Well, he was definitely covering the line, and I'm not sure if I'd say he was trying to play with the inside part of the bat, but I take your point. Just the fact, though, that he would make that adjustment so quickly.
But that's good batting, particularly in these series where you get all the information as a batter. You're reacting.
Anderson, and great confidence from Labuschagne as Anderson slightly overpitched, and he just took it off the pads out to deep backward square. Despite the fact he was playing across the line and was on the stumps, he got it for a single. Labuschagne 24, Smith 3. It's 2 for 57 and over to go.
Attention everyone, just wanted to say a few words. Welcome home. Now that we can entertain at home again, let Husky's drinks and wine fridges add that finishing touch to your man cave, back deck or al fresco. For over 50 years, Husky has built reliable, stylish drinks and wine fridges with great energy efficiency. Husky, the celebration continues at home. Find Husky's drinks and wine fridges at a retailer near you or visit huskybrand.com.au.
SEN Test cricket. Arguments continue during the break here. All our numbers for Robot Building Supply. Robot's got it. Last over before lunch. Back on the stumps, hammering off the back foot. Is Labuschagne. He goes to 25. Since his first 3 dismissals in Test cricket, he hasn't been out 3 times under 30, Marnus Labuschagne. So after all his success, he was in line to do that here. He's got to 25. And his concentration is at very high level, as you'd expect. Smith takes strike. What can Leach do? Down the pitch, and he picks him up and deposits him over long off. 1 bounce 4. Steve Smith shows who's boss just before lunch. Any hint that Jack Leach might get on top, and the Australians respond.
It's almost a bit of an indicator that Australia think there's no way they won't get enough runs here. They're so far ahead. They don't need to play for the break. Just keep going. Keep trying to push this score up so they can declare earlier to bowl to England.
Smith on 7. Leach, a bit shorter, and he's back on the stumps and taking the 1 on offer at long off.
It's just so defensive from Leach. I mean, you get a batter who comes down just before the break and hits you over your head. Ask him to do it again, but bowl a different ball. Don't just put the field back.
Marnus looks around, surveys the field. Clock's already gone past 12:30 local time, so this will definitely be the last over. Australia lead by 185. Leach is bowling fuller with a little bit more air. He presses forward and defends back to the bowler.
I just think, once again, it's just lacking imagination. You actually want the batter to come down and play a risky shot.
2 balls to go before the break. Again, he goes, he whips. He was a little bit lucky when aerial through the covers, a wristy drive to find the gap as he reached for the drive from Leach, who did toss it up a little bit more. So not risk averse at all there, Labuschagne. I'm not sure what he'll think about that when he looks back on it. He got 3, he got to 28, and it's 2 for 66, Chris Rogers.
He played that shot quite a lot, I think, in Brisbane, where he just opened his front foot and was able to kind of slap it through the offside through cover point. That one he just scooped in the air.
Last ball before lunch, again tossed up and on driven straight to the field by Smith, who puts the bat back grounded in the crease and promptly turns straight back towards the pavilion because it is lunch on day 4. And Australia are 2 for 66. Labuschagne 28 and Smith is 8. Leach just completed his 6th over as the figures of 1 for 28. A lead of 188 runs. Chris Rogers, We'll get your thoughts, and including the player of the day for Bingley. Grab a deal today.
Yeah, I mean, a curious session for England. They came out, I think you pointed out, Huddo, that they were trying to get as many runs as they could before the second new ball, which is a bit defeatist, really. Almost thinking that they were going to get hit with that second new ball. And in the end, they've given Australia more time to try and set this match up. And yeah, you can hope for rain, but if the rain doesn't come, they're still going to be in a lot of trouble here. So, and then they came out, and it was, I'm not really sure what their tactics were from the first ball. When they had a defensive field in, there was an edge that kind of went through third slip. It might have gone over third slip, to be fair, but the fact that they didn't have a third slip there was a little bit of a tell about how they were going to approach this session. And in the end, 2 for 66 off 21. I think Australia will be relatively happy that they know they've got a platform that they can try and score quickly, in particular in the afternoon session.
Yes, they'll certainly need to remove these two quickly, and if there'd be any chance. Labuschagne 28, Smith is 8. The men out, Warner, Court Pope, bowled Wood for 3, and Harris, Court Pope, bowled Leach for 27. So the sub-keeper has 2 catches, wickets falling at 12 and 52. The fall-off wickets for Bunches, Chuck Rental, no matter the job, they've got a truck. So the wickets shared, leading wicket taker for the new Spinal mattress, spinaleze.com.au. Mark Wood, 4 overs, 1 for 15, and Leach, 6 overs, 1 for 28, along with Jimmy Anderson, 7 overs for 15, and Broad, 4 overs for 8. So the lunch break for huskybrand.com.au, the independent reserve scoreboard. Australia batting a second time, 2 for 66, an overall lead of 188. Johnny Bairstow, the highest scorer in the first innings for England, with 113. Don't forget, if you're looking for an exciting trip away this summer, head to visitmildura.com.au and check out the Mildura Wakeboard Classic on the banks of the Murray River on the 15th and 16th of January. And coming up during the lunch break, 2 of the great wakeboarders of all time, Gerard, Whateley and Peter Lalor, will be with you on SEN Test Cricket.
Prefer Australian owned? Want to support local businesses? Believe in community spirit? Want a deal on your energy? Of course you do. So, should you switch to Lumo SA? Of course you should. We're 100% Australian owned with a rewards program full of local finds. We're actively helping communities and offering amazing energy deals to boot. Call 131 5866 or search Lumo. SA residential customers only. Lumo Energy SA not available in all areas. Eligibility criteria and conditions apply. See website for details.
The Ashes on SEN for Toyota Fortune, empowered with the freedom to move, and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians.
G'day, Glenn McGrath here. The Ashes are well and truly underway, and so no matter where you are or who you go for, you can help the thousands of families experiencing breast cancer by purchasing your very own virtual pink seat. You can buy one for yourself, for you and your mate, or for your entire family. Visit pigtest.com.au, buy your virtual pink seat, and help us make this the pinkest Ashes ever. Oh, and P.S. I've got mine.
Winning the Ashes is hard. You need to perform at your best, day in, day out. It's the same with your super. If you're with Host Plus, you're with a top-performing super fund over the long term. Having a top performer on your side, that's a plus. Host Plus.
General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD available at hostplus.com.au and your objectives, financial situation and needs, which are not accounted for in this information.
G'day, Alex Carey here. Toyota have been taking families to cricket grounds all over Australia for 50 years. So when Toyota designed the Fortuner, they built it with power, comfort and added safety to get you through the toughest conditions. With Apple CarPlay and a stylish interior, there is plenty of space to keep you comfy and plenty of storage for all the gear. Visit your local Toyota dealer to book a test drive of the adventurous Toyota Fortuner. How's that? Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Something wonderful happens when you visit Mildura. The city vibe continues, but the outback's only moments away. Fresh produce is endless, the embers are hotter, and the night skies seem longer. Nature sings, kangaroos graze, and the sun glistens magically on the river. Photos captured and stories told are shared amongst family and friends. So, when you're ready, start your journey with us. Visit mildura.com.au.
Get into Anaconda for half price Christmas essentials. Spinifex standard gazebo, $99. Ultra getaway chair, only $39.99. Play more and pay less without 10% price beat guarantee. Conditions apply. Anaconda!
There's nothing like the freedom of four-wheel driving. Hi, I'm Aaron from Go 4x4, and we know that every vehicle has a story to tell. So we take pride in thinking outside the box. We're the go-to four-wheel drive outlet for quality accessories, comprehensive diesel service, performance and diagnostics. And we specialise setting up your four-wheel drive and always go the extra mile to ensure your vehicle is maintained to the highest standards. Feel the freedom with Go 4x4. Check go4x4.com.au.
SEN's looking back at incredible summer Snapples, brought to you by Snapple. One subscription, one wallet, hundreds of products. Remember when Nathan Lyon reeled in this hanger at Adelaide Oval to remove Moeen Ali?
Chips in, takes it. That is a blinder from Nathan Lyon. And again, it's another game changer for Australia.
SEN Summer Snapples. Thanks to Snapple. One subscription, one wallet, hundreds of products. Subscribe to Snapple today at snapple.com.au.
Serious outdoor work requires serious outdoor tools. And this season, Makita is helping you rule the outdoors. With the world's largest 18-volt LXT range and the revolutionary new XGT 40-volt Max, Makita's Power Garden range will help you take control of your lawn without the need for messy fuel. Tame your hedges with less noise. Cut hardwood down to size with more power. Now with a 5-year limited warranty on the new cordless products. Makita, rule the outdoors.
SEN SA's studio on King William Street is powered by Lumo Energy. Join SEN and power your home or business with energy from an Australian-owned company, Lumo Energy SA. Learn more. Head to lumoenergy.com.au today.
The Ashes on SEN for Toyota Fortune, empowered with the freedom to move, and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians.
To finish his first over, holds to Warner over the wicket. Warner edging and taken. Straight into the gloves of Pope. Warner's gone for 3. Mark Wood gets a breakthrough in his first over.
1 for 52. Leach slipping a short leg. Harrison is edging. He's caught by Pope, is he? He is. He's on his way.
The lunch break on SEN Test Cricket for Husky Drink Storage Solutions Australia. 2 for 66. The lead is 188. Warner gone for 3. Harris gone for 27. Labuschagne is 28 not out. Smith is 8 not out. The passage of the day. The lead was 158 when play started. England lost their last 3 wickets for a happy hitting 36. And then Australia have pushed it out beyond the mark where we started. So 188 the leads. It's still lovely conditions in Sydney. So perhaps a longer day's play than might have been imagined. The Independent Reserve scoreboard. Choose Independent Reserve for crypto. Plenty of your thoughts on a few different topics, including Marcus Harris, 0433 98 11 16 for Tyre Power. Big holiday sale. Let's head to isolation in Marrickville, shall we? The chief cricket writer for the Australian, Pete Lalor, who he was missing yesterday. He got the double lines. Hello to you, Pete.
Good afternoon, Gerard. Yes, I'm missing. Splendid isolation. Another test that I haven't seen right through. Anyway, such is the way of the world.
How are you as a starting point?
About yet.
Yeah, how are you feeling?
Yeah, fine. Fine. Mild flu, so I'm lucky thus far. Some people are suffering a lot worse, but I'm going okay. Set up in my shed. Wish I was at the cricket, because you know why? This is a great test match. There's been so much talk about this lacklustre Ashes series and this dead rubber and going through the motions. And I'm even seeing Jonathan Luke, who's a very good sports writer in the UK and a hell of a lot smarter than I am. I've even seen him suggest that, this is the end of Ashes series as we know them. We have to change. We have to change the Ashes to suit the times. This is an old-fashioned concept. You can't ask players to come out for 5 tests anymore. It's too long. Perhaps look at the women's model. It's time for some new thinking. I couldn't disagree more. And I think there's been a bit of sort of catastrophizing around this series because of the unusual circumstances in which we're playing them. And that always has to be remembered, I think. You can't leap to too many conclusions about what's happening in this series But stepping one side from all of that, this cricket's great. This is a great test match.
What have you liked about it, Pete? We got the English fight back last night. There's clearly the attritional aspect, which is playing its role. As players they're wounded, they're staggering as we reach the fourth test. And then there's this is interestingly poised as Australia, I feel, are in a much better position than people would have imagined at the start of the day, because it's still clear, or almost clear, blue skies over the SCG.
I don't know what's going on in the Bureau of Meteorology. It is starting to shift a little bit now, but according to everything I saw this morning, we should be under about 6 foot of water in the evening. But it's been blue skies, beautiful day. There was a torrential downpour overnight. There was that, you know, that thunderclap that actually lifts you out of bed. Scares you like, had the dog barking. But I wondered if if they've just got their timing wrong. What do I like about this test match? So much. So many romantic stories, where the Usman Khawaja 100 for the home crowd in Sydney meant so much. And coming on the back of what Boland did in Melbourne, I think had even higher significance than the scoreline and his personal career. I've got to go right out on a limb here and say that these are two of the more important tests that have been played in Australian cricket. Because in Melbourne, a man who identified as an Indigenous player, who was welcomed in the smoking ceremony and who embraced that element of his background, had an extraordinary match and the crowd celebrated with him. In Sydney, increasingly comfortable with his role as an Asian Muslim cricket player in Australia. So they are two very rare things, an Aboriginal and an Asian Muslim. And Khawaja did that. So I think there is another layer to those things. But then we've got Bairstow's 100 yesterday. Fantastic. At the ground where his dad scored that wonderful 100 back in 1980 in a one-day match. His dad was quite the character, one of those beloved cricketers. And Gideon was talking about this last night. Maybe go back and have a little look at the game itself. I think they were in all sorts of trouble, and Bairstow, who was renowned for his big hitting, sort of just kind of whistled his way to this great 100 at the SCG. So, and you could, I reckon Johnny knew that. Johnny knows about where his dad's been and what his dad's done, so he knew that. The Stokes innings, the playing through injury. Yeah, I don't know. Hey, maybe it's the virus that's got me this positive mood. But I'm enjoying the contest so much. And there is a contest, you know. Like the series is over, but there are a lot of people out there playing contests within contests. And we've got the Marcus Harris scenario playing out. Love that. The fact that Boland's got another chance. Love that. Love seeing players play with injury like the English did yesterday. I mean, we got and I'm sure you read it out earlier, Gerard, I heard you do it, the medical reports overnight from England said, went away for a scan, went away for a scan, went away for a scan. We'll tell you about it at the end of the test match. Well, there's nothing good to say if they're going to tell you about it at the end of the test match. Yeah. So that's great to see those guys continuing on.
Peter Lalor for Anaconda, play more, pay less. Pete, so Harris's dismissal, Australia is being proactive and trying to force the game, but it does leave his scores for the series at 3-9 not out, 3-23. The 76, which stands as a beacon, 38 in the first innings when he looked good, and he did look good again here. His first ball, he flashed through third slip, would have been interesting if there'd been a full cordon, and then nicked off to Leach, which I don't feel is a great stamp in the scheme of things. 179 runs at 30. He hasn't been able to settle whatever debate is at play. I still feel like the debate is much more external than it is internal, but he can't settle it with the score that he needs.
Yeah, I think the results tended to... and Bucky will be all over me about this, but the results tend to reflect where he's at with his technique. There's a tentativeness there. He's almost there, but not quite that sort of toe, that gentle pointing the toe forward rather than driving forward on a bent knee in the drive. That's letting him down. Everybody seems to agree with that. Joe, are you playing him next test?
Yep, definitely. But it's a much bigger question after the series. So you and I wouldn't have played him at the start of the series. I would have played Khawaja. But once that decision is made, it was made for 5 tests. So I think that's absolutely right. But if he can't settle it at the end of 5 tests, then there's no more. He hasn't had a proper sustained run at it. You're entitled to judge what he is at that stage.
Couldn't agree more, yeah. He definitely plays in Hobart. It's always better to give players one too many tests. But there's a natural break then, isn't there? The conditions change, the tour changes, you have Khawaja there, you go into the subcontinent, and you will look at other things too. You will look at players like a Madison. And the Glenn Maxwell fan club will be advocating that he gets included on that tour and perhaps gets a chance to do what he did on that tour of India a couple of years back. But I can't see him opening the batting after Hobart, but I expect to see him batting in Hobart.
Player of the day for Bingley, grab a deal today. Scott Boland took 2 more wickets today, Pete, so that was 4 for 36. It makes his test career 11 wickets at 8.27.
Yeah, so if Josh Hazlewood was fit for Hobart, are you playing Scott Boland in Hobart?
Yes, I would be. I would run this momentum for its duration.
It's not a scenario we're going to encounter, but that would be very, very cruel to Josh Hazlewood, who's suffering missing out on this series. But it's no surprise really that he is not going to play those sides. I don't know what they were thinking when they said that he'd be back in a week after that side sprain. Run with the momentum, why not? You've got Nessa, you've got Jai Richardson in the background too. They're wonderful problems to have, aren't they? Trying to get good players into a team.
What do you think happens in this test match, Pete? Australia's lead is 188. If we were going to take a guess, I would say the next 2 hours certainly get played, and that means Australia can push it a fair way. So even if we, say, lost the final session today, they can set up a run at victory tomorrow.
There was a bit of a signal there, I reckon, the way Steve Smith was going about his work before the break, that he's taking this game on, that he has a point in mind, somewhere to get to, and limited time to do it. I'm looking forward to an entertaining session. If Smith and Labuschagne can bat out this session, Australia will be in a very good position. I have no idea what the weather's going to do. They are saying what around the tea break, aren't they, that the weather will come. So you've got to get the runs on the board in the next 2 hours. That's very doable, Gerard. So it's set up for a great finish.
Pete, stay with me. There's a few broader issues to discuss on the landscape of cricket. The BBL schedule has been reissued, and really the majority of games are going to be in Melbourne. So what you forecast a little while ago around trying to get the comp finished in Victoria, really, because Geelong's included in that, and the 2 Melbourne venues, that seems to be a reality. So not just this Ashes, but the broader context of the summer. Pete Lawler's laid up. He's in isolation. He's in the shed. It didn't look like too bad a shed either. I've got this idea of Crash's shed, which is really dark and dingy, with a few old pieces of memorabilia on the wall. Yours is bright and light and windows on all sides, Peter. It barely looks like a shed at all.
Living the dream down here, Gerard. Yeah, you don't want to look closely because everything's cheaper than it looks. It leaks. There's full of mosquitoes and things like that. But it's my happy place down here, just quietly, Gerard.
Nice.
I've got my record collection. I've got my books. I've got my couch, and I've got the cricket on.
Not a bad place to be laid up. Pete Lawler's the chief cricket writer from the Australian, staying with me through the lunch break. Looking for an exciting Triple A this summer? You'll be spoiled for choice in Mildura. Head to visitmildura.com.au and get planning. The Ted Hurley Classic Ski Race is held on the Darling and Murray Rivers in late January. Lunch at the SCG. Australia 2 for 66. The lead is 188. The lunch break on SEN Test Cricket is for Husky Drink Storage Solutions.
The Ashes on SEN for Toyota Fortune, empowered with the freedom to move, and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians.
This radio station endorses the commercial radio codes of practice, which have been registered by the Australian Broadcasting Authority. The codes relate to taste and decency, accuracy and fairness in news and current affairs, advertising, Australian music content, and complaints handling. Copies of the codes are available by contacting this radio station or Commercial Radio Australia on 02 9281 6577. If you feel a code of practice has been breached and you wish to register a complaint, your complaint should be made in writing. See the complaint section at sen.com.au.
Toyota's been driving off-road in Australia for over 50 years, so they designed the Fortuner with a powerful turbo diesel engine, stylish interior and 7 spacious seats to get you through tough conditions in comfort. Test drive the Toyota Fortuner at your local Toyota dealer.
Have you reserved your seats for the next Adelaide Strikers game yet?
Because this summer's biggest hits are at the Adelaide Oval.
Kids tickets from $10, plus fireworks in the sky.
Boom! For tickets and next match details, go to AdelaideStrikers.com.au.
Are you ready for bigger and better things? Automasters need more quality technicians, service advisors and franchisees to join SA's leading automotive service and repair group. With over 20 branches and new centres opening soon, Automasters offer clean workshops, the latest diagnostic equipment, with ongoing training and promotion opportunities at every level. Technicians, service advisors, franchisees, go to the Automasters website to apply. We could be just the change you're looking for.
Attention everyone, just wanted to say a few words. Welcome home. Now that we can entertain at home again, let Husky's drinks and wine fridges add that finishing touch to your man cave, back deck or al fresco. For over 50 years, Husky has built reliable, stylish drinks and wine fridges with great energy efficiency. Husky, the celebration continues at home. Find Husky's drinks and wine fridges at a retailer near you or visit huskybrand.com.au.
Looking for great value? Look no further than a Kogan Money credit card. No annual fees, tantalising rewards, and entry into Kogan's Christmas prize draw just by signing up. Plus, earn up to $400 Kogan.com credit when you meet the spend requirements. Make the switch to a great value credit card at koganmoney.com.au/radio.
Offer ends January 30. T's and C's credit criteria apply. Product issuer and credit provider Citigroup Proprietary Limited.
Is your strata management team looking for professionals to clean your property portfolio? Sick and tired of low hygiene standards and dealing with on-site issues? From strata management to commercial property owners, Laurenex Cleaning can coordinate routine strata cleaning, perform emergency 24-hour cleaning services, high-rise window cleaning, plus our super clean services. Laurenex Cleaning are your locally owned and operated industry leaders, keeping South Australia safe and clean. Laurenex Cleaning, securing workplace safety for strata management. Google them today. Nothing says Aussie summer like listening to the cricket with an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew. A quintessential classic, craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe, which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer. Painting? Monarch Premium quality brushes and accessories help you get the job done right every time. Get inspired with videos and tips at monarchpainting.com.au and find all your Monarch painting tools at Bunnings and leading paint specialists.
SEN SA's studio on King William Street is powered by Lumo Energy. Join SEN and power your home or business with energy from an Australian-owned company, Lumo Energy SA. Learn more. Head to lumoenergy.com.au today.
The Ashes on SEN for Toyota Fortune, empowered with the freedom to move, and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians. The lunch break for Husky Drink Storage Solutions. Celebrate at home.
Some 16,000 into the SCG this Saturday has seen some pretty sprightly cricket so far. The Independent Reserve scoreboard, choose Independent Reserve for crypto. Australia 2 for 66, leading by 188. Labuschagne and Smith to resume when play returns in about 13 minutes' time. The lunch break is for Husky Drink Storage Solutions. Celebrate at home. Just riffing here with Pete Lalor, the chief cricket writer from the Australian. Pete, just before we talk BBL, how about that bail yesterday that wouldn't move? when the off stump got crashed.
It's a strange game, cricket, isn't it? I agree with the umpire. That's out. Just go. I saw one on the internet the other day where the bail actually jumped up and came back down in place. It was dislodged and then returned. So, oh well. Sometimes batsmen deserve a break, I guess. Gee, that sky's getting white up here, Gerard. There's a distinct change in the feel to the weather.
Okay, so that might suggest that. Yeah, the forecast is that sort of from 3 o'clock, so that's a couple of hours from now. So let's see how that develops. There's a refuge is needed for the BBL. There's a lot of games that have been postponed that had to be rescheduled. They're going to be split largely between the MCG, Marvel and Geelong. There's still a couple of those feature matches, fly in, fly out, that'll be staged in Sydney or Adelaide. The reconfiguration of the BBL is, in a pandemic, you just have to keep moving and find the last available home. It is quite funny that the choice is Victoria, where today there are more than 50,000 COVID positives.
Yeah, that's because you count them. We don't count them up here, Gerard. You've included the rat test.
Yes.
We don't bother with rat tests. Look, I want to say to everybody, I think everybody involved with the BBL has been brilliant, particularly Alistair Dobson, Cricket Australia's General Manager of the BBL. And I love this statement from him this morning. This past week has thrown many COVID-related challenges the Big Bash's way, but throughout we have remained steadfast in our resolve to safely and successfully complete the season. They tried to avoid hubs. They tried to avoid bubbles, quarantines, all those words. In the end, the virus caught up with them, but they've done a fantastic job to get this far, and they're going to keep going as well. I mean, I think the Sydney teams fly back up to Sydney for the derby on the 15th. There's a couple of double headers in Geelong to kick off the pink ball test down in Hobart, isn't there? But 7 of the 11 matches will be played in Victoria. And I think there's a game tomorrow night in Queensland because the teams are already up there. But, boy, the challenges they have faced. I mean, the Heat have 12 cases.
Yeah.
They had 8 people make their debut in the game against the Renegades the other day. So, full of admiration for the people who run the BBL. Not a big fan of the BBL.
Yeah.
Full of admiration for the people who run it.
Is this where the comp actually benefits from the, I guess, externally? There's not a huge weight still put on the results. It's still entertainment across the summer. There are integrity issues all over the place here. If you had a quick look at the Renegades, who have fought their way off the bottom by playing a Stars team that had nobody left and a Heat team that had nobody left. So it absolutely fell to them. Is there any level that it fails at, that it fails to meet what a competition needs to be, or is it just enough that each game gets played?
Well, mate, you get COVID, you get a flu, you get a hamstring. How is that any different to having 8 COVID cases to having 8 hamstrings? Sorry. I don't see that it's an integrity issue. As you say, it's that word that Matthew Hayden coined about 15 years ago, and I loathe, cricketainment. It's a made-for-television product. They just want to have something on. You're not playing for sheep stations. And look, something similar would happen at test level too, wouldn't it? If 8 of the players went down and there were another 8 available, I would hope and expect that a test match would continue under the same circumstances.
It would, if it did continue, it would continue with far more debate and unease. Every sporting competition around the world is facing this. So the NBA has been decimated and ploughed on. The NFL has a huge inactive roster. They're not right here in front of us. I suspect this will really get driven home when it happens in the football codes, when it happens in the NRL and it happens in the AFL, and teams are told it just, as long as you numerically can meet the minimum standard you're playing, out you go. So I think the BBL is sort of the forerunner for what's going to be pretty standard practice over the next few months.
Well, I hope you're wrong, because I hope this virus is finished before the footy season starts, but I suspect that you're right. And Is it any different to that year that Essendon played with all of its players suspended or whatever that situation was back then? Just got to make do in these circumstances. You've just got to try and keep the show on the road. Sort of pushed on into the headwind as the BBL has done, as these test players have done. I will say one thing that will be a concern. People roll their eyes about this, but the I hope that they are monitoring very closely the mental strain on the players, because the anxieties around these situations are really pronounced. The difficulties of being on the road and and looking every day at your test, and we all know the relief when the test comes through negative these days is great. And I can tell you what, there's a bit of despair when it comes through positive.
Yeah.
Because you think of everybody else that you've upset and everything else that's going on. But also these players have families at home who probably can't travel with them anymore. And they're in very similar circumstances with positive tests and people not able to get to supermarkets and food not on the shelf. So hopefully they are monitoring that element of it, because I think more than anybody, these BBL players, this travelling circus, probably feel the mental effects, strains of trying to continue playing sport in these circumstances.
The last element, Pete, is that Will Pucovski is scheduled to resume his cricket career today. Melbourne's weather is having a say in that. She's pretty nasty outside. His message was, don't forget about me. And he has said publicly that he's going to keep his sights set on Pakistan. How will Cricket Australia measure the progress of Pucovski through the suburbs and hopefully back to the Shield environment, and then to whether or not he returns to the international scene?
I haven't run the tape measure over this, Gerard, but does he get a chance to play some Shield cricket before the side leaves for Pakistan? It would be critical that he does that.
Yeah, I think he would.
Yeah. Well, I didn't think about him when I was discussing the Harris situation, did I? But there is a ready-made replacement for Harris and a brilliant cricket player with some issues. That's a much bigger picture to discuss. I know that George Bailey's attitude is, mate, no rush. You've got 15 years to play cricket. Go away, get yourself right, chill out. So perhaps, having said that, I don't think Australia would be busting a gut to get him on that Pakistan tour, and I hope that they're not. And we want to see how he goes at club cricket and then back at Sheffield Shield cricket. But it's just so tantalising, isn't it, the prospect of seeing Pucovski play Test cricket. We saw it here last year once. Hopefully we see it again.
Pete, stay well. It's great to see you.
Thanks, Gerard. Thank you. Enjoy the cricket.
Pete Lalor in the shed at home. He's in isolation. Chief cricket writer from the Australian. This has been the lunch break for Husky Drink Storage Solutions. Celebrate at home. Australia to resume 2 for 66 on SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. And Henley Everyday Advantage. We don't hide our prices.
The Ashes on SEN for Toyota Fortune, empowered with the freedom to move, and Host Plus, the industry super fun for all Australians.
This summer, Foxtel is the only place to watch every ball of the Vodafone Ashes series in 4K Ultra HD. Foxtel, Australia's only dedicated sport 4K Ultra HD channel. The Vodafone Ashes series in 4K Ultra HD. Only on Foxtel for the love of cricket.
Australia's making positive energy, and there's more on the way. It's all part of our plan to reach net zero by 2050. We're rolling out rooftop solar at record levels, expanding snowy hydro, so it's the biggest battery in the southern hemisphere, and investing billions in projects like hydrogen hubs and seaweed for feed, which means more jobs and even less emissions, helping us reach net zero by 2050. Find out more at positiveenergy.gov.au. Authorised by the Australian Government, Canberra.
SENSA is your home for sport across the weekend. Brought to you by Volkswagen Service Express. Get the same great service in under an hour. Only at Solitaire Volkswagen Mile End. Now sit back and enjoy everything sports on SENSA.
Greyhound racing is always a great day out for the whole family. So get along to any of SA's 4 major greyhound racing venues for an exciting day out. Head along to experience the thrill of greyhound racing. Enjoy some great meals with family-friendly dining options available. You can also head trackside and see these amazing athletes in person. Head to greyhoundracingsa.com.au to check the schedule. We love our dogs. Gamble responsibly.
Tyre Power's big holiday sale gives you the power to get away with a great deal on Kumho tyres. Buy 3 and get 1 free on Kumho tyres, including a huge range of premium quality passenger car and SUV tyres. What a way to get away when you buy 3 and get 1 free on a big range of Kumho tyres. Only this January and only at Tyre Power. Conditions apply. Tyre Power's big holiday sale is now on. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local owner-operator.
Sport brings inspiration.
It's a famous victory. Magnificent performance.
Heartbreak.
It's a draw. They go back again next week.
And jubilation.
Winning feeling returns to Australian cricket.
Across every town and city, sport is the glue of our local community. And SEN is there with you. Listen anywhere, anytime on the SEN app. The latest news articles, podcasts, live sport, and more. Download the SEN app today.
Serious outdoor work requires serious outdoor tools. And this season, Makita is helping you rule the outdoors. Right now, you can score yourself a free Makita brushless blower when you buy any selected Makita LXT 18V x2 brushless multifunction powerhead kit. Hurry, limited time only, offer via online redemption. Visit makita.com.au for details. Makita, rule the outdoors.
Attention everyone, just wanted to say a few words. Welcome home. Now that we can entertain at home again, let Husky's drinks and wine fridges add that finishing touch to your man cave, back deck, or al fresco. For over 50 years, Husky has built reliable, stylish drinks and wine fridges with great energy efficiency. Husky, the celebration continues at home. Find Husky's drinks and wine fridges at a retailer near you or visit huskybrand.com.au.
As your business put cleaning standards to the test, there's no job too big for Lauren X Cleaning. With world-class environmental products, services and staff, Lauren X Cleaning are your locally owned and operated industry leaders, keeping South Australia safe and clean. Lauren X Cleaning. Google them today.
SEN SA's studio on King William Street is powered by Lumo Energy. Join SEN and power your home or business with energy from an Australian-owned company. Lumo Energy SA. Learn more. Head to lumoenergy.com.au today.
The Ashes on SEN for Toyota Fortune, empowered with the freedom to move, and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians. The second session. Stay safe. Search dial before you dig every time.
Australia about to resume batting 2 for 66 with a lead of 188. The game scores Australia 8 declared for 416. England all out 294 and 2 for 66. This session will be for Dial Before You Dig. Stay safe. Search Dial Before You Dig every time. Gerard Whateley with his Simon Katich is in the box at the SCG. Hello to you, Kat.
Good afternoon, Gerard. Good afternoon to all our listeners.
How does it look at the ground?
It's bathed in sunshine, Gerard. Looks warm out there. There's a few clouds floating around up high, but beautiful Saturday afternoon here in Sydney, and hopefully we get more play in here, although the forecast I keep looking at looks like it's got a big thunderstorm coming in anywhere from sort of 2 to 3 p.m.
That it seems 3 o'clock, sort of the hit zone where it all might get wiped out. Showers developing, possible afternoon storms, 28 degrees. And the app has a 100% chance of rain at 3 o'clock for Rainbird Smart Irrigation, Intelligent Use of Water. We saw, so Steve Smith clearly arrived in the middle with an intent to push the game along. And so much risk with these two as to how far Australia might be able to drive their 188-run lead before whatever disruption awaits us.
Yeah, there's no doubt there was a lot of intent shown from Steve Smith and even Marnus Labuschagne to that extent as well. But I guess the hard part is taking into account how much they're actually going to, how many runs they're comfortable with setting England, particularly if they don't get a chance to bat again late today if we do go off for rain and there is a big thunderstorm. So it's a tricky one for them because you'd think that they'd want at least 300 runs minimum. I mean, England haven't got that yet in the series, so percentages say it'd be excellent effort to be able to do that from here on a fifth day SCG wicket that's already shown some signs of deteriorating. But they'd also be wary because of what happened yesterday. Once that ball got to sort of 40 overs old and got softer and Bairstow and Stokes attacked Lyon, it became a different game. And I think Pat Cummins would be mindful of that as well, given that Boland today got a couple of wickets, but he obviously had that tumble yesterday and probably bowled within himself a little bit as well. So it'll be interesting to see how this next bit plays out.
Mark Wood is going to start after lunch. 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 15. I wonder if Australia could knock up 100 runs in the session and get to 288, then they could run their maths in the morning. Is what notionally might be 320 or 350. Once you know it's 96 overs to go in the Test match, you can sort of start to work backwards on that. So this is a vital session, whether England can strike, whether England can contain, or whether Australia's 2 best batsmen can drive the game. For the Paddington ends, Mark Wood given the all clear. His right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Marnus Labuschagne, who's on 28s and in behind the first ball, dropping it to leg and taking off as he runs it behind the umpire. 29 for Labuschagne, 2 for 67 Australia.
Yeah, Mark Wood operating from the Paddington end. He's got the same plan of attack that he had to Labuschagne in the previous test at MCG, where he's gone wide of the crease, angling in, trying to get him to spar at one outside off stump. But with this field here, he's also going to probably use his bumper. He's got 2 back on the leg side. He's got a mid-wicket in so he can attack the stumps. It's the same field for Steve Smith,
who's 8 from the 7 balls that he faced on the way to lunch. Wood is in and at Smith, who plays with an open blade. He runs it to backward points. It's fielded, no run. So that opening session of play, Cat, gave us the 2 Australian wickets. Warner's doesn't demand much scrutiny, but Harris was in, and then he nicked off to Leach, driving at a wider delivery, probably looking to force things along. He made 27, so he doesn't get the score to end the debate. In fact, it's more than that. It's a failure to convert, which ignites the debate further. 179 at 30 in the series. Wood is around his mark. He's in and bowling to Smith, who's playing out of the pads, rolling it away through mid-wicket and taking a single, 2 for 68.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, Gerard, because Jack Leach is down on confidence. He's had a tough time in this series, and he looped one up to Marcus Harris, inviting the drive, and it was there to drive. There was width on it. He's only got the couple of fielders on the offside, and it didn't really spin, and he's nicked it. It was a good catch by Ollie Pope, but Harris should be disappointed with that dismissal because he just keeps leaving the door ajar. Where Khawaja's grabbed the opportunity with both hands, Harris just keeps missing these opportunities.
Smith faces up to Woods, who's in and bowling to him. And it was Labuschagne, in fact, that he's nicked it. He's played the cross-back cut. It cramped him, and Woods got him again. 3 times in succession, and suddenly Marnus is a compulsive nicker. He's gone for 29. Australia 3 for 68.
Yeah, it's well bowled by Mark Wood. The plan works again. Just spoke about it a couple of balls ago. Wide of the crease, bashing the wicket outside off stump. And this one, Marnus Labuschagne got sort of caught in 2 minds between trying to slash it over the gully fielder and in the end nicked it through. And Ollie Pope has 3 catches now in this second innings. This keeping business is easy.
How about that?
Wood. Yes. Yeah, that's just 3 times in the last 3 knocks for Marnus Labuschagne. Exactly the same. Well, that one wasn't quite exactly the same as the last 2, but it's pretty similar.
Oh, I'm texting Crash now. He's so culpable for this.
Labuschagne has been out to Wood 3 times in 22 balls since he went to number 1 on the ICC rankings.
And that brings Usman Khawaja out into the middle. 2 for 17, Mark Wood. And this is the other way the game can be vaulted forward. Katich is the fall of wickets and before whatever weather arrives.
Yeah, and that's exactly how England should be thinking. They showed spirit yesterday with the bat. They could have been bundled out, 4 for 36. They came back purely because of the belief from Bairstow and Stokes in their ability, and not just their ability to get through that tough period against the new ball, but to counter-attack when they saw the moment. Now the England bowlers are going to be able to do that on this wicket. You know, Khawaja is coming in off 100, so he'll be feeling good. You know, will they be able to extract a false stroke out of him here, starting up again for the second time in this test?
Laurenex cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex cleaning today. 3 for 68. Labuschagne gone for 29. First over after lunch. Khawaja about to see his first ball. Ward is in and at him. The rising delivery up under the chin. There's a bat pad in place. Khawaja got it down off the gloves.
That was a brute of a ball to cop first up from Mark Wood. He's fired up. He showed it yesterday with the bat. Hit some beautiful bombs off Pat Cummins. And he's bowled with spirit throughout this series without getting on a roll. But could it be today at the SCG on this up and down wicket? He's got pace. He smashed that one into the SCG turf and Khawaja played it well.
He's coming at Australia in the high 140s. Order in and at Khawaja, who leaves the rising delivery. It did fly through. End of a successful over, 2 for 17 from 5 overs. That's Wood's figures, 3 for 68. Australia's lead is 190 on the Laurenex cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex cleaning today. That all unfolded while we were chatting about Marcus Harris and his predicament now within the team.
Yeah, and this is the problem. I think discussed it earlier, even today when we had the chat with Tony Doddermaid down on the boundary line. You know, the fact is, this is his 13th test. You know, he's averaging about 25, so today's knock pretty much keeps it around the same mark. And when you get to that stage, if you haven't got a test 100, the questions start to get raised, and not just externally. I think more importantly, within. That's the big question I'd probably keep harping on about, is that Marcus Harris has got to put that to bed within his own mind. And there must be an element of that playing with him at the moment, because he played well in Melbourne on a tricky wicket. So he showed that he's capable of digging in and getting a good score like 76 when everyone else was finding it hard to bat on. But then he comes to the SCG and his great opportunity was on day one here when the wicket's at its best. He got set, got out, and then same again in the second innings. He looked okay today. And then gets out to a ball that's a really innocuous ball from Jack Leach, really. It's not like he's facing a world-class spinner. So how's he going to go on the subcontinent?
England's chance to attack. SEN Test cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. Stuart Broad with ball in hand. Bowls to Smith. He's driven to mid-on. Good piece of fielding done. Sharp away to the left by Atherton to prevent runs.
So, yeah, it's going to be an interesting selection discussion when this test is over, because Khawaja's done everything he can, and if he backs it up here in the second innings, then they're going to have a serious discussion about that spot.
Mark Wood posing for selfies down on the boundary as he does his work, having taken a wicket. All eyes on Broad, who bowls. Smith drives on the offside this time, but he's picked out Anderson, no run.
Just showing the highlights of Mark Wood to Marnus Labuschagne in this innings. And he certainly was getting a lot further across his off stump, much like Steve Smith in a way. But Mark Wood just made the adjustment and forced him even wider.
It's been a good plan of attack. Smith on strike. Broad bowls to him. Smith plays the ball to point and Mead does the fielding. No run.
Steve Smith before went past 3,000 test runs against England. I believe one of only 5, is that right, Colo? To have done that? I think the Don's up there and AB and a few others, but Steve Smith in rare company there.
The Don's up there as one of the great phrases in cricket. It's almost redundant. Broad over the wicket, bowls. Smith plays straight back down the pitch. 31 test matches that he's played against England.
Well, the Don actually didn't do as well against England as he did overall with his record, because his test record obviously of 99.94. He was only 89 average against England. Dropped a little bit.
Smith, the 6th Australian to hit 3,000 runs against England. Bradman, 5,028 out in front.
Get that full list from Colo as we go for Robot Building Supplies. Robot's got it.
So Smith played
bowls and Smith defends. He doesn't go as he rolled it away to cover.
Sorry, Gerard. Smith played 54 innings against England for 11 centuries. Pretty good going. Just by way of comparison, Bradman played 63 innings against England for 19 tons and 12 other 50s.
Who else is in that list, Colo?
The others for Australia, there's a couple of Englishmen here as well, I should say. Border, Steve Waugh and Smith are the other Australians. Hobbs and Gower, the Englishmen.
That's good company to keep. Broad charge in from the round weekend bowl. Smith in behind, defending. And that is the end of the over. 3 for 68 on the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today.
Where do you find peace when facing an uncertain future?
There are moments of confusion, anxiety, but underlying it all, there's a sense of peace that comes over.
The one thing that's really helped us through this is the phrase, don't cross bridges till you get to them. Don't go too far ahead and think about how bad it's going to be.
Keeping the situation in perspective is a helpful way to work through a difficult situation. For more about finding peace in challenging times, go to messagesofhope.org.au. I'm Richard Fox from messagesofhope.org.au.
SEN Test Cricket, the middle session on day 4 for Dial Before You Dig. Stay safe, search Dial Before You Dig every time. Mark Woods removed Marnus Labuschagne in his previous over. He's in and bowling to Khawaja, who's beaten past the outside edge.
Just to lay a marker for later, Ollie Pope's taken all 3 catches. Now, the most ever for a wicketkeeper in a test innings is 7, and a number of people have done it 6 times, but I doubt any of them were a sub. These catches won't go to his record. They don't count when you're a sub.
One of the funny old conventions of cricket, on the scorecards that are official, it refuses to even name Pope as a court sub. Could be any old mug who's done, and one's a very fine catch indeed. As good a keeping catch as there's been in the series, I think. One off Leach. Wood is steaming in and bowling. Khawaja on the back foot defence to Hamid under the helmet at short leg.
Well, from all reports, Ollie Pope has kept in junior cricket. So he's a genuine keeper. And he certainly hasn't looked out of place behind the stumps in this innings so far. It was a very good catch to get rid of Harris. They're never easy, those fuller balls from the off-spinner that go out wider and try and hit the rough. Just caught a little bit of the outside edge. Didn't deflect a huge amount, but just enough.
If my memory serves, last year, Colo, Riddiman Saha was the substitute keeper in Australia's second innings, and he might have taken 4 catches. Khawaja pulled across the line. He played over the top of it, and it goes through untouched to Pope. So substitute keepers at the SCG have become a bit of a subcategory in their own right. Three for 68.
Yeah, that's right. 4 catches for Riddiman Saha as the sub-keeper in Australia's second innings. Out of 6 dismissals, so he was on track for that 6 or 7, you know.
And that was not without controversy, was it? Because Richard Park played such a role with the bat.
Yes.
But was excused the keeping duties. Wood charging in bowls. Khawaja leaves outside the off stump. At least Joss Butler had the good grace to make a duck.
Yes, Punt made 97 in the 4th innings.
That was just a warm-up to what he did at the Gabba. Australia's lead 190. Early stages of the middle session of day 4.
Well, Pope is the incumbent at the moment. If Bairstow and Butler don't get up, he could well keep the gloves for the Hobart Test.
Could be a radically overhauled team with the injuries in the camp. Wood in, bowls to Khawaja, who's on the back foot, turning to leg. He will get runs as Milan dives over the top of it at backward square. So Khawaja's off the mark. Australia 3 for 69.
So Pope could conceivably keep in this innings, obviously, as the sub. And then what happens if both Bairstow and Butler have scans and say they've got breaks, but then contract COVID overnight? Could he stay on and bat as the COVID sub in the second innings?
Yes. Oh, you've got a little bit of conspiracy theorist to your cat. I love
I'm
it.
just thinking ahead, if one of them's got a broken thumb, he comes in as the batsman.
A little
tweak the rules. Yeah, I've definitely got COVID.
Yeah. A little glimpse into the dark soul of Simon Katich.
Draw the second line on the rat test.
3 for 69. Last ball of Woods over. He'll deliver to Smith as a result of the missed fields. And Smith plays from the pads onto the onside. No run. You heard the call. 3 for 69. Laurenex Cleaning. Scoreboard Google Laurenex Cleaning today.
Introducing the all-new Staria Load, Hyundai's new commercial van, loaded with as much space and tech as you can possibly fit. We fit in class-leading safety features, like a 360-degree surround view monitor in the lift bag, giving you another set of eyes on the road. Plus, the two-seat van fits 3 Euro pallets. Right now, we've also fit in a special $750 bonus for ABN holders. The all-new Hyundai Staria Load fits in everything. T's and C's apply.
And Test cricket for Host Plus, the industry super for all Australians. 3 for 69. Smith 9, Khawaja 1. Stuart Broad with ball in hand. 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 8. And from the Randwick end at the SCG. 5 from the first deep. Broad around the wicket, bowls. Khawaja opens the face and defends to cover. No run.
Well, the tempo of this test has just slowed down a little bit since that wicket of Labuschagne. And I think rightly so, because Australians will know that Cameron Green's in next. He's obviously had a tough time with the bat in this series so far. Probably same could be said for Alex Carey in a way, although some of his innings have been in different circumstances. Obviously the chase, getting those, well, not chase, but hitting the winning runs at the Gabba from the first test, cost him his wicket.
Khawaja faces up, and he leaves the ball angled in from around the wickets.
Given Australia only 191 in front, I would have thought they'd be looking for at least a minimum of 300 runs. I think these two will just try and knuckle down for a period of time here and get in a partnership and try and make sure that England don't get on a roll. Joe Root's gone to his experienced bowler, Stuart Broad. He knows that he's the sort of player that can potentially get on a roll.
Ball still relatively new in that 25th over. The value of a wicket just to make sure Australia couldn't get away. Broad bowls. Khawaja leaves outside the off stump.
He's carrying on from the first innings where he's so disciplined. Anything that was sort of tempting outside off stump, just short of a good length, he wouldn't really want to play at. He just prepared for the England bowlers to come to him, score leg side or play off the back foot. So the same patience on show here again in the second innings.
A slip and a gully. Broad bowls. Khawaja ducks the bouncer, which was coming right at him.
It's a good ball early on. They know that Khawaja played a lot in the first innings, but it's different when you're starting out again. Wickets change characteristics. There's a little bit more variable pace and bounce. Khawaja's prepared to just get used to that pace and bounce now in the second innings against this new ball.
Stuart Broad. Ankle brace on the left leg. Headband tied tight outside the off stump. Left alone again by Khawaja.
talking about those, well, Ollie Pope as the sub-keeper, I don't think it's a coincidence that we've seen so many blows, one to the batsman here, particularly yesterday with Bairstow and Stokes copying blows, but also the keepers, because the SCG traditionally is one of the hardest places to keep, particularly as the test match goes on with the variable pace and bounce.
Had to wear them during this test match on the gloves, that's for sure. Khawaja sees the last ball of the over and he defends to the offside. A maiden from Stuart Broad, 3 for 69. The Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today.
Hi, Shane Heal here. Catch every game of the NBL live on ESPN with KO. This will be the biggest season yet with the return of NBA superstar Matthew Dellavedova. Even LeBron loves Delly.
I love Delly. What he brings to our team is just brings toughness and grit.
There's also NBA stars in the making with Osman Dieng and Kai Soto, 7-foot Chinese giant Joe Chi, and the LeBron of the NBL, Bryce Cotton. Bryce Cotton won every single set. The NBL is here. Watch every game live on ESPN with KO.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. Simon Katich in the experts chair for Anaconda. Play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Chris Rogers comes in to join him. Hello to you, Buck.
Hello, Gerard. Hello, Kat.
Hi, Buck.
Mark Wood begins his fresh over from the Paddington end, 2 for 18 to his name. Steve Smith is on 9. Wood bowls to him, and out of the pads, it's turned away past mid-wicket by Smith. And he'll be able to get 2 as he rolls it neatly through the infield. Crawley to do the fielding, 3 for 71.
Wood fell over again then in this follow-through, Gerard, on his hands and knees.
He's a pretty regular sight for that, isn't he?
He was bleeding through his whites before lunch.
He's a tough northerner. Geordie boy, Mark Wood. That won't bother him. I see Dan Lawrence is on the field as well as a sub.
They've got subs everywhere, I think. Pope, Lawrence, Overton. Every man must serve. Wood over the wicket, bowl, short. Smith pulls him into the deep powerfully. Pierces the gap between the two fielders, set for it, and bangs it for 6. Steve Smith asserts some authority. He's 17. Australia builds the lead to 199.
I don't think that was the worst ball, actually. It was high enough. It was just that Smith was good enough to hit it out of the middle of the bat. If he hadn't, there's 2 fielders down there waiting to take the catch.
Had a punter over the fence with a Canadian club in one hand, and he reached over with the other, and he made contact with the ball. He just couldn't quite hang on. Oh, he had that moment to live. Didn't spill a drop if he'd been able to catch it.
2 hands for beginners, isn't it?
Not prepared to sacrifice the liquor. Now Wood follow that up. Was that Smith who nibbles it in front of him. We've been on alert for the Pekowski return today against Kingston Hawthorn. It was Morty Alec, wasn't it? We decided it's not a day for batting in Melbourne. Kingston Hawthorn batted first, and Dan Breddig reported they were 8 for 80.
I had someone message me and ask me if all the groundsmen got COVID in the last week. There's wickets everywhere.
Tough day for batters.
Well, it's just been the bad weather, hasn't it?
Over the past couple of days. So Woods is in and bowling to Smith, who turns him to the leg. There's a leg gully that's been put in. He kept it away from Stokes and is able to amble through for a run. 18 for Smith, 3 for 78. So it is a big day for Will, who spoke, it was yesterday, after 3 months. Well, he hasn't batted since the SCG test, has he?
No, I mean, he said it's been a year. I think it was almost to the day since he played his last game. So you could hear the excitement in his voice about the prospect of playing. The fact that he's out there with his teammates, enjoying that camaraderie. I think that's just something he's been really looking forward to. And no doubt, there's probably a little bit of anxiety about the batting, but still, I think he's been desperately looking towards this moment for a long time.
It's a long time to be denied what you really love. The backward square in place, short for Khawaja, who's defending the ball, speared in at the stumps from Wood.
Where do you think he sits for the upcoming Pakistan tour?
I really don't know. It's a hard one. I mean, hopefully the Shield cricket will go ahead. I mean, that's got to be up in the air at the moment with COVID. So, if there are enough games and he can do some spectacular things again, which he has in the past, who knows what the selectors will be thinking.
Wood bowls, Khawaja defends. Last ball of the over. 9 from it. We'll pick this up in a moment. 3 for 78. Laurenex Cleaning. Scoreboard Google Laurenex Cleaning today.
Toyota's been driving off-road in Australia for over 50 years. So when designing the Fortuner, they built it with a powerful turbo diesel engine to get you through the toughest conditions. And even gave it a stylish interior and 7 spacious seats. To keep you comfy whether you're off-road or on one. Visit your local Toyota dealer to book a test drive of the adventurous Toyota Fortuner. Oh, what a feeling, Toyota.
3 for 78. SEN Test Cricket for Henley. Everyday advantage. We don't hide our prices. The lead is 200. Smith is 18. Khawaja is 1. Simon Katich and Chris Rogers mid-conversation. Stuart Broad is poised to continue on. He is bowling from the Randwick end. He's in and bowling to Smith, who's struck on the pad, it seems, walking across his stumps, but no shout from it. So the Pakistan first test is the 3rd of March. When's Shield cricket slated to resume?
That's 2nd of February. There's we're playing Tasmania at the MCG.
It's a tight timeline, isn't it? As when that team would be selected and travel.
Travel, yes. Look,
it's not very realistic, is it?
I'm not sure why they just couldn't think more about a review for that LBW.
Smith back and across and hitting just to the top of the flap. He defends with the no run right now. Smith 18.
But could it be conceivable that both Harris and Pekovsky open together in that Shield game?
Very conceivable, I believe.
How does that make it for you as coach, knowing that those two are potentially in a bat-off for a test spot?
That's not really for me to do.
Broad end bowls, Smith defends, and loud call of no.
You're trying to put together a team that plays well. They've both spoken about the fact that they've been in this situation before, Kat, and they get on really, really well. They obviously support each other out there. I mean, they have the record for the highest partnership in Australian first-class history, so they bat well together. So I don't think it's an issue at all. They're just both going out to do as well as they can and support the other.
Broad end, bowls to Smith, down the leg side. Smith followed it. They ask about whether he feathered it and then stifle that shout.
They flicked the pad on the way through.
Yep.
Maybe even his thigh pad.
We were discussing Harris's innings before and just whether he's left the door ajar for the Australian selectors, given that Khawaja's got the 137 in the first innings. How do you think he would think about this dismissal today to Leach, particularly the way he got out to a sort of fuller, wider delivery off him?
I think no doubt he'd be disappointed, but you know what it's like in the third innings, Kat.
Smith faces up, plays back down the pitch.
You can't play the exact innings you want to play because you're trying to play for the team as well and keep the run rate ticking over. We saw Steve Smith hit a 4 the over before lunch, so there's definitely some intent by Australia out there. That if you'd hit that one, I'm no doubt that's going for 4. I think in another situation he's probably let that go and wait for the ball to come closer to him. So I don't know. You still got to execute, no doubt, but I look at the last 2 tests.
Broad giving nothing away. Smith drives and he finds runs through extra cover with a fluently struck drive. A boundary from the last ball of the over. A Foxtel 4K4. Foxtel for the love of cricket. 3 for 82. Buck and Cat. Hutto to join them next.
It's time to put the out of office on for the big holiday sale. Now on at Tyre Power. Your number one destination on Google Maps for safety, Tyre Power is ready to help your family get ready for your driving holiday. So before you hit the road, make Tyre Power your first stop and find out why Tyre Power is Australia's best. During the big holiday sale on now, buy 3 get 1 free on selected Kumo passenger and SUV tyres. Each Tyre Power is 100% independent and locally owned. Find your Aussie local at tyrepower.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Afternoon, Cat and Buck.
Afternoon, Hutto.
Hello, Doc. Weather's good. England have tightened things up, but Steve Smith is looming large. Khawaja has strike. New over from Wood. And Khawaja barely had to duck. That's how short that was as it goes through to Carey. In fact, it's just been deemed as the one short ball rather than a wide. It remains 3 for 82 on the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. Question actually asked off our socials. How big can the touring team to Asia be? Because you add COVID to whatever else, and it's probably going to be a larger squad than normal, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that they would take a big squad in case there are cases.
Good again, Fuller, just outside the off stump. He plays, but in defensive mode.
I'd say it'd be... Usually there's about 15, 16 would go, so I think you'd probably be pushing that up to around 20.
Which makes it a bit easier for selectors in some ways to make calls on things, doesn't it?
Yeah, unless, Kat, you have another idea about how many might go?
Oh, no, I guess the only thing that I agree, I think they will take a bigger one, but just the balancing act with allowing a few players that probably haven't played a lot of red ball cricket to potentially play Shield at the end of the summer.
Depends how quickly they can get the players into the country.
Good to Khawaja, who again, he's going to take a run this time as he played it wide with Bidoff, who was positioned quite wide, so it allowed him to pick up 2 runs on the drive. And he moves to 3, and it's 3 for 84 on the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today.
Just not sure if Colo's going to say something, but
I was just going to say the only precedent for a squad that's been picked for a test tour since COVID was the ill-fated South African tour that didn't take place. They selected 19 players for that last January.
Yep. And how many did England had? It was multiple. It was red ball and white ball to India, wasn't it? There was all sorts of numbers picked and rotated through that. Wood again. Khawaja waits and that jumped on him. Leapt up off a short of a length. He handled it well enough, but the glove came off the bat.
Just going back to that last shot from Khawaja, that just looks the difference between Australian players and England players. He's just caressed that for 2, a straight drive. He hasn't tried to overhit. The ball wasn't full enough to have a full flourish of the bat. So he just kind of tapped it back and took his medicine and went through, whereas we saw just a little bit too expansive from the England top order at times.
Our experts for Anaconda. Play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Khawaja is 3. Wood marching in, bowls just outside the off stump. Respected by Khawaja, who lets it go.
He's been a lot of the Australian batsmen have been disciplined outside off stump this series in comparison, as you say, Buck, to some of the England batsmen. And I think that's what stood out for me yesterday, particularly with Stokes and Bairstow. They got across their crease and they tried to cover, the ball particularly moving away from someone like a Boland to Stokes, and even Bairstow against someone like Pat Cummins.
This could be the last ball of Wood's spell here. He's bowled. He's 4 overs now as that one's defended. Slightly open face by Khawaja to cover. More from Buck and Cat. In a moment, it's 3 for 84.
G'day, Glenn McGrath here.
The Ashes are well and truly underway, and so no matter where you are or who you go for, you can help the thousands of families experiencing breast cancer by purchasing your very own virtual pink seat. You can buy one for yourself, for you and your mate, or for your entire family. Visit pinktest.com.au, buy your virtual pink seat, and help us make this the pinkest Ashes ever. Oh, and P.S. I've got mine.
Our two experts sending virtual smoke signals between them during the ad break. What were those hand signs all about, Buck?
No, I'll let that one go, mate.
A sore point from yesterday, I think.
No,
And
I'm
I
not bitter.
know exactly what he was talking about because I think I backed him up. I don't think he heard me.
I did.
I think Flem might have been on.
Yeah, you partially backed him up.
Partially? What are you talking about partially? I said I knew exactly what he was talking about because that's why probably my off stump was my leg stump. Everything on off stump would go through probably mid on or because you're trying to nullify the ball swinging away. I'm talking about left-hander facing a left-arm bowler trying to swing it away from you.
I mean, I still think it's easier to jam down on the ball that nips back than the one that goes away from you, if that makes sense.
He cops one little bit of criticism off the SMS, and just because he's not here, so sensitive.
I'm telling you, calling games of footy and cricket must be so easy. There mustn't be any art to it.
Right, you call this ball. Go on, call it. Come on, describe
It's exactly what I'm trying to say to you. Are they?
Jack Leach back into the attack. He bowls to Smith on his stumps, rolls the wrist over. That takes it out to mid-wicket for one, and it's 3 for 85.
What do you think of the sea ball hip ball concept, Kat?
Yeah, it's definitely something that applies to certain players that's probably all they can think of and keep it simple. But then, there's others, particularly when you bat at the top of the order, you do have to be a bit more strategic about it because you're dealing with a moving ball. So I get where it's coming from. It potentially comes from a place where, a middle order player that wants to go out there and whack the ball and what do we call them? The interior decorators? Bat in the middle order.
That's nice.
Compared to the bricklayers that open at the top of the order or the concrete layers.
Just to hold up here as he rearranges the field. And me going onto the offside rather than a short leg for the left-hander. Left arm over the wicket, Leach to Khawaja for the first time in this innings. Takes some extra moment to contemplate. Slip and a short cover, and it's expertly turned around the corner by Khawaja as Leach slowly overpitched. Leaned on that for a single. And he moves to 4. Smith is 23. It's 3 for 86 at the SCG. Second session. Day 4 for Dial Before You Dig. Stay safe. Search Dial Before You Dig every time. 208 is the lead. Leach to Smith, who waits on this, plays it off the back foot. Can't get a run this time. Crawley fields a cover. Is there a number they'll have in mind, Kat?
I would have thought minimum 300.
Smith could be the key to more in swift time. He's on 23. He's looked reasonably untroubled so far. He defends this next one from Leach.
I think it'll all depend on the rain as well, Hardo.
Yeah.
If there's no rain at all, I think it'd be more 350.
Smith puts the bat down with earnest. Leach steps up again and bowls just straight to leg. Turns it to mid-wicket. A close fielder in front of the crease while the right-hander's on strike. 3 for 86. Last ball of the over from Leach. Smith bowled! He went back and it went straight on and hit his middle stump. And that is a shock to everyone. Steve Smith bowled by Jack Leach. And Australia loses its 4th wicket. Jack Leach, the destroyer. It's 4 for 86.
Yeah, Steve Smith will be disappointed with that dismissal. Tried to get a little bit too cute with that and get it behind point on the offside. In the end, ball just cannoned into the stumps and he might have got the big FO from Jack Leach on the way off as well. So Steve Smith tucks that bat on the right hand and he trudges off the SCG. Now this is a big moment for Cameron Green with Australia now 4 for 86.
So the big far out he got, did he, Kat?
It looked like it from the verbal I saw.
Simon Katich calling it as it is.
I love how he says it with a straight face as well. Especially when it's Jack Leach.
You can't blame him for it either, mate. He's had a tough time with this series.
Yeah,
That's instinct. You just have to get it out, don't you? Can't leave it in there festering.
4 for 86, end of the over.
G'day, Alex Carey here. Toyota have been taking families to cricket grounds all over Australia for 50 years. So when Toyota designed the Fortuner, they built it with power, comfort and added safety to get you through the toughest conditions. With Apple CarPlay and a stylish interior, there is plenty of space to keep you comfy and plenty of storage for all the gear. Visit your local Toyota dealer to book a test drive of the adventurous Toyota Fortuner. How's that? Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
A few heads shaking about that one. Jack Leach has struck twice, removing Harris and now Smith for 23. And Cameron Green, we know he's had his real troubles with the bat this series. 57 runs at 14.25. He's the new batsman. Anderson's going to replace Wood. Bowled a spell of 3 overs and then 4 overs so far without a wicket. Has none for 15, but good time to come on. Cat's left us for now. Arthur's about to jump in the chair at the SCG. But first and foremost, it's Anderson to Khawaja, who drives fluently but without much power, and Wood makes the save.
It's one of the difficulties of trying to manoeuvre the ball against spin off the stumps on the back end of a test match, because sometimes the ball just skids at you. If you get a little bit too cute and try to play it a bit too square, often you just miss it.
Khawaja standing out of his crease. English fans finding voice. Anderson bowls and got good bounce out of that one. Well played by Khawaja up on the onside, and a number of people pointing out off our SMS that that's my fault. I said Smith completely untroubled here at the SCG, and 2 balls later he's clean bowled by Jack Leach.
Well, to be fair, I think that Smith was in control. I mean, he was doing everything he needed to do, and a ball just misbehaved. That's all it was, really, and Smith just... Yeah, like I said, it was maybe a touch too cute with it.
Short is the next one from Anderson, and one of those trademark pulls by Khawaja in front of square. There was 2 out there behind the umpire, but he picked it up so early that he could dispatch it where he chooses, and that's a Foxtel 4K4. Foxtel for the love of cricket. Usman Khawaja reprising his first innings with that shot.
Well, that's just in the slot for Khawaja. That's exactly where he loves it. Short ball, just outside his body on the offside where he can throw his hands through it. He sits back quite a bit, so short ball just sits up at him, especially at Anderson's pace.
4 for 90, Australia's lead now 212. He's in again. Let's that one go outside the off.
I think clearly he has, but he's had their number, Khawaja. The way he's batted has been as he's played to his strengths the whole time. He's left outside off stump anything that is on a good length, and especially with a lot of the England bowlers trying to bowl over the wicket across him, he hasn't been drawn into anything, and then as soon as they've got too straight, he's just picked them off, or too short, he's put it away. Just looks like a player who knows his strengths and weaknesses so well.
So what's Anderson got in mind here? Bowls to Khawaja, same line just across, and again he doesn't feel the need to play.
I mean, I'd love to see what that kind of ball from around the wicket, just angling in towards a 4th, 5th stump, whether that would then draw Khawaja into playing. But at the moment, he's just so comfortable leaving it, knowing that he's in no danger whatsoever.
Yes, about to complete his 8th over. Dan says off the SMS, any batsman getting out to lead should have a minimum 1 test ban. Anderson bowls and Khawaja, good leave. It was coming in towards his off stump and allowed to pass. Come on to that in a moment. Buckets at the end of the over. It's 4 for 90.
G'day, Glenn McGrath here. The Ashes are well and truly underway, and so no matter where you are or who you go for, you can help the thousands of families experiencing breast cancer by purchasing your very own virtual pink seat. You can buy one for yourself, for you and your mate, or for your entire family. Visit pinktest.com.au, buy your virtual pink seat, and help us make this the pinkest Ashes ever. Oh, and P.S. I've got mine.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, the industry super fun for all Australians. 4 for 90 is the score. Smith, the last man out, for 23 after Labuschagne fell for 29 before that. Caught Pope bowled Wood. And earlier, Warner for 3 and Harris for 27. First time Marnus Labuschagne has been dismissed for 3 scores consecutively under 30 since his first 3 innings in Test cricket. Leach, buoyed by his 2-wicket haul so far. First ball for Green, and he defends lean forward rather than really putting the front foot forward and defends.
They've gone very attacking now to Cam Green. They smell blood here. There's a slip, a silly mid off and a short leg.
And a little bit of flight there too for Leach. His confidence is up. He drops that a little shorter and he stands up and defends.
But these are the pitches where Leach is far more successful because he's not a big top spinner of the ball. He's looking for variation off the pitch, almost natural variation, one to skid, one to grip.
Green waits to use this beat this time and drives well, not firmly, but just up to mid-off, and he went with the shot, so he gets himself a single, gets to the other end. And it's now 4 for 91. Khawaja back on strike on 8 and Green off the mark.
It's excellent cricket that. Just moving down the wicket, just almost try and hit it softly, push it to mid-off and run with the momentum. Especially when it's Stuart Broad, it's an easy one to get off the mark.
Leach picked him up in Melbourne for 17, tracked him LBW. His other scores were 0-2, not out 33. And then in the first innings, out for 5, caught by Crawley off Broad. Leach bowls to Khawaja, who decides to press at a wide one. He didn't need to play there. It was almost the same width as Marcus Harris was dismissed to earlier on. And he played it quietly instead. Leach with the figures of 2 for 31. Bowls to Khawaja, who shaped as if he was going to lap it around the corner, then he ended up standing up and playing it instead to mid-wicket.
Just fascinated by Leach. He almost looks like he lets the ball go from the same angle on the crease every time. Whereas if you remember Bharat when he came, he would just subtle variations all the time.
Leach again, and Khawaja plays late on that one, a thick outside edge along the ground. Squeezes it out for a single into the over. It's 4 for 92 for Host Plus. That's a plus.
Montaigne, everybody's talking about Montaigne.
Hi, Miles Fitzner here, and everyone is talking about the exclusive shipment of Kia stock to Montaigne Kia and Cheltenham Mount Barker. Over 100 Kias ready for immediate delivery, including the all-new Kia Stonic, Kia Sorrento, Kia Stinger, and the world-famous Kia 7-year warranty on all deliveries this month. And that's why
everybody's talking about Montaigne. BD 182170.
SEN Test Cricket, 4 for 92 is the score. Henley Everyday Advantage. We don't hide our prices. A fair bit of correspondence we'll try and respond to as Khawaja pushes the first ball to Anderson in the cover, off Anderson into the covers. And he's still on 9. Australia's lead now is 214. Damien Fleming rejoins the team here for Anaconda. Play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price bet guarantee. Play.
Hey, boys, how you going? Why did Smithy miss that? He's playing well.
He was. I actually said 2 balls before. He looks completely untroubled here.
But you were right. The pull shot and the cover driver is 2 good shots that I've seen him play in this series. All right, come on, Granny.
Khawaja defends this one front on. Colo, just to respond to a bit of correspondence, we had a question about Australia's current batsmen, their averages against India in India looking ahead to the year.
Yeah, only 2 Australian batsmen have played in India so far in Test level. David Warner has played 8 Test matches, averaging 24 with 3 half centuries, and Steve Smith averages 60 there in 6 Tests with 3 tons in 2017.
Thanks, Colo. Anderson again, and it jumps up and hits Khawaja in the midriff. It's a little uncomfortable too. He's provided the effects there for us. It's come off the.
He's lucky he came off the glove and
Off the
just
glove,
knocked
yeah.
it down a little bit, so got him more in the stomach, a little bit higher. That's ribs.
Yeah. Bit of that variable bounce we're talking about. Anderson, none for 19, operating in his 9th over. Khawaja just short. He mistimes the ball. That's an unusual sight. He'll get a single for it.
Did they have chest pads in your day?
Yes.
Did you use one?
Yes. It was actually your mate, Tony Doddermate, who cracked one of my ribs at training.
Oh, wow.
So I invested in a chest guard after that because I played, didn't have a big break. So I was keen to keep playing because there was a lot of pressure for spots back then with the ball, with Merv and Paul Rifle, Tony Doddermate and co.
You played with a cracked rib?
And I played a one-day with it and then it was no good. Bowled 10 overs, come off, and then there was enough break that I was right for the next Shield game because we didn't make the finals back then. Bucky. Because there used to be only 2 one-day games at the start of the year. Those were your one-day games for the season.
All right, interesting field place here, boys, for Green on strike to Anderson. There's a shortish, tight mid-on. Jack Leach in a catching position, straight short mid-on for Anderson, and his first ball is allowed to pass by Green.
Bucky, what about batting? You know when it is a bit too pace, we just saw Usman cop one in the mid-width, then actually shaped to play the pull shot. I mean, that's pretty courageous. At what point do you say, I'm not going to play the pull shot because of the inconsistent bounce, or is it just totally natural?
I think the pull shot's a little bit instinctive, and it's one of his shots as well, so he might feel actually the best way to play it is to swivel on it and try and hit it. And if he misses it, he's going to get out of the line anyway.
Yeah. Anderson to Green. He gets his front foot forward and defends that safely enough to cover. End of the over. 4 for 93. Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today.
Nothing says Aussie summer like listening to the cricket with an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew. A quintessential classic, craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe, which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
SEN Test cricket. 2 Australian guns, Labuschagne and Smith both dismissed in the hour since lunch. Labuschagne for 29, Smith for 23. So the responsibility to build on this 215-run lead with Khawaja, who reverses Leach and gets it down towards the boundary. They're herring around for 2 and they'll come back for a 3rd on the wood throw. No, they won't.
I've been going on it for a bit now, Flem, but I don't understand Leach's defensive strategy here. If he's going to bowl, he's going to play that reverse sweep. You can't just keep coming wide of the crease and lobbing it outside off. So it's a free hit. I mean, you can only hope it bounces in a foot mark and hits a glove and pops up.
Plays it so confidently now, Usman Khawaja. So what's he changing here? Has a slip in place. And a short leg. Leach bowls right of the crease and presses forward and defends.
Nice night.
4 for 95. The Aussie lead 217. What's it? You got a number in mind that would make Australia safe, Flem?
I think 300 would be safe.
Leach, confidence up. Bowls to Khawaja. Again, he shaped as if he may have been going to sweep. in a more orthodox fashion, but decided to defend instead from the crease.
For England, if you were chasing a bit over that, you're hoping for one remarkable 100 from someone.
Crowd enjoying themselves. You can hear the noise still sweeping around the SCG. Sun still shining. Leach bowls fall, and a slight adjustment from Khawaja. As he leaned forward, got head right over that to defend.
I'll be focused on getting wickets though for England.
Yeah,
like 4 down.
Little opening here, isn't there? Really, if they could get another one, particularly. Leach to Khawaja, and again he stands up and defends. Is Khawaja the most graceful and elegant player since Mark Waugh, KD in Geelong asks?
In between Shaw and Marsh, surely.
What about Rogers?
So predictable.
Roger who? Where's the respect?
There hasn't been a lot.
Leach again, last ball of the over. Khawaja has taken the music for the whole over, and he defends that one back to Leach, not off the middle of the bat, but he got it down the pitch. 4 for 95. Lauren Cleaning scoreboard. Google Lauren Cleaning today.
This NFL season, stream every single game live in HD on NFL Game Pass, including the playoffs and Super Bowl 56. Catch every touchdown, every game day with NFL Red Zone, exclusively on NFL Game Pass. Plus condensed games in 40, highlights, and more. NFL Game Pass is your 24/7 all-access pass to the NFL, live and on demand. NFL Game Pass, a must for every American football fan. Visit NFLGamePass.com.
Last over before drinks, which is coming up for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. Lauren Cleaning scoreboard. Google Lauren Cleaning today. Australia 4 for 95. Their lead is 217. Can Anderson work over Green? 2 slips in a gully, and that straight short mid on. He bowls and it jumps alarmingly as far as Green was concerned, but he's a tall man and hit him on the glove and went straight down in front.
That's really well played from Green. That's like tennis ball bounce, isn't it?
Didn't show any real reaction. Anderson had a quick glare and then turned back. Substitute keeper Pope has done a great job. This next one is forward. He's on driven, but straight to Wood, so at least it keeps him on strike.
With those graceful players who tend to have a lot of time and play it late, David Gower's in that for England, but a lot of them are lefties, aren't they?
Yeah.
Like Mark Waugh, off the top of my head, is one of the few right-handers that played that way. I bowled when I first started Mohammed Azruddin. Then we had VVS Laxman. But generally, they've been lefties.
Does it apply to all left-handers? Anderson.
Seriously.
And Green again had to make an adjustment on a run. Again, good bounce from Anderson from a good length.
He's sitting next to you. I mean, he's a mate of mine. Well, maybe not a mate. He's an acquaintance. A former person I didn't like a lot because he was down the other end batting. But, a bit of respect. Average over 40 in Test match cricket.
Got enormous respect for him.
Captain Sydney Thunder. He's got heart.
None from 8.
Anderson again. Green with 2 slips in a gully. Right, Yorker right up at the stumps, dug out by Green. And what's more, he'll get a run as he was able to place it wide of what he's started well here, Green.
I just think the one you said he played well before, Flem, was interesting because, arguably that's a back foot shot. But it's almost like he's just decided on this pitch, and with the struggles that he's had, I'm really going to try and get my weight going forward, not get caught on the crease and kind of get a little bit squared up and nick off. So I'm just going to try and go at the bowler a little bit, and hopefully that'll iron out a few of these alignment issues.
Lead is 218. Anderson to Khawaja, who off drives effortlessly, and it's a misfield from Wood. His second misfield since he pumped him up. And there's 2 instead of 1. So Khawaja Goes to 14 and it's 4 for 98. Don't forget Damien Martin is one of...
Sorry, good call.
Michael, that is a good call. A, B and Buck must be included in that list.
Okay, so they've brought in a mate for Bucky now, have they?
Didn't realise.
Yeah, Damien Martin missed that.
I just never could get over with Martin how the bat was never.
Anderson bowls and Khawaja turns it. We can continue this conversation because drinks are going to be called now with Australia at 4 for 99. They lead by 221 runs. Khawaja 15, Green is 2. That's the end of the 10th over for Anderson. That's all on the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today as the drinks come onto the field for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the Great Australian Brew. Gerard's in next.
How's that? Nothing better than sitting on your deck watching the cricket, enjoying some sun and a warm beer. With a brand new energy-efficient Husky drinks fridge, that beer would be ice cold. Husky, the celebration continues at home. huskybrand.com.au.
Get into Anaconda and save on Christmas essentials. 60% off lifetime 5-foot tables, Bitabex Streamline Double High Queen Airbed, only $79. Play more and pay less without 10% price beat guarantee. Conditions apply. Anaconda!
This summer, quench your thirst with Nippy's fresh juices. Proudly South Australian, farm grown, family made. Picked by our family for yours for over 50 years. Tree to table. That's Nippy's.
Delicious!
Have you reserved your seats for the next Adelaide Strikers game yet?
Because this summer's biggest hits are at the Adelaide Oval.
Kids tickets from $10, plus fireworks in the sky.
Boom! For tickets and next match details, go to AdelaideStrikers.com.au.
G'day, it's Rev Hughes here. After years of snoring like a train, the missus sent me for a CPAP direct sleep test. I'm sleeping quiet and waking up refreshed.
If you like to get away, drop in to CPAP Direct to see the latest technology in travel CPAP machines and batteries, so you can snore no more on the road.
Find your local store at cpap.com.au.
Stay in pole position this week with radio's #1 motorsport show, The Driver's Seat with Matt McKeldin and Stephen Johnson.
Stadium Super Trucks boss Nathan Kaiser reveals the real Barry Ryan.
People misunderstand Barry. You know, we see him for the guy that swears on TV and does that sort of stuff, but he's an incredible bloke.
Last time we spoke to Barry Ryan on this show, I think he was watching maths.
You think that's a joke? That's not a joke.
That's dead serious. Yeah, that was dead serious.
Download the Driver's Seat app to listen now.
Nothing says Aussie summer like listening to the cricket with an ice-cold Bundaberg Ginger Beer. Bundaberg Ginger Beer is a true blue brew. A quintessential classic, craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe, which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the Great Australian Brew, Bundaberg Ginger Beer. The Ashes on SEN. The Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians. That's a plus.
Takes it up to Woods. He's in and bowling to him. And Labuschagne, in fact, that he's nicked it. He's played the cross bat cut. It cramped him, and Woods got him again. He's gone for 29.
From Leach.
He went back, and it went straight on and hit his middle stump. And that is a shock to everyone. The drinks break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. 4 for 99. So in that hour of play, 2 wickets fell, 33 runs added. Leach is in operation over the wicket. He bowls to Khawaja, who's back and edging past Root at slip. It's a chancy run. It's the 100th run for Australia. 4 for 100s. It's a leg by, in fact, so there's no edge on that as he's played back. Yes, it's hit the back pad and skewed wide of Root. Damien Fleming, hello.
Gerard, how are you?
I'm well. I'm utterly intrigued by the state that this test match finds itself. Weather not yet closing in on the SCG. Green trying to find his way forward and defending. He's 2 from 9 balls, now 2 from 10 balls. hand, Green.
With you, Paul. See, this a lot actually close in fielders when Leach is bowling.
A slip and a silly mid-off. Leach bowls, Green. He thought about coming forward, stayed back, nudged the ball to backward point, no run. You could see him change his mind.
Yeah, he had time. He'd be unlucky for Leach to rip it past his outside edge.
It's a bad pad as well. A couple of steps back from the pitch. That's Hamid. Leach bowls. Green plays from the stumps and he nudges the ball forward a point. And is able to get the single that he shaped up for with Overston coming in off the rope. 4 for 101. The lead 223.
So they're getting more aggressive. They've got fielders around the back. Why not bring in deep point? Because that wouldn't have been a run then. Previous ball, Green shown intent to come down. Keep the pressure up.
Yeah. Yeah, again, England have forged an opening. We just wait to see if they can really put the pressure on. This is the 35th over of the innings. Khawaja reverse sweeps. He missed it. It's up off the shoulder and falls to the pitch.
Oh, they're in this game. All wickets. It's going to be hard for the Australian tail to bat in these conditions.
Leach with a couple of wickets. He's got Harris and Smith. He's bowling from the Randwick end. Just a slight delay ahead of the last ball of the over. Khawaja's on 15. He readies himself for Leach now. Ball's delivered. Khawaja reverse sweeps and he gets it past the diving route at slip. And down to the boundary for 4. It's ever so supple when Usman Khawaja plays it. 4 for 105. The Foxtel 4K for Foxtel for the love of cricket.
Didn't get the gift you wanted? Don't miss the Drummond Golf Boxing Day sale with great savings store-wide. You can save $460 on the Tour Edge HL3 12-piece graphite package with titanium driver, now just $839. Tailor-made V3 soft golf balls 12-pack, just $22. Save $17.95. Need a buggy? Get a Triumph Outset buggy for just $198. Save $101.95. But hurry, the Drummond Golf Boxing Day sale ends soon.
SEN Test cricket for Henley everyday advantage. We don't hide our prices. Khawaja in the previous over, when he, on the first reverse sweep that he missed, the ball bounced off his arm and up into his chin. And he's got the medical staff out with him. Just under the grill and onto the chin.
Yeah, maybe even neck. Like the sore neck.
Yep. The side of the jaw.
Yeah.
Neck and jawline.
Great little reverse sweep again. Usman has had his battles against spin mid-career, so I like it, trying to improve up skill.
Yep.
Said his first few attempts weren't great with the reverse sweep, but it's looked pretty much just like a cover drive in this test match so far.
I think he plays it better than anyone in the Australian setup. I know Maxwell plays it more often in T20. It's more sort of belligerent. But Khawaja makes it look elegant. So I'm a bit of an old timer on the reverse sweep, but I'm totally okay when Khawaja plays it.
Still, don't just bookend it. Keep trying it in the backyard, Gerard. Okay.
3 in the cordon. Broad is over the wicket, bowling to Green, who plays the rising delivery well. They thought about a single as it trickled away, but Leach was in quickly enough. Mike Atherton's on the spot at the SCG in the experts chair for Anaconda. Play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Mike, hello.
Good afternoon. Beautiful afternoon here at the SCG. Still blue skies, sun shining. Don't know what the forecasters have been on, really. They say 2, 3 o'clock still, but well, if it comes, it'll have to come quickly to get here by 3.
Australia's lead is 227. As Green faces up to Broad. He delivers and Green is forward and defending. So what of the state of the match? 4 down, the lead is 227 with still hours potentially ahead of us today.
Yes, at lunchtime, I was thinking if Australia could bat for 45 overs at around about 4 and over, catching up the run rate as the day wore on, they would have themselves a lead of about 360, 70 with an hour of bowling tonight. I would have thought that might be ideal for them, but they may not get there at this the way it's going.
Broad in bowls, Green beaten as he fished for it outside the off stump.
Kind of lost Labuschagne and Smith, who were set, so they're big blows for Australia. It was a bit of a lazy shot, really, from Steve Smith, and Labuschagne, who is having his issues against Mark Wood. So that has just knocked Australia back from where they might hope to be at this point and kept England in the hunt.
Australia's batting for Thunderberg, Gingerbeer, Warner 3, Harris 27, Labuschagne 29 and Smith 23. Khawaja's 19 at the non-strikers end. Green is on strike with 3 to his name as Broad bowls in on the pads and knocked away through the leg sides. You get one and come back for a second as Leach is in pursuit past the square leg umpire. 4 for 107. The funny game that is cricket, Mike, is Labuschagne's nicking off all the time.
I know. Well, we talked about it, didn't we, before Melbourne, recounting that story of Crash Craddocks, and since then he's nicked 3. The game gets you in the end, it always does.
Don't mess with the cricketing gods.
And it wasn't Labuschagne's fault. He had no role in the telling of the story publicly, and they still come for him. Green's on the back foot defending Broad back down the pitch. I've texted Crash, he's refused to answer me. I think that's deliberate.
Okay.
He was on the big screen last night, Crash, actually. There was a little function held in the SCG here for the media, and there's a long-serving English cricket correspondent from The Sun, John Etheridge, who was given a nice bottle of red and just a patch of the SCG turf to take with him on his last tour.
Lovely. Last ball of Broad's 8th over. He's in and bowls, and Green plays away from his body. Out to cover, goes with a stroke as Hamid has to get around the field. A single taken, 4 for 108. Australia's lead is 230 on the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today.
Look, if you want a lush green backyard, there's one easy way to get it. Install Rainbird. Don't believe me? Look at the MCG's outfield. Check out the Sydney Cricket Ground's Jade Field of Envy, Perth's Optus Stadium, spring green year-round, your neighbour Derek's backyard. Now that's emerald turf. All of these places installed Rainbird, so talk to your landscaper about their irrigation and sprinkler systems. Rainbird, the intelligent use of water. Learn more at rainbird.com.
Leach 2 for 39 from his 10 overs. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Everyday Advantage. We don't hide our prices. 4 for 108. Green kept the strike. A slip, a bat pad, and now a short cover. So Stokes is 1 pitch away, planting himself. And Leach will be over the wicket. Just a bit of a false start for all involved. Green returns now, and Leach is around the wickets to him. Green uses his feet, defends when he arrives. Did you say John Etheridge? Was that?
I said John Etheridge, yeah.
How far back does he go back?
The last of the big beasts, really, of the tabloid era. He's been doing it. This is his 8th tour to Australia. And he's been doing it a long time.
Leach around the wicket bowls, and Green is forward defending. So he was riding while you were in charge?
He was, yes. we crossed swords occasionally from time to time in the 90s.
Oh, do tell. Leach to Green. Again, he advances, had a big hoik at it, inside edge into the pads, and there it is, a couple of steps away on the pitch.
You'd remember, really, that era where sportsmen lived in slight fear of the tabloids, really, and their headlines and their antics.
What will Green's approach be on the follow-up to that moment? Leach bowls, and he stays at home and defends inside edge along the ground to Hamid.
On the 94-5 tour of Australia, the Sun printed the fax number of our hotel and encouraged its readers to send messages in to the captain and coach, and we got plenty.
Green plays back from the stumps, can't make anything of it to backward points.
I don't know whether you do it here, but they used to do things like Do you remember the England football manager? They put his face in a turnip with a big headline, and they used to do that to us a little bit as well.
Long off his back. This is the last ball of the over. Green advances. It's into the pads. He's a long way down. End of the over. A maiden over. 4 for 108. Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today.
Thinking about an SUV? Well, think Hyundai SUV. Imagine a range of 5 SUVs all equipped with the technology, performance and safety features to tackle your kind of action in style. Imagine yourself behind the wheel of the up-for-anything Kona, the multi-terrain ready Tucson, or the bold 8-seat Palisade, and anything in between. Because whatever your next adventure, from down the road to up the coast, we've got the SUV for you. Contact your local Hyundai dealer to find yours.
I did rather gloss over the fact that was a maiden over from Leach. In fact, it's a Bendix Brakes big moment. Put your foot down with confidence, Bendix Brakes. I presume, Colo, that's 2. We'd been counting, hadn't we?
Yes, there was one in the first innings, for much acclaim.
He's taken 2 wickets, so I'm a little bit unfair. Couple in the deep square on the leg sides, with Broad to begin the fresh over to Khawaja. He's got 1 in the slip and a gully. Broad around the wicket bowls, and Khawaja defends on the back foot. So what did they ever, the tabloids, take the mickey out of you, Mike?
Yeah, well, there was one famous game where we couldn't get Danny Morrison out in New Zealand. He batted for 4 hours, the last pair, Morrison and Nathan Astle, and this was in Auckland, and I was captain, and we just couldn't get them out. And we drew a game we were always going to win.
Broad doing his best to remove Khawaja. He's in and bowling, and he's turned away to leg, no run.
And after that game, I was captain, David Lloyd was the coach, and they put our faces in the heads of sheep, the game being in New Zealand, of course, with the headline, "You'll never get them out," a play on words with the word "you." And the byline was by Sir Leonard Mutton. And that was one of John Etheridge's bits of work, I think.
No wonder the relationships were a bit testy. Broad bowls, Khawaja defends.
And the power of the tabloids is rather diluted now for many reasons, really. Power of print is much less than it was. Players have got their own social media channels, so can certainly fight back a bit. Often players have got more followers on social media than newspapers might have themselves. So it's a different environment and landscape to how it was.
Khawaja's on 19. Broad into him and in behind defending. Yes, the social media interaction now, you talk about the facts, is if players expose themselves to it, this is a scourge across any sport, you can get completely lost in the disparagement that's there for you at your fingertips.
It's very difficult. I've often wondered how I would have coped in this era, but the other side of it is that it gives sportsmen and sportswomen a voice that they might not have otherwise had.
Broad bowls to Khawaja, who plays on the back foot stylishly through extra cover. It won't go all the way to the boundary, but it'll be enough to get a couple of runs as the English pursue it into the deep. 21 for Khawaja, 4 for 110.
Has the tabloid history here been like in England? I mean, were the tabloids very powerful and slightly feared here as well?
I think certainly on a political front, the tabloids used to be able to shape elections in a way that they no longer can. And that's been one of the interesting evolutions, is it used to be on election morning, the editorial in the paper carried so much weight, and yet polling and that is just so often wrong these days. Khawaja defends to the offside last ball of the over. 4 for 110, Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today.
Has your business put cleaning standards to the test? There's no job too big for Laurenex Cleaning. With world-class environmental products, services and staff, Laurenex Cleaning are your locally owned and operated industry leaders, keeping South Australia safe and clean. Laurenex Cleaning. Google them today.
Having a top performer on your side?
That's a plus. Host Plus, an industry super fund. General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD available at hostplus.com.au and your objectives, financial situation and needs, which are not accounted for in this information.
This section for Dale before you dig. Stay safe, search Dale before you dig every time. Green inside edge from Leach. Pass to Mead at short leg. He'll get one, and there was a lot of ground to cover for Mark Wood away from mid-wicket to do the fielding. So a couple to Green. 4 for 112 as he escapes the clutches of Leach.
Yeah, I don't sense that Cameron Green is absolutely at ease facing Jack Leach.
And this is an interesting forerunner to the year ahead, as Green looks like such a pivotal player in Asia for all the flexibility that he gives batting and bowling. So how will he go against it? He leaves outside the off stump.
You often find with big men, tall men like Green, that footwork sometimes against the spin can be a bit ponderous.
From 26, tied himself up a bit in the previous Leach over. He's back in defending.
Because he's so big, he doesn't find it easy to get down and sweep. Doesn't look a natural down the pitch type of player to me. His footwork's a little slow, so it means he's rather stuck on the crease and is allowing Leach to bowl at him with some close catches around the bat.
It was this third innings at the SCG a year ago where we really got a taste of what he's capable of. He's back and defending upright. Australia had a bit of a, not dissimilar to this innings, a little bit of a free swing to build the targets, and he made 84 in what ended up being 6 declared for 312. And some of the blows he struck were entirely memorable. Leach around the wicket bowls. He uses his feet, Green. He nibbles the ball to the short straight, extra cover. No run.
That was a good example. He didn't look completely in control then as he came down the pitch.
Leach twirling away. Roots just moving the mid off a fraction to his left. Leach to Green, who plays back and defends. 2 from the over, 4 for 112 on the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today.
Go on, make the call. We all believe in you. One at a time, please. Thousands of Aussies keep switching to Kogan Mobile. But hurry right now. You can get started with Kogan from just $2.90 for 30 days. With unlimited calls and texts and a big 20 gig of data at award-winning prepaid prices. Make the call. Switch to Kogan Mobile from just $2.90 for the first 30 days at koganmobile.com.au/radio.
Australia's lead is 234. The batting for Bundaberg, Ginger Beer in occupation at the moment. Cam Green, who is 8, and Usman Khawaja is 21. And Mark Wood is going to re-enter the fray.
Yeah, he's had a terrific game, hasn't he, Mark Wood? Hurled himself into the fray with the ball in the first innings. Vital partnership with Bairstow in England's first innings, and 2 big wickets today. Warner and Labuschagne, and about to come in for his third spell.
8 overs, 2 for 29. His figures, taking his time to set the field. 1 in the cordon only, probably at a second slip. There's a backward pointed cover, a mid-off, a mid-on. Mid-wicket seems to be trotting round to square now, and the backward square is going to go to gully. So 2 in the cordon by the time that he delivers. So now set and ready to go. Wood begins the new spell. He's in and bowling to Khawaja, who's on the back foot defending. Actually, Colo, I know there was the query before around Australia's batsmen in India, and it did prompt the memory of 4 years ago. As you mentioned, only Warner and Smith have played Test cricket, and what the batting lineup was and how different it will be 4 years on when it goes. It started in Pune as Renshaw, Warner, Smith, Shaun Marsh, Hanscom, Mitch Marsh and Wade was the keeper. You said that Smith scored 3 centuries on the tour And there's another batsman used in all of that. Wood is in over the wicket, bowling, and Khawaja pulls powerfully across the turf, through square, and out to the boundary for 4. A shot of great authority, wasn't it, Mike?
Yeah, gorgeous shot. You would say that the two shots that really get the crowd going, or did in his first innings 100, were the cover drive and then that pull shot. And he plays them so languidly and elegantly. He really is a beautiful player on the eye.
Foxtel 4K4's Foxtel for the love of cricket. 25 for Khawaja. Bumps gloves with Green. On the boundary, 4 for 116 and 238 is the lead. Wood on the follow-up, bowls Fuller. Khawaja defends, tip and run as he plays sort of wide of mid-off and gains another run. So, Colin, who batted for Australia in that series?
Well, so Maxwell was part of a couple of test matches. Peter Hanscom played in all of them. Matt Renshaw, you mentioned, opened with Warner, Sean Marsh, Mitch Marsh, Matthew Wade. There were only 9 other scores above 50 in that series for Australia beyond Smith, and 1 century. That was Glenn Maxwell at Ranchi. And Maxwell hasn't played first-class cricket since October 2019 and has barely played first-class cricket since the end of that tour in 2017.
But given the local knowledge in India and how much cricket he's played there, he's still a resource that they might contemplate for what he's able to bring with bat and ball. Wood in, bowls to Green. It rose on him. He tried to get the hands out of the way, ended up bunting the ball into the turf and through gully. Down to the boundary for 4. And Ben Stokes seems to be doubled over in the gully, Mike.
Yep. It's Ben Stokes, who's in we did kind of call him either a fourth slip or very fine gully, and Cameron Green was trying to leave this ball, and it ran off the face of the bat, really. And it went past Stokes' left side, and then as he almost turned, trying to get it just as the ball passed him, he then began to clutch his side again.
So clearly in a good deal of pain. 4 for 121. Wood over the wicket. Green on the move. Ended up getting struck by it himself.
Well, they're going to have some very interesting calls next week in Hobart.
Yes.
With Bairstow and Butler off the field, and we're awaiting X-ray results on those two. Stokes, who clearly won't bowl and must be a doubt if he's in this kind of sorry state, so they're going to have some very interesting calls to make.
So that might be a little relation with how it all started. 243 is the lead. 1 to come in the Wood over, which has so far cost 9. Green will see the last ball of it. Wood bowls to him, and Green is blocking. Laurenex cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex cleaning 4 for 121. Colo will pick it up with Athers next.
Are you ready for bigger and better things? Automasters need more quality technicians, service advisors and franchisees to join SA's leading automotive service and repair group. With over 20 branches and new centres opening soon, Automasters offer clean workshops, the latest diagnostic equipment, with ongoing training and promotion opportunities at every level. Technicians, service advisors, franchisees. Go to the Automasters website to apply. We could be just the change you're looking for.
Jack Leach to continue with Usman Khawaja. The lead's up to 243 on the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. 4 for 121 after 40 overs. Australia looking to pile on the runs and declare at some stage later today. The sun's still very much shining here at the Sydney Cricket Ground. 2 out on the leg side. Leach bowls Khawaja well forward, but past the outside edge.
Yeah, beat him on the outside edge, which of course is where he nearly got Khawaja on 28 in the first innings, pushing forward, and an outside edge that Root put down at first slip.
He's got 2 catches here, Leach. He bowls here to Khawaja, down the track and clipping nicely down to long on. Gets a single. He's 27, 4 for 122. We've seen fields for Leach, which are, I suppose, more conventional for a finger spinner when trying to prize out batsmen in this innings. At one stage when Green walked out, there was just one fielder at deep point. The rest were in 3 catches. We just haven't seen that after that initial assault at Brisbane.
No, England overreacted to that. And he struggled, Leach, against Australia's left-handers, clearly with Green on strike. That's a right-hander. That's a better matchup for
Leach
him.
around the wicket to Green. He defends out to short cover. Catching cover, you'd call that. There's a slip, a short leg. No fielders out. There's a mid-off 2/3 of the way to the boundary. Mid-on's a fair way back as well, but none on the rope. Leach again, straight back to his mark, and he delivers here to Cameron Green, wide of the crease. Green forward, defending again off the front foot.
This is a good field. He's got mid-on and mid-off hanging deep, but he's got an extra cover and a mid-wicket very, very straight, so Cameron Green can't just hit it down the ground for an easy single.
Leach goes again to Green, who dances and defends, blunting the spin.
And the field is a consequence of the limitations of Cameron Green against spin, because he's not a sweeper of the ball, because he's such a big lad. He basically hits down the ground, so they can cut off that area and give him the sweep.
Giving him a single last ball here if he wanted a deep point. Green drive straight back to the bowler. Leach, end of another tidy over, just one run coming from it. On the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard, Google Laurenex Cleaning today. Greens 12, Khawaja 27, Australia 4 for 122.
The road can be a little frightening sometimes. Conquer your road fears in the new Volkswagen Tiguan with Travel Assist. Test drive the new Volkswagen Tiguan now at Sthalekar Volkswagen, Hawthorne and Medindi, DL 65541. As your business put cleaning standards to the test, there's no job too big for Laurenex Cleaning. With world-class environmental products, services and staff, Laurenex Cleaning are your locally owned and operated industry leaders, keeping South Australia safe and clean. Laurenex Cleaning. Google them today.
30 runs coming in the last 10 overs. Green's 12 from 37, yet to really get away. And Mark Wood building up ahead of steam from the Paddington end. Just one slip, 2 out for the hook shot for Khawaja. He's bowling over the wicket. Khawaja tries to turn him into the onside, but thinks better of it and defends back down the pitch, no run. Khawaja at Sydney. He's now got more than 500 runs here at 85. Nick Savage, who's a journalist at News Corp, totted up the numbers yesterday. Nobody has more runs at the SCG. Well, I'll rephrase that. Only 2 players have more runs at the SCG and a better average than that.
One's Bradman, obviously.
Well, it's not.
Really?
It's not. No, one's Wally Hammond, who, of course, made his 251 and the 231 here. And Sachin Tendulkar, his masterpiece, unbeaten 241 here in 2004, when he put away the cover drive and batted for 2 days. And Tendulkar averaged 160 here, I think, and Hammond about the same. And then Khawaja averaging 85. He's on strike here to Mark Wood. Goes underneath the bouncer, and it goes over the top of the gloves of Pope as well. He had no chance. Will it be wides? It will. So 5 runs to the Australian tally as a consequence. Australia advanced to 4 for 127. That lead 249.
It was very short from Mark Wood, and it ballooned over the batsman's head and Ollie Pope, who's standing a fair way back because of Mark Wood's pace. But Pope, who's done pretty well today as a substitute wicketkeeper, he had no chance really. He'd be relieved to see the umpire stretch his arms and give wide.
So a little bit of a pressure release there as Australia try and build this lead. Wood racing to the crease, bowls to Khawaja, who goes back and turns him round the corner out towards the trumper stand. A single to long leg. He's 28, 4 for 128. The lead an even 250.
Hammond had an amazing record here, didn't he? Did he get 900 runs or something?
808 runs at 162, I just brought up. So the 251 was in that thrashing in 28-29 when England won 4-1. 112 in 1932 in the first of the 2 bodyline tests played at Sydney. 101 in the second in early 1933. Then came back here 4 summers later in 36-37 and made an unbeaten 231. Crazy numbers.
He'd be one of our greatest in any England 11. I think Wally Hammond would probably have to be in it.
Couple of slips. Screen on strike now to Mark Wood. He bowls and through to the keeper. Threw the front foot down the track but didn't quite get to the pitch of it when trying to defend. And just enough movement from Wood. Green under a degree of pressure. Still there on 12 though.
Yeah, he's battling, as players often do. Come into the game on the back of no runs, really. He's bowled beautifully in the series, but has struggled with the bat. And you just got to find a way. Got to find a way to get an ugly 40 or 50, and then suddenly the rhythm comes back and form comes back. You do enough to keep yourself in the side, and then you make the most of it when form returns. It can be elusive, but it can come as quickly as it goes.
Ended up playing well inside the line of that. Wood again, trying to hit those stumps. Bowls here. Green defends with softer hands out towards cover point, no run.
Was it Peter Roebuck who wrote a book called It Sort of Clicks? And that's how it goes sometimes.
Was that about the 86-87?
I think it was. I think it was. And it did sort of click in that series for England, having been hopeless in the run-up to the series. Suddenly Ian Botham smashed the ball around at Brisbane and they never looked back. It's inexplicable sometimes how form returns.
Did you catch that podcast that was made before the series about 86-87?
I didn't.
Documentary series, Mark Pugat's from...
Oh, no, I did, yes. I listened to the first episode, actually.
It was excellent. Here is Mark Wood, bowling again to Green. Oh, and beaten again outside the off stump. That's done plenty.
Beautiful delivery, this, from Mark Wood. Very similar to the ball earlier in the over. Lovely length. Green just searching for it on the front foot, and then it's bounced and nipped a bit, not far away from the shoulder of the bat. Lovely bowling.
Pope's taking them well. That did plenty. Had to move away to his left.
I could have got that one. I mean, that was...
It was the late movement more what I'm referring to. After it passed the bat, it started to dip on him, and he just kind of rode the wave.
He's done well, though. He must have been a bit nervous this morning.
I think so, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
How about when they set him at the back for a net yesterday with the gloves out of nowhere? Here's Wood, bowling to Green, plays back and defends to end the over. The lead is 250 on the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. Khawaja, 28, Green 12, Australia 4 for 128.
Make it a cool summer with Australian Made. Look for genuine Aussie products sporting the green and gold Australian Made kangaroo logo. There's more than 20,000 to choose from. Whether you're chasing the dog under a sprinkler, sizzling snags on a durable backyard barbecue, or applying the finest quality sunscreen, buying Australian Made is cool because it supports Aussie makers, farmers, retailers, and creates Aussie jobs. Visit australianmade.com.au/summer to find genuine Aussie products. Buy Australian Made. Make it a cool summer.
Usman Khawaja there with Cameron Green, Australia's batters for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. Now it's going to be Leach getting another chance at Khawaja. Went past his outside edge in his previous over. There's a deep third, which is therefore the reverse sweep, really.
Yeah.
Which shows how well he's played that shot throughout the course of the test match. Deep backward square and a long on about 10 metres inside the rope for the Churchill stand. First ball to Khawaja is straight and defended accordingly.
And it's Don Bess who's out on the fence for that reverse sweep. He's come on. Mark Wood has trotted off for, I don't know, maybe treatment, maybe just a change of shirt. We shall see.
Presumably the end of his spell. Slip and a short leg to catches. Sweeping is Khawaja, picking it up through the onside, down towards deep backward square, where Craig Overton does the fielding, keeping it to 1. He's one of the myriad subs on the ground at the moment, 4 for 129. Khawaja has 29 of those.
Not far away, that, from Craig Overton. I don't think Khawaja meant to hit it this way. I think he was trying to roll that down and keep it along the turf, and Overton was not far away from that.
So in comes the field when Green's on strike. They're on 12. They're keeping the long off back, though, which is a slight change, but they're catching cover, slip, and the forward short leg. Leach bowls, Green goes back and defends to cover point.
It's fine because they've got Ben Stokes very short, straight extra cover, so he can't get a 1 down the ground. So that's okay. And as I said, because Green's not sweeping and can't or doesn't want to sweep, they've got extra options with the fielders.
No one back on the leg side. Leach around the wicket to Green, using his feet and defending out towards cover. Good contest, this.
It's why the best players of spin that I've seen have all the options. They can come down the pitch to the spinner to upset his length, but they can also sweep and reverse sweep. And then if you've got all those options, the spinner has got nowhere to go, really.
Leach arrives again. Bowls to Green, a fraction shorter, defending to mid-wicket. No run there with Dom Best doing fielding. I saw Jadeja was so important with his left arm spin at the SCG last year before getting injured. Leach has 2 wickets today. Bowls here to Green. He goes back and cuts and finds the gap behind point. Out towards the ladies' stand and doesn't quite get a boundary. Great diving effort there. Craig Overton again in the game. I'm sure they'll go upstairs to take a look. It's at least 3, maybe 4. We'll just wait on that. Will they call over or will they go upstairs? Just taking a look out towards umpire Tucker. They're going to go through the process, but
Yeah,
I
it
think
was
he's
fine.
done well.
Yeah, it was absolutely fine.
That'll be confirmed accordingly. So it will be the end of 43 overs, and Australia will move along to 4 for 133 when it is confirmed on the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. Australia's making positive energy, and there's more on the way. It's all part of our plan to reach net zero by 2050. We're rolling out rooftop solar at record levels, expanding snowy hydro, so it's the biggest battery in the southern hemisphere, and investing billions in projects like hydrogen hubs and seaweed for feed, which means more jobs and even less emissions, helping us reach net zero by 2050. Find out more at positiveenergy.gov.au, authorised by the Australian Government, Canberra. Change of bowler at the Paddington end. It's James Anderson. He sent down 10 already, none for 24, replacing Wood after just 2 overs. Bharat Sundaresan, you were keeping an eye on that.
Yeah, Hollow and Athers. Yeah, there was a reverse sweep boundary that Khawaja scored a few overs ago, if you remember, and before Wood came on, that is, and he ran all the way from a deep point, trying to stop it. He just failed to do that, and he looked winded almost at the end of it. And when he bowled that first over, a couple of balls, if you remember, he conceded a boundary short ball to Khawaja. He looked a little down on energy. I'm not sure whether that has something to do with it, but he did not look right after that chase around the boundary.
So Anderson setting up his field. He's got the 2 slips, but the catching cover as well. The England fans here are right behind him. They'd love to see him get in the book. It's Jack Leach at catching cover. Anderson arrives and bowls to Green, who leaves alone outside the off stump. Green's there on 15.
85 away from my prediction. Now, already with Cam Green, I've noticed in this innings as compared to the first innings, he's gone back to his normal trigger moments. In the first innings, you saw they worked a lot with him in the nets, and they were trying to get him to move his back foot right across the off stump so that that front foot almost ends up pointing straighter than it does. Clearly, it didn't work out, and it seems like he's gone back to his normal technique here.
There's a mid-wicket, a straightish mid-wicket and a mid-on as well. So it's Anderson trying to go stump to Green, presumably. Bowls here on off stump. Nice drive, but stopped by Jack Leach. In that straight catching cover, work to do to his right, knocked it down, no run.
Well, similarly to Leach, really, they've set a very straight field for Cam Green, even though it's Anderson bowling now. So they've got a man almost right next to the cut strip on the offside, going a bit tighter now. I think that's Leach. And then mid-off and mid-on are straight, mid-wicket straight. He is a player who is a little more one-dimensional, and that means you can set the field accordingly.
It's a nice shot from Green for none. Goes again here, Anderson, defended into the onside.
It's interesting. Cam Green in Test cricket is so different to Cam Green in Shield cricket. Of course, a different level. And it's not just in terms of technique and what he's doing, just his intent as well. I mean, you see him in Shield cricket, and I've been fortunate to see a lot of him in Adelaide because of the hub last year, and even a little bit here this year. He's just more positive with everything he does, running between the wickets, the shots he plays early on, and just his approach.
The feedback on the text line for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. People want Green to get on with it. They want to see runs. They want to see a declaration. He's 15 from 48 right now. Anderson in towards him, bowls here, and Green drives down the ground. That's a lovely shot. His best shot so far. It'll run into the rope beneath this year in the Noble stand. Green moves to 19. Nice straight drive. One of the best shots in the game, 4 for 136.
That's his game, really. That big front foot down the pitch and driving straight. That's why Leach is there right next to the pitch, but it beat him to the right-hand side. Flash past Anderson, who tried to stick out a boot, I think.
I don't suppose Anderson will be too concerned, though. He wants Green driving with the field he's got set at the moment. Anderson away from us. The Tommy Shelby haircut. Up past umpire Rifle. Delivers here. And Green goes back and pulls over the top of mid-on. It pitches and rolls, but he's got enough of it. Back-to-back boundaries for Green, taking him into the 20s. He's 23. The Sydney crowd like that. The partnership's gone beyond 50 on the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. That's more like it.
That's the Cameron Green that you've seen in Shield cricket. Well, it should start to get easier, shouldn't it? 40-odd overs. Mark Wood off now. that lead stretching, so the pressure is dissipating somewhat, and that should allow him the freedom to play a little more expansively.
Hal Anderson bite back. Last ball of his over. It's full and dug out and pushed out towards mid-on. So a busy over for Australia. 8 runs coming from it. The lead is up to 262 on the Lauren X Cleaning scoreboard. Google Lauren X Cleaning today. Australia 4 for 140.
Gold Coast MG recognises the importance of supporting Special Forces veterans transitioning back to civilian life. They fought for us, so now let's fight for them. Purchase a raffle ticket from $10 and you could win a brand new MG HS Essence. All proceeds help Wandering Warriors support returning veterans and their families through education, employment, respite and mentoring programs. Hurry! Raffle drawn January 24. For tickets, visit mggoldcoast.com.au. Gold Coast MG and Wandering Warriors, saluting their sacrifice.
One of the big moments in this middle session, thanks to Bendix Brakes, put your foot down with confidence. Bendix Brakes came via Jack Leach when he went through Stephen Smith, bowled him for 23. The other wicket to fall was Marnus Labuschagne. He was caught behind from the bowling of Mark Wood for 29. But from there, it's been Khawaja on 29 and Green on 23. About 13 minutes until tea break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer on the way. Leach to continue. Round weekend, Khawaja using his feet and driving through the covers. The man racing around to ensure it's only one. That'll be Ben Stokes, who underarms it in. They come back for a couple. Khawaja into the 30s, 4 for 142, Bharat.
Yeah, just listening to you guys talk about Sachin Tendulkar and Wally Hammond and the Tendulkar innings that you spoke about 2004.
Yes.
Just a little story on that after this ball.
Bharat wants to tell a story. We should buckle up. Slipping a short leg. Leach to Khawaja. He goes back in defence.
Should I go and get a coffee?
Quick story for a change. Now, apparently he wasn't in the greatest of form coming into that test match. And a couple of days out from that test, when he asked a friend of his to just drive him to Bowral, just to visit the Bradman side.
Leach again to Khawaja. 2 catching men. He's defending once more back down the pitch.
And he was just there for apparently an hour or so. And as they drove back, he said, "Yeah, I think I have figured I'm going to score runs in this game." And then he just did it. Like, they really did look up to Bradman. You know, they met in '99 famously, as the photo would show.
Leach passes umpire Tucker, bowls in Khawaja through the onside, not far away from where Hasiba Mead would be. If there was a leg gully, they might have been in play, but that wasn't so. 32 for Khawaja, 4 for 143 Australia.
That's my story. That's not. Yeah. I thought you guys would show a little more interest in it, but that's all right.
I was waiting for the punchline.
It's a bit of a rite of passage, the Bowral Museum, isn't it? I took my little baby daughter there when I arrived in Australia recently. It was a nice thing to do. Leach around the wicket to Green. He goes back in the crease and defends.
I did the MCG thingy where you hit the golf ball with your stump against the water ball. That's in the museum, isn't it?
Yeah. National Sports Museum there. Last ball of Leach is over. Gets to the crease. Green goes back and turns it into Hamid at short leg. Bouncing off his leg. There won't be a run. 3 runs coming from the over. The lead's up to 265 on the Lauren X Cleaning scoreboard. Google Lauren X Cleaning today with Australia 4 for 143.
Get into Anaconda and save on Christmas essentials. 60% off lifetime 5-foot tables. Vitamex Streamline Double High Queen Airbed, only $79. Play more and pay less without 10% price beat guarantee. Conditions apply. Anaconda!
SENSA is your home for sport across the weekend. And it's thanks to the all-new Land Rover Defender. Test drive the Defender today at Solitaire Land Rover Hawthorn. And now, back to the sport on SENSA.
James Anderson was far more effective in the first innings than he was the second innings last year for England. By degrees of magnitude. I wonder whether he'll be in Tasmania next week, fronting up again for 3 consecutive test matches. We'll be there, of course. Our travel partner is Samsonite. Expect innovation. Hobart is where this series will end, but we've got a day and a half left here at Sydney, and the rain that was meant to come in now, at 3 o'clock we were told, expected downpour that would end the day, but there's barely a cloud in the sky. It's the best weather we've had all week out.
There is no way it's going to rain. I'm telling you, I'm from Manchester. I know when the rain comes.
Anderson around the wicket to Khawaja. 1 sleepy defence out towards short cover, no run.
Feels like more weather forecast you get in India. They say, especially in Mumbai, they'll say it's going to rain at 7 in the morning. it will rain, but like 4 days later. I thought you guys knew more about weather here in Australia. You can't stop talking about it.
Yes, it's a national obsession of sorts.
Oh, at dance battles, they decide the weather based on which direction the ants are walking.
2 catching covers now for Anderson. Around the wicket. That's exactly where Khawaja drives, to the wider of the two, or the squarer of the two. But Craig Overton, who has excellent hands, stops a run.
It's a kind of feel that Anderson sometimes bowls to in the subcontinent or Dubai, UAE, on slow pitches. So he's got a drive man, short extra cover, another man catching on the offside. Anderson round the wicket, and he'll sometimes try and bowl cutters. He might even push the ball up into the footholes wide of the left-handers off stump and try and get a catch in front of the wicket on the offside.
Can he get rid of Khawaja? Bowls here, Khawaja driving again, picks out the other man at catching cover. That's Jack Leach. So he's trying to bisect the pair. There is a man on what you would call the edge of the one-day international fielding ring between the two. So he's going to have to do well to thread the needle, but that's what Khawaja is going to attempt.
And I don't mind this at all. It's often said about a good side or a good captain that you should be able to look out at any one moment on the cricket field and work out how you're trying to get the batsman out. And there's a clear plan here. Field is set. Anderson's skillful enough to deliver it.
Anderson bowls and Khawaja leaves alone.
Got Rishabh Pant out for that in Chennai, didn't he?
He did. With a slower ball, caught cover. Yeah.
And Narushan Dikwella in Sri Lanka not long before that. So he had a bit of success in setting it up this way, and that extra reverse swing that he was able to get in the first test at Chennai, but I don't imagine he'll get much of that here.
No, but I think it's a clear plan and it's fine. The criticism of England occasionally in this series is that it looked aimless. You couldn't say how they were trying to get anybody out.
So here is Anderson. So the crease, bowling to Khawaja, who's happy to defend. Showing him respect here. Khawaja spoke at length around the fact that the Australian plan against Anderson is allow him to go for a couple of runs and over. Just don't get out to him. Don't let him get on a roll. That was the case in the first innings. He picked up Harris, but that was his lot. Went it better than 2 and over. Anderson, as we mentioned before, playing his 5th test match here. Probably his 5th haircut here as well. I remember he had the platinum blonde to start the county season a couple of years ago. He was almost grey.
He's had some random haircuts, don't worry about that.
Last ball here from Anderson to Khawaja, who drives and gets it past point. Struck it well enough to get at least a couple. It'll be Dom Bess, one of the 3 subs in pursuit, collecting and throwing it in. Last ball of the over takes Khawaja to 34. We say goodbye to Mike Atherton just before the tea break with Australia on the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today, up to 4 for 145.
The Warradale Tavern, voted AHA's best sporting entertainment venue 2020 and 2021, is your home for all live sport this summer. You'll be spoilt for choice with up to 3 live sporting events televised simultaneously across 23 screens, including Adelaide's biggest and brightest sports screen and air-conditioned comfort. Throughout January, stay cool with their West End draft promotion with free teas when you buy 10 pints while stocks last. It's got to be the Warradale for your viewing pleasure this summer. warradalehotel.com.au. Drink responsibly.
Usman Khawaja is Australia's top scorer for Victoria Police for non-urgent police assistance call 131444. He's up to 34. It's Green on strike here on 23. Perhaps 2 more overs until tea. He delivers and Green comes forward to defend. Gets good stride in to blunt the spin.
What this performance from Jack Leach also tells us, Colo, is if he does get a pitch with a little grip on it, he is still in the game.
He's absolutely felt in the game at different points in this session. He's bowled well. Leach delivers here to Green, who's kept honest, playing from the leg stump, back out towards mid-wicket, no run. Nice straight blade.
As we saw him in India in particular, even when Rishabh Pant was going after him, the ball was gripping, the ball was turning, and he always felt like he was in the game, and he bowled beautifully.
Bowls again here to Green, who dances and drives down the ground, but there's a long off in position. Stuart Broad, Green up to 24, the lead's to 68. It's been the extra catches, and I suppose the fact that he's been able to threaten both edges here. Yeah. A couple have gone straight on past Khawaja's edge. One went through Stephen Smith and hit leg stump. So that's what you need to do as a finger spinner, have both edges in play. Back to Khawaja now, long on, deep square legger out, as his deep third man for the reverse sweep. Plays that shot so well. Leach has a slip and a short leg. Bowls and Khawaja down to it and clipping down towards long on with a minimum of fuss. He's 35. 4 for 147. The lead's 270.
And during the last innings break, just as the players were walking off, you could see Jack Leach, Root, and David Malan just having a little chat about the spot that he's been landing in. And that's something he's really good at. He can be very accurate, and he is generally very accurate.
Leach again to Green. Well forward. Down the inside portion of the bat. Can he get Green early here? I know he's on 24, but it's only a start coming into this innings with just 57 runs in the series. Wants to finish well. Leach bowls Green back. Quicker delivery. Picks it up. Pushes the cover. Takes a quick single. Khawaja's up to it. Well run. And the throws wayward too. End of 47 overs. They will get one more in before tea. Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. The lead's 270 with Australia 4 for 148.
Winning the Ashes is hard. You need to perform at your best. Day in, day out. It's the same with your super. If you're with Host Plus, you're with a top-performing super fund over the long term. Having a top performer on your side, that's a plus. Host Plus. General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD available at hostplus.com.au and your objectives, financial situation and needs, which are not accounted for in this information.
Change of bowler before the tea break's going to be Joe Root with 44 test wickets, a part-time off-spin, probably a bit better than part-time off-spin. Had some success with the ball through the course of this series. The leading wicket taker, of course, is Jack Leach for the new Spinal Ease mattress, spinaleze.com.au. So 2 finger spinners in operation. Root just taking his time.
He is taking a long time.
Obviously not worried about the over rate. Maybe he's planning on bowling a few after tea as well. Starting with a deep mid wicket, a long on and a deep point. Bowling at Green, a leg slip as well. Green's well forward, defending out to cover. No concerns there. Sidearm there from Root to start. I wouldn't be entirely surprised if we saw a leg spinner from Root here as well. He sometimes throws them into the right-handers. Root bowls flat and defended by Green. Bat and pad nice and close together.
I expect to see the Cam Green that we saw last year when Australia were playing for a declaration. He just exploded once.
Yeah.
If he does survive till the tea break.
Yeah, 4 big sixes there, wasn't it? Huge sixes. Bowling and dancing in reply, but only as far as Root lets his follow through, squeezing out what he turned into a Yorker. Well, they'll want to put the foot down as soon as the tea's been taken. England haven't made 300 in the series yet. Maybe that might be the target. Root bowls and Green at the leg stump turns into the onside. There will be a single out to the sweeper in that direction. He's 26, 4 for 149. A couple of balls until tea.
We saw Joe Root attempt a bouncer at the Gabba. This looks more like a in-swinging Yorker. Put his hands to his head after that. Maybe he had a plan in mind. Maybe catch Cam Green napping on the back foot.
A bit old school, the all-round spinners they used to be 100 years ago or so. So a couple of balls until tea. We've got a slip. That's Ben Stokes, the only catcher close into the bat. Khawaja on strike and plays with a straight bat to Root, no run. Does the work of his own bowling. The fielding for PGG Wrightson, turf Durascape.
What a test match this is. Test match return. This is proving for Usman Khawaja.
Last ball of the session. Joe Root bowls here to Khawaja. Bouncer! And taken by Ollie Pope. A fun way to finish, and Khawaja loves it. He points to the square leg umpire. That's your one bouncer for the over. Bit of fun and games to end a session where England picked up a couple of wickets and Australia advanced their lead from 188 to 271 on the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. The wickets, the ball for Budget Truck Rental. No matter the job, they've got a truck. Marnus Labuschagne was caught behind. Pope took the catch. His third catch for the subkeeper from the bowling of Mark Wood. He's got the Wood over Labuschagne at the moment for 29. And Stephen Smith, the vice-captain, was bowled by Jack Leach for 23. Thereafter, it was moderately smooth sailing for Green and Khawaja. It took a little bit of time to get moving, but they've now added 63 from 114 balls unconquered at this stage, with Khawaja on 35 after his first innings, 137. And Cameron Green, who's still there, 3 boundaries for his 26. Bharat Sundaresan, what do you think the declaration will be?
I think it'll come down to time, really. I don't think there is any weather that we're going to get tonight. So maybe an hour in, you might see Pat Cummins call them in. And, by then, if Cam Green does explode, Alex Carey to come and Stark in good form, might expect them to get to around 340, 350 ahead by then. So,
and I suppose there is that extra element of letting Cameron Green have the chance to explode. I mean, it's not. This isn't in a vacuum. There's another test next week, and trying to build confidence in this young man. They might let him at it for 45 minutes or an hour and say, put your foot down and see whether you can replicate what you did against India here last year.
Yeah, and he's done all the hard work. It's not been easy. He's got to 26. He survived some tough spells from Wood, from Anderson, and Jack Leach, who's rolled the best he has all series. So he deserves that opportunity as well.
Who knows? If he does so, he might become our player of the day for Big Lee. Grab a deal today. We're going to go to tea. It'll be Gerard, Whateley and Chris Rogers picking it up for Bundaberg Ginger Beer with Australia in the lead by 271 runs rather. They are 4 for 149 at tea on day 4.
Being at the greatest events on the sporting calendar is what makes sport fans tick. And to witness the biggest sporting moments in Australia, Ballpark Entertainment can get you there. AFL, NRL, horse racing, soccer, basketball, cricket, boutique events and more. Ticketing, corporate suites and money can't buy experiences. Get the best access to the best sporting events with Ballpark Entertainment. Making memories. ballparkentertainment.com.au.
The Ashes on SEN for Toyota Fortune, empowered with the freedom to move, and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians.
Has your business put cleaning standards to the test? There's no job too big for Laurenex Cleaning. With world-class environmental products, services and staff, Laurenex Cleaning are your locally owned and operated industry leaders, keeping South Australia safe and clean. Laurenex Cleaning. Google them today.
It was a huge year of Season 6 of the Sounding Board podcast with Hutchie and Damo, discussing the biggest media and sports issues of each week and their own unique take on journalism.
Media who jump the fence. Now, people who are ex-journalists who become head of corporate affairs, when you jump the fence, how much fair game is it to share what you learned if you jump back again?
If I was in a situation privy to conversations in that particular field in a former professional life, and this is just me, I don't think I would have used the information.
There are journalists that go 20% too far, and there are some journalists that talk those stories down 20% the other way.
Which category do you reckon you were in for 20 years?
I was in the too far guy. Unquestionably.
No one has ever been more in that category than you.
I would rather be the too far guy than the talk down.
The Sounding Board podcast with Craig Hutchison and Damien Bharat. Catch up on Season 6 via the SEN app or wherever you listen to podcasts. Thanks to Drinkwise. If you're choosing to drink, choose to Drinkwise.
SEN SA is your home for sport across the weekend. Brought to you by Volkswagen Service Express. Get the same great service in under an hour. Only at Solitaire Volkswagen Mile End. Now sit back and enjoy everything sports on SEN SA.
There's nothing like the freedom of four-wheel driving. Hi, I'm Aaron from Go 4x4, and we know that every vehicle has a story to tell. So we take pride in thinking outside the box. We're the go-to four-wheel drive outlet for quality accessories, comprehensive diesel service, performance and diagnostics. And we specialise setting up your four-wheel drive and always go the extra mile to ensure your vehicle is maintained to the highest standards. Feel the freedom with Go 4x4. Check go4x4.com.au.
Didn't get the gift you wanted? Don't miss the Drummond Golf Boxing Day sale with great savings store-wide. You can save $460 on the Tour Edge HL3 12-piece graphite package with titanium driver, now just $839. TaylorMade V3 soft golf balls 12-pack, just $22, save $17.95. Need a buggy? Get a Triumph Outset buggy for just $198, save $101.95. But hurry, the Drummond Golf Boxing Day sale ends soon.
The thrill of winning a Group 1 in horse racing is a feeling like no other, and it all starts in the bloodlines. Aquis Farm is Queensland's largest stallion facility.
Aquis Farm is Gold Coast based and dedicated to building the quality and standard of racing in Queensland.
The Aquis team brings decades of racing experience and is dedicated to breeding champions.
To race and breed with Aquis Farm, contact JD or PK from the Aquis sales team or visit aquisfarm.com.
On the SEN app, check out the SENW channel with stars of women's sport at home and abroad. Daisy Pierce, Katie Brown, Stephanie Brands, plus on the SENW channel, we cover AFLW, Rugby League, W League, netball, cricket, and track the female stars of horse racing and more. For the latest news, interviews, and catch-up podcasts with the biggest names in women's sport, jump on the SENW channel. Download the SEN app now.
Something wonderful happens when you visit Mildura. The city vibe continues, but the outback's only moments away. Fresh produce is endless, the embers are hotter, and the night skies seem longer. Nature sings, kangaroos graze, and the sun glistens magically on the river. Photos captured and stories told are shared amongst family and friends. So, when you're ready, start your journey with us. Visit mildura.com.au.
The Ashes on SEN for Toyota Fortune, empowered with the freedom to move, and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians. Khawaja reverse sweeps it, gets it past the diving route at slip and down to the boundary for 4. Waters in over the wicket bowling, and Khawaja pulls powerfully across the turf, through square and out to the boundary for 4.
Green goes back and pulls over the top of mid-on. Back-to-back boundaries for Green, taking him into the 20s.
That's more like it.
That's the Cameron Green that you've seen in Shield cricket.
The tea break, the Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew.
In that session, Australia progressed the lead from 188 to 271. At the tea break, it's 4 for 149 with Khawaja 35 and Green 26. By our maths, there are 38 overs left in the day's play as we reach the tea break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. The Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard, Google Laurenex Cleaning today. Labuschagne caught Pope bowled Wood for 29. Smith bowled Leach for 23. The fall of wickets was 68 and 86 before this pair have combined for a productive partnership. For Anaconda, play more, pay less. Chris Rogers, sell out of your buck. Let's try that again.
Hello, Jerry.
Yes, there we are. So Australia's building a position from which to attack.
Yeah, I mean, I would hate to be an England opener at the moment. This could be the 5th time in the series that they're going to be chucked in just before the end of play. And the job's hard enough when you're having to face Pat Cummins and Mitchell Starc and one of the best bowlers ever in Scotty Boland. So, I mean, to be constantly having to get shoved in, and I think that's what's going to happen. I assume Australia are going to try and bat for about 25 overs, try and get about 100 runs. That'll make 370, and that'll give Australia roughly around 40 minutes to have a go at England, and that's if it all plays out that way. Yeah. If Australia score quicker, then they might pull the pin earlier. But England's job will be here just to put the brakes on, trying to really slow down the over rate. I'm sure they don't want to lose their match fee again, but they want to make sure they're not rushing through the overs and just make Australia work for every run.
Yes, there's 38 overs left in the day's play and 2 for the innings change. It's easy. Yeah, your maths are pretty good there. Is 10 or 11 or even 12 overs late in the day. It could be a really nasty scenario. And the skies are still clear and blue at the SCG, so the idea of the storms that we're going to arrive and blow the day's play away just aren't materialising for the time being. 0433 98 11 16. Your texts for tyre power, big holiday sale. The 2 batsmen who are there at the moment, Khawaja's on 35, so he's the high bat again for the moment, and Green 26. Back-to-back boundaries off Anderson. The first glimpse of where he was in Sydney in the corresponding moment last year.
Yeah, he scored a sumptuous 84 here, didn't he? Where he really had the chance to show the power he has, and he was depositing a few of those balls into the crowd. So you kind of hope for his sake and for Australia's sake that he gets that roll on again. But just he out of form. You can't just walk out there and think that you're going to blitz it straight away. So he's had to do a bit of a grind, but those shots, the straight drive between the bowler and a fielder, I have no idea why he's standing there, almost just getting in the way of the bowler. And then the pull shot over mid-on, wide of mid-on, is really going to give him a lot of confidence.
The player of the day for Bingley grabbed a deal today. Khawaja 35 not out. is if he was to guide Australia through here and make another big score, gosh, he makes the decision difficult. There's rich motivation here as well as for the team perspective.
Yeah, well, he's... I mean, you know he's saying these things to the media where he expects to be left out for Travis Head in the next game, but that's not really what he thinks. He's trying to put as much pressure on the selectors as possible and almost saying, I'm too good a player, I'm one of the best players in Australia, you have no right to drop me, and he's mounting a pretty good case. It's going to be difficult for the Australian selectors because, you know, Travis Head hasn't done a lot wrong. And then I guess it's whether the Australian selectors think that they can push Usman Khawaja up to open, and then that's a whole different role, and he hasn't played that role for a long, long time.
So there's a bit to play out over the next 90 minutes at least on that front. From the bowling side of things, Wood 2 for 44, Leach 2 for 52. They're the wicket takers. What have you seen from England with the ball?
Oh, I mean, I'm not surprised that Wood and Leach have been the successful bowlers, just because it looks as soon as that new ball goes, it looks a pretty docile pitch, and you have to have something different. And Wood obviously has the pace to trouble the Australian batters. It was a very good ball to get Davey Warner, and then he sized up Marnus Labuschagne and the tactics that he had obviously gone away and thought about, and adapted himself, which was really smart bowling. He started to bowl wider and just brought his length back a little bit and found the edge of Labuschagne. So that was excellent. And then Leach has just been pretty honest, just trying to get as many balls in the right area as possible, and hoping that this abrasive surface just starts to help him a little bit. And he's created a few things. He's doing not a bad job.
Is he proving a little bit more effective than he has been previously?
Without a doubt. And he hasn't really had the best of conditions to bowl in at times. And he looks a bowler who needs the surface to just play a few tricks. He's not really a bowler like Nathan Lyon, who deceives batters in the air with lots of top spin. He's more of a side spinning bowler and almost undercuts it, a bit like a lot of Asian spinners. Harath, it comes to mind, and Jadeja, those kind of bowlers. So you can still be successful in Australia, but it's really, really difficult. And then you've got to use subtle variations as well, and I still think that he could be a little bit better with that in his game.
The rest of the bowling figures: Anderson, none for 34, Broad, none for 17, and Root bowled the last over, none for 1. So 48 overs into this innings. Whatever Australia does, it's going to be against the old ball from here. I don't imagine they bat past the 80 over mark unless there's a lot of rain, which is not foreseen at this stage. So that's when scoring has been at its best in this test match, and that's what presents for Australia as an opportunity. Chris Rogers for Anaconda: play more, pay less. Looking for an exciting trip away this summer? Head to visitmildura.com.au. There's plenty for the kids to enjoy. Great food and amazing weather. It's tea break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. Here's how it is. Australia 4 for 149 with a lead of 271. Usman Khawaja is well set on 35, and Cam Green is working his way to into an innings with 26. And we've seen before on this ground what a powerful hitter he might be if the circumstances present. There's 38 overs left in the day's play. To look at it is to think that the whole lot of them will be bowled, as the storms that were forecast are not materialising for the time being. So Australia has a chance to set themselves up for an attack run tomorrow. The forecast has it as an interrupted day's play, but that's all theoretical on what we've seen so far. Damien, Fleming and Anthony Hudson will be with you shortly. The first ball of the final session of day 4 coming up.
The Ashes on SEN, the Toyota Fortune, empowered with the freedom to move, and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians. SEN SA is your home for sport across the weekend, and it's thanks to the all-new Land Rover Defender. Test drive the Defender today at Solitaire Land Rover Hawthorn. And now, back to the sport on SEN SA.
From AFL to NRL, A-League to horse racing. For all the big moments, expert commentary and the latest breaking news, when it happens in sport, SEN has you covered. Find your channel on the SEN app today.
Is your strata management team looking for professionals to clean your property portfolio? Sick and tired of low hygiene standards and dealing with on-site issues? From strata management to commercial property owners, Laurenex Cleaning can coordinate routine strata cleaning, perform emergency 24-hour cleaning services, high-rise window cleaning, plus our super clean services. Laurenex Cleaning are your locally owned and operated industry leaders, keeping South Australia safe and clean. Laurenex Cleaning, securing workplace safety for strata management. Google them today.
Tyre Power's big holiday sale gives you the power to get away with a great deal on Kumho tyres. Buy 3 and get 1 free on Kumho tyres, including a huge range of premium quality passenger car and SUV tyres. What a way to get away when you buy 3 and get 1 free on a big range of Kumho tyres. Only this January and only at Tyre Power. Conditions apply. Tyre Power's big holiday sale is now on. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local owner-operator.
Nothing says Aussie summer like listening to the cricket with an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew. A quintessential classic, craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe, which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
Victorian harness racing just got bigger with all the exciting action on Trots Vision. It's an enhanced online platform with every Victorian harness race streamed live. Enjoy exclusive content, the daily form, tips from Australia's most respected racing analysts, and more. Trots Vision brings you all the live action every day at home or on your phone. And best of all, it's free. Lap up Trots Vision. Lap up the trots. Visit thetrots.com.au.
Serious outdoor work requires serious outdoor tools. And this season, Makita is helping you rule the outdoors. Right now, you can grab yourself a free Makita brushless blower. When you buy any selected Makita LXT 18-volt ×2 brushless lawnmower kit. Hurry, limited time only, offer via online redemption. Visit makita.com.au for details. Makita, rule the outdoors.
G'day, it's Rev Hughes here. In my day, I'd love battling the pogs, but these days, my missus is the enemy. Why? I snore really badly. But she saved the day by sending me for a CPAP direct sleep test. Now, the snoring is gone, I'm refreshed and revitalised.
CPAP Direct, now open at 600 Port Road, Allenby Gardens. From sleep studies to the latest CPAP gear at Adelaide's best prices. Sale on now.
If you snore or wake up tired, head to cpap.com.au.
Attention everyone, just wanted to say a few words. Welcome home. Now that we can entertain at home again, let Husky's drinks and wine fridges add that finishing touch to your man cave, back deck or al fresco. For over 50 years, Husky has built reliable, stylish drinks and wine fridges with great energy efficiency. Husky, the celebration continues at home. Find Husky's drinks and wine fridges at a retailer near you or visit huskybrand.com.au.
The Ashes on SEN, the Toyota Fortune, empowered with the freedom to move, and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians. Building a more resilient Queensland. That's the Suncorp spirit. And below all expectations, the sun is still shining brightly at the SCG. It's 4 for 149. Australia's lead is now amassed to 271 as we get ready for this final session. The weather update for Rainbird, smarter irrigation, the intelligent use of water. Jack Leach will continue. He's going to bowl his 17th over, just the one maiden, but he does have a couple of wickets. Australia looking to make the test safe and then decide what the right number will be to set England either tonight sometime, depending on the weather, or tomorrow. Our experts for Anaconda, play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. And it's afternoon to Damien Fleming once again.
Yeah, afternoon, Hutto and listeners. Hopefully there's no rain. We could have a cracking session here.
Yeah.
Hopefully a lot of boundaries and some wickets late in the day.
Green is well set now on 26 as Leach begins with a well-pitched delivery, which was flighted and dropped, but he just dropped down at his feet in front, defending. Khawaja with him on 35, as Gerard and Buck were talking about. It's becoming very interesting as to what his immediate future will be if he makes a bigger score than this. Leach bowls dropped it a little short, and he was laying back quickly on that green and played it well out to deep cover for one, and that's the 150 up for Australia. 4 for 150 on the mate scoreboard, Australia's most satisfied NBN customers.
Looked a similar ball to the one that bowled Stephen Smith, but he just missed it. But Green able to get bat on the ball and hit it through the field.
.272 is the lead. Khawaja showing good authority again in this innings. Short leg in close now as he defends on the offside. Mead often gives himself a bit more room than that, particularly to the paceman, I guess. But he's in close, along with a slip, trying to amp up the pressure here. If England are to keep Australia contained to any degree, they need to remove one of these two quick smart. Leach bowls again over the wicket. He uses his feet and hits aerially wide of mid-wicket, probably just for one. He's able to bisect three potential fieldsmen that might have been in play there. I think it quite came off the middle for Khawaja, but he gets himself a run, and he's 36.
Just wondering when Cam Green just starts to
There's a hint
unload
of it.
those big levers.
Yes, there was a hint against Jimmy before the break. Will he take on Leach here? He's defending again from the crease for the next one.
Good night.
He's just got to treat Leach as a left-arm medium bowler, slow medium. Don't worry about the turn.
Last ball of the first over after the break. And Green gets a ball that was given a lot more air by Leach. It did just drop at his feet, so he defended it back to the bowler. First over complete. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians. The lead is 273. Leach, 17 overs complete, 2 for 54. And Australia 4 for 151 on the mate scoreboard. Australia's most satisfied NBN customers. Yes, 8 4s and 4 6s in that second innings knock of 84 last year against India. Is he going to reprise that at the same venue? We can hope.
He hit some big bombs. Big bombs.
Australian dressing room looks pretty relaxed at the moment. So Stuart Broad is going to take up the attack. None for 17. Most of the pacemen have been used in short spells. So far in this innings with one man down, of course.
Yeah, it's smart, isn't it, just to keep the energy up, particularly with Broad and Anderson, mid to late 30s, years of age. Bowled pretty well. Been a tough test for the Australians in the second innings.
There's a catcher at a shortish forward point for Khawaja. Perhaps for a cut or a square drive that goes aerial. For Broad, who attacks from around the wicket down the leg side. There's a nick on it. It was too wide for Pope, but I don't even think Rod Marsh would have caught that. You never know. It's gone for 4. And Khawaja into the 40s. Australia's lead is 277 now.
Jeff Dujon?
Jeffrey Dujon.
Maybe.
What a keeper.
Yeah.
Oh, and a batsman, really, as much as a keeper.
Classy. Very classy. Oh, a little bit of a right-handed Usman Khawaja. Jeffrey Dujon.
Yeah. What do you reckon here?
Nah.
I think some keepers would have got closer, but I'm not sure
with
any
longer levers, even an Adam Gilchrist, with the long arms might have.
Gerard and Khawaja waits and just stands up from the crease to defend the next ball.
Nice little double here from Usman, isn't it? Batted beautifully.
World Test Championship being put up on the screen. Australia on top at the moment with 36 points. England on the bottom.
Yeah. They'll be relegated. They'll play United States and Iceland.
Play that European League.
Oh, I think they'd have to do better, stronger than that to get to the European.
Right, okay. Shorter, Khawaja pounces on it again, thrashes it away through square leg. This time there's coverage there in front of square. Alarm comes around and keeps the scoring to just a single. And Australia's lead is up to 278 now, denying him a Foxtel 4K4. Foxtel for the love of cricket. So if he was to, I know we've discussed the selection a lot, considering Australia are winning, but if he was to make 100 here, Usman, could you just drop him?
I know. I think he does get dropped, but it's amazing, isn't it? Like, Head has to play.
Yeah, Head does. Yeah.
So it's really Usman up the top, and then you spoke to Tony Dodome today, selector.
Forward back over the wicket to Green, puts it right up there. He resists the temptation to try and whip it, instead more digging it out to mid-wicket.
Probably with Usman, maybe that, if Marcus Harris missed out again in Hobart, would be to start opening the batting in the Pakistan tour.
Yeah. It didn't enhance Marcus's reputation the way he ran out, I suppose, against the spinner here, looking ahead to the subcontinent. Not that you can read everything into one dismissal, of course. Broad still mustering as much as he can. It's short outside the offside. That's a lovely looking drive from Cameron Green. Shot the stumps. It's hit.
Yeah, he's out.
He's short.
His bat was in the air. I think he was past the line, but in the air.
Milan, the fielder in the covers.
Umpire review for a run out. We start with your best side on angle, please.
Yeah, Milan's alluding to it.
Rolls through, bats down. Bat is grounded.
He's home, actually, Flem.
Oh, so
it was in and then
when it hits the stumps, the bat's in the air.
Yeah.
But it was grounded. Yeah.
And because of the way they cut the coverage, when we saw it, it looked out,
He was in the air.
Yeah.
Wow.
And they celebrated reasonably convincingly, which these days with the replays...
and Milan sort of obviously was focusing on getting rid of it quick, and when he saw the ball hit the stumps, he saw bat in the air.
A review for the TAC drive safely these holidays.
Good fielding.
Was.
Those long leads.
I was just going to say, you could look a long way out, Green, but...
I'd say most Australian batsmen will be out there.
Forward bowls, and he just gets across to cover defensively, Khawaja. And that ends the over. 50 complete. It's 4 for 157 for Host Plus. That's a plus.
Toyota's been driving off-road in Australia for over 50 years. So when designing the Fortuner, they built it with a powerful turbo diesel engine to get you through the toughest conditions. And even gave it a stylish interior and 7 spacious seats to keep you comfy whether you're off-road or on one. Visit your local Toyota dealer to book a test drive of the adventurous Toyota Fortuner. Oh, what a feeling, Toyota.
Jack Leach to continue. For Host Plus, that's a plus. It's 4 for 157. Australia's lead is 279. Bowls to Green, who decides not to turn a defensive shot into a fluent drive. Just check the shot up on the offside. Leach eager to deliver again to the tall West Australian, who's back this time and tries to thrash it through the covers. Can't beat the field there. And there's no run. Crawley in the floppy hat now. Broad brim hat. Sunglasses atop. Leach. And this time he does come after him, but controls the on drive. He's playing it slow enough. Down to mid-on for one more run.
You just feel if it was a right arm off spinner, Green would be trying that slog sweep, but just because of the left arm orthodox and the angles, he just hasn't got a ball that is light.
4 for 158. Leach again down the pitch comes Khawaja. Whipped it away over the top of mid-wicket and out to the boundary for 4. Crawley was almost in the game again there, but he cleared his head and Khawaja's timing takes it out for another Foxtel 4K4.
Yeah, it was a glove-punching 4 there. So he's basically just lined up mid-wicket and just flicked it over his head, knowing that there won't be a fielder directly behind him. Beautiful timing.
He goes to 45. Australia lead by 284. Leach again turns into the left-hander. He turns the ball with it to short leg to Hamid on the bounce.
Predictable comeback from Leach.
Last ball of the over. And he's down again using his feet. And this time went square up behind square and just gets the 1. And the over ends. It's 4 for 163 on the mate scoreboard. Australia's most satisfied NBN customers.
How's that? Nothing better than sitting on your deck, watching the cricket, enjoying some sun and a warm beer. With a brand new energy-efficient Husky drinks fridge, that beer would be ice cold. Husky, the celebration continues at home. huskybrand.com.au.
For 30 years, Radel's been supporting Aussies by providing health products from naturally derived ingredients to enjoy summer with health confidence. Radel, the brand of choice by Mitchell Starc and Elisa Healy. Radel.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Four for 163. New over begins. Left-handed Khawaja on strike, brought around the wicket, went under the horizontal bat that time. Through to the keeper. It dropped a bit short, didn't it? So maybe a little bit of uneven bounce again.
I think you've got to make sure you're very efficient with your footwork. Usman just collapsing that back leg and just trying to run it down to third man. I think you've got to get your back foot across to make sure that you don't get bowled and continue to hit down on the ball.
Forward again, and Khawaja resists the temptation to pull a shortish ball. Instead, defending it back to the bowler. 4 for 163, the lead up to 285 now. On the mate scoreboard, Australia's most satisfied NBN customers.
So lead 285, if they're back in good conditions for the rest of the day, they'd love to have at least a dozen overs at the English tonight.
It's in the frame. Broad, and Khawaja thumps it away through the covers. Pitched it up there, over-pitched in fact, and Khawaja has brought up another half-century in glorious fashion. His placement was picture perfect. And again, the SCG crowd on their feet as this homecoming for Usman Khawaja continues in glorious fashion. His 15 Test 50 in 45 matches.
Well, he's played some lovely ball shots throughout this innings. A couple of reverse sweeps against Leach, but that was a classic cover drive. So much time, great timing, good execution, excellent 50.
Broad tries again, pulls the length back a bit, and he's on driven this time up to mid-on. Colo, we've had a couple of inquiries about that not out for the run out in terms of he made his ground and the bat bounced up, and at the moment the ball hit the wicket, the replay is showing that his bat was actually in the air.
Yeah, that's fine. The laws of the game were changed in 2017. Once the bat's grounded past the line, the bouncing bat law, as they called it at the time, that was a point of controversy for a number of years, and they tidied it up, the MCC, in 2017.
Yeah, it was always a bit unfair, wasn't it? Those stats for robot building suppliers, robots got broad bowls, and Khawaja beautifully played through to Corden. He waited, and again, the touch on the back cut that time. Down to the boundary for another 4. He is going to enjoy this little passage of play, and so is everybody watching. Khawaja to 54 in the lead to 293.
So just talking about he did adjust. See how much his back foot moved across. So it was under his eye level and he just opened up the face as opposed to that previous back foot shot where he didn't move the back leg. He just collapsed it and almost got bowled.
Broad with a full head of steam. Bowls it off stump and just a little bit quicker from Broad. It vibrated the bat handle as Khawaja took hand off handle and got it to ground over bowled. 4 for 171.
Tyre Power's big holiday sale gives you the power to get away with a great deal on Kumho tyres. Buy 3 and get 1 free on Kumho tyres, including a huge range of premium quality passenger car and SUV tyres. What a way to get away when you buy 3 and get 1 free on a big range of Kumho tyres. Only this January and only at Tyre Power. Conditions apply. Tyre Power's big holiday sale is now on. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local owner-operator.
Hope you're enjoying SEN Test cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Green 29, Khawaja 54 from 89 balls to follow up his first innings 100. Joe Root is going to take up the attack.
All right. Can Green.
I was just going to say.
Size him up, please.
Just bowled the 1 over, including a bouncer off the last ball before.
I wouldn't mind seeing a few more of those.
Yeah, absolutely.
Really well. But if Greenie can get on one of these, it might go out of the SCG.
Root bowls and he resists. He just on drives up to long on for 1 4 for 172. The man who was most surprised with the bouncer was the keeper, Poper.
And took it well.
He did take it well, but
he's had a good day, Ollie Pope.
Yeah. Colin?
Pope's taken 3 catches as sub-keeper. The record for a sub-fielder in the history of Test cricket is 4. That was Riddiman Saha at the SCG last year, would you believe?
It's a really good place for sub-keepers, the SCG. I've always said that.
Everyone knows that. Root bowls from wide of the crease, and it's cut away impressively by Khawaja, but there is a fieldsman there. There's such a shot, and that's Milan, so he keeps it to 1. Aussies, I think, they'll either go for him, which we would prefer, or they'll just milk him for ones, as they did on that occasion. This one's down the leg side and just helped around the corner. There's some good resources fielding-wise there, so can't be good, there's no run.
Will he throw one up?
Slipping a leg slip. Root bowls a little bit more air, and he waited for it, and he almost nicked it. He just withdrew at the last moment.
Gee, if it turned a little bit, it would have bowled him. Come on, use the V.
Root again, and uses his feet. He dances down about halfway and then just played it quietly.
Quite a clever over here from Root.
Last ball of the over. Oh, it's a leggy. It's short and down the leg side. Licorice all sorts. End of the over from Root. It's 4 for 173 for Host Plus. That's a plus.
G'day, Glenn McGrath here. The Ashes are well and truly underway, and so no matter where you are or who you go for, you can help the thousands of families experiencing breast cancer by purchasing your very own virtual pink seat. You can buy one for yourself, for you and your mate, or for your entire family. Visit pigtest.com.au, buy your virtual pink seat, and help us make this the pinkest Ashes ever. Oh, and P.S. I've got mine.
Our experts for Anaconda, play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. 4 for 173. Chris Rogers jumps in the chair alongside Damien Fleming.
Hello, Flem.
Now, Colo, quick on the job to let me know that Joe Root has an international wicket as a leg spinner, Colo.
He's in the 2019 World Cup bowling leg spin. Caught and bowled.
Well, he's not going to die.
Can do it.
Not going to die wondering here. He saw a bouncer earlier and then an attempted leg spinner, which he dropped a bit short down the leg side. You'd think that an attack is not far away here from the Australians.
Just hasn't got the delivery he wants from Leach so far, Cam Green.
Khawaja first up. Slight adjustment to the field. Leach bowling his 19th over. 2 for 60. Still just the one maiden. Along with one in the first innings. He's only 2 for the series so far. A lot of protection out on the leg side for Khawaja. Just the one slip was the only catcher. Leach bowls. It's full and it's turned to mid-on where the root is reasonably close in there, so it might well be deemed as a second catch and field. Khawaja unhurried so far. Leach getting quicker, slightly shorter, but through the defences, hit the pad going down.
Surprised with the 2-spin option here, Glenn?
A little bit. I don't. Mark Wood's the one that I like seeing bowl a couple of overs. Bit of pace.
Leach again reversed, thumped it away. It won't go for 4 as it's spun towards and providing coverage down at deep fine. And they come back for a second.
And I'd like to have the ball in my hand, to be honest, Bucky. You know, if there's half a declaration chance or whatever, I'd be thinking on a chance to get a few wickets.
Well, it's kind of speeding the game up for Australia as well. So
Leach again. He's back on the stumps, turning it to leg. It's 4 for 175.
They've got 26 runs here in just over 5 overs. A nice. I kind of thought they'd try and get 100 off 25 overs, so 4 and over. But they're doing that too easily.
It's comfortable at the moment, and there's another single turned into the gap at mid-wicket. Khawaja to 58.
And it just means they're going to have to bat for longer tonight, really. Is there a target you think that Australia will have?
Yeah, I think there's minimum runs and maximum time. That's what I'll be trying to...
Yeah, 370 is probably what I was thinking.
Yeah, I would have thought, geez, anything over 350, happy days. I'd like a dozen overs with the ball.
Yeah. But that's why, I thought England's strategy has just got to be, let's see if we can look after the openers and make them face as few overs as possible.
There's a long off here as Green is back on strike and he's pressing forward defensively, restraining so far since the break. It's 4 for 176 at the end of another over on the mate scoreboard. Australia's most satisfied NBN customers.
SEN SA is your home for sport across the weekend. Brought to you by Volkswagen Service Express. Get the same great service in under an hour. Only at Solitaire Volkswagen Mile End. Now sit back and enjoy everything sports on SEN SA.
You haven't seen garage doors like this before. Smarter, quieter, safer. Beautifully refined custom finishes with endless possibilities. 4D Doors. Garage doors redefined. Discover more at 4ddoors.com.au.
The prospect of 2 tons in the same test gets people like Adam Collins very excited.
He's done twice before at the SCG, Dougie Walters in 1969 and Ricky Ponting here against South Africa in 2006.
All those numbers for Robot Building Supplies. Robot's got it. He'll just have time to do it. He's on 58. Root continues to bowl. He tried to lap him around the corner. He tried to take it from a long way outside off and didn't get as much bat on as he would have liked. Ended up behind the wicket, but without another run. Crawley had slipped. Got around to do the fielding. Root bowls again. Oh, it's a full toss. It's wide. He chased it. He could barely reach it, and that was the problem in the end. He got it to long off for 1.
I think Root saw him coming then, so at the last minute just tried to throw it wide, but it was too full.
Oh, he's making himself a mystery bowler here.
I like it.
Wide full tosses, bounces, leg spinners.
He bowls to Green again, who just plays it ever so quietly out to long on. Enjoying the opportunity just to get some runs here, Green, without taking any real risks. He's up to 31, and the lead is now 300 for Australia. Precisely. Root. Khawaja opens the face and runs it square on the offside. Can't get a run.
Yeah, keep thinking, well, what about the acceleration? But the runs per over that you're talking about, Bucky, they're going to do it easy in ones and twos anyway.
And with, as you said, with the spinners operating, getting plenty of balls delivered. So there's another whip by Khawaja that can't beat the field.
Well, there was 38 overs to be bowled, so 2.5 hours. I mean, it was probably going to be a struggle, but now it's not.
Wood again. Khawaja goes reverse. He hit that finer than previously, and Wood was well placed to save the ball and save the single. It's still 4 for 178 for Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians.
Get into Anaconda and save on Christmas essentials. 60% off lifetime 5-foot tables, Bitabex Streamline Double High Queen Airbed, only $79. Play more and pay less without 10% price beat guarantee. Conditions apply. Anaconda!
Toyota's been driving off-road in Australia for over 50 years, so they designed the Fortuner with a powerful turbo diesel engine, stylish interior and 7 spacious seats to get you through tough conditions in comfort. Test drive the Toyota Fortuner at your local Toyota dealer.
The lead is exactly 300. The crowd enjoying themselves in the Sydney sunshine. 4 for 178. Jack Leach to Green. Again, he used his feet. Thought he might be more expansive, but he on-drives him back to the bowler.
Just that last ball where Usman played that reverse sweep and hit it quite hard to Mark Wood, who's out 45 on the offside to the left-hander.
Leach to Green, drops the length back and he turns it for an easy one. Think about a second, and he'll come back comfortably for that.
Just used to be such a happy fielding position for a resting fast bowler. You know, you're just looking for the lefty to open up the face and you try and cut the angle. Then Andy Flower come on the scene with this reverse sweep, and it was a nightmare. He hit it so hard, and it'd spin as you'd go for it. He killed that position for unathletic fast bowlers.
4 for 180. It was great placement from Green a moment ago to get 2. He's on 33. Leach drops it short. He hammers it off the back foot through the covers. The shot was better than what he got, which was just 1.
Always funny seeing the fast bowlers try to navigate that spin. Always on the second bounce as well.
First, second, is it the third? He hit it, but he just hit it. It was like a gun going off Andy Flower.
Some deep breaths at the non-striker's end for Cam Green on 34. He watches as Khawaja advances, and he just chips it a couple of bounces to root. Matt sends us a text. Team, I always find it amusing how former players are so much more aggressive and risk-taking with their thoughts on declarations than when they were players. Always gives me a chuckle. Leach to Khawaja. He does take a swipe at that, down on one knee, and sends it over mid-wicket. Has it gone all the way? It has. Usman Khawaja, stylish and brutal when needed, takes Jack Leach all the way for 6.
Wow, that's a beautiful shot. It was there to hit, but he got every bit of it in perfect position, down on one knee, and just thrashed at it. There's no fielder out there. The man in the deep was far too square.
He goes to 65. Leach pushes it through and up the back foot. He whips it wristily around the corner for 1, and the over is bowled. And it's 4 for 188. The end of the over. SEN Test Cricket. Gerard coming in.
Gold Coast MG recognises the importance of supporting Special Forces veterans transitioning back to civilian life. They fought for us, so now let's fight for them. Purchase a raffle ticket from $10 and you could win a brand new MG HS Essence. All proceeds help Wandering Warriors support returning veterans and their families through education, employment, respite and mentoring programs. Hurry, raffle drawn January 24. For tickets, visit mggoldcoast.com.au. Gold Coast MG and Wandering Warriors, saluting their sacrifice.
The Mate Scoreboard, Australia's most satisfied NBN customers, 4 for 188. The lead is 310 as Khawaja drives to cover. It's fielded by Leach. No run. Root is still in operation. This is happening at the Gallop. 10 off the last over. The spin twins. Root around the wicket. Khawaja clouts the ball through extra cover. There is a sweeper in the deep. Gorgeously struck for a single. 67 for Khawaja, 4 for 189. I didn't think there were enough runs left in the Australian innings for him to get a century. There clearly are now.
Partnership 103 too.
67 from 105 and Green 34 from 81. Roots in his fourth over, none for 6. He's in and he bowls. Green plays the ball through a vacant point with the sweeper set deep. He picks up a single, 4 for 190. On the point made on the text, it is amusing. So I think the television commentators are desperate for the declaration to get the extra day off. That's my observation. And they hurry the game through so we can go play golf or fly home early.
Yeah.
Their compulsion. Stroked by Khawaja to point, no run.
It's funny enough, the teams don't think that way.
No. So if I picked anything up off on my time on the road, that's it. Dragged down short by Root, tucked around the corner by Khawaja, well enough to find the boundary at backward square. Gift runs, and Khawaja's in a mood to take them. He's 71, 4 for 194.
Yeah, with Ben Stokes injured, Joe Root grabs the ball and goes with the short pitch theory. Unfortunately, at 90 kilometres an hour, it's not working.
Free hit that.
Foxtel 4K4s, Foxtel for the love of cricket. Root bowls, Khawaja, outside edge. Past slip, no run.
I think there might have been a drop catch.
Oh, off the gloves or off the
little outside edge, the keeper.
Oh, okay. Have a look at the replay. Full-blooded drive. Edge onto the fingers of the glove, I think.
Yeah, easy. Yeah, it's going straight to first slip.
Push past slip as a result. So Khawaja gets a life as he did in the first innings. 4 for 194. Mate scoreboard, Australia's most satisfied NBN customers. His session of players for Suncorp, that's the Suncorp spirit. Lead 316. So Australia doing it easily and quickly. Green tucks the first ball of the over from Leach around the corner. Is there bat in it or just pad? There's a little bit of bat in that, so a single taken, 4 for 195.
This is definite white flag stuff. This is 45 runs off, well, that's the 46th run since tee, 9 overs. They're not even trying to stop.
No risk.
Straight from scoring.
Leach over the wicket, bowls to Khawaja, who opens the face, runs it to backward point. It'll have to be fielded from slip. Khawaja to 72 with the single. It's the inverse of what we imagined England would do, which was just try desperately to dry it up for a period of time and slow the game down. And they've done the complete opposite.
It's going to be a stress-free declaration.
Leach bowls, Green sweeps, but it's misfielded at square. It did take a little bit of an awkward bounce, and Craig Overton couldn't quite handle it. 36 for Green.
I wonder if they're behind the over rate.
Okay. Well, not really. Well,
because Leach has bowled a lot of overs, if they are.
So there was 38 overs left and 2.5 hours to get through them.
It bounced on that. What do you call that? There's a
Leach bowls, Khawaja reverse sweeping in the air over the umpire and into the deep. He'll be able to get a couple to move it to 74. In Australia, 4 for 199.
Tell you what, the subs are getting a lot of the ball. Ollie Pope's taken 3 catches. Overton's fielded a lot of these shots, particularly off Usman.
They followed him around the field, it seems.
And when you are the sub, generally you don't want the ball to come to you. If you drop a catch, you can't make it up.
So that's 50 in 35 minutes.
Wow.
Since
no slogging.
And they haven't done anything out of the ordinary. Khawaja on 74, plays straight back down the pitch, a rare dot.
We'll need to find out what's happening here because this is... I just genuinely think they put the white flag up otherwise.
Well, that is what it looks like. Leach 2 for 77, about to finish his 21st over. He bowls and Khawaja plays from the stumps, turns it around the corner and milks the strike with a single. He's 75 at 200 up for Australia in the 58th over on the Mate scoreboard, Australia's most satisfied NBN customers.
There's nothing like the freedom of four-wheel driving. Hi, I'm Aaron from Go 4x4, and we know that every vehicle has a story to tell. So we take pride in thinking outside the box. We're the go-to four-wheel drive outlet for quality accessories, comprehensive diesel service, performance and diagnostics. And we specialise setting up your four-wheel drive and always go the extra mile to ensure your vehicle is maintained to the highest standards. Feel the freedom with Go 4x4. Check go4x4.com.au.
Australia's lead is 322. 4 for 200 has been Khawaja on strike route around the wicket bowls. Khawaja, an expansive drive through extra cover, will beat the fields and come up with another magnificently struck boundary. He is 79, unquenchable in his hunger for runs. 4 for 202.
Well, Joe Root's the only Englishman that's scored more runs in this Ashes series now. Oh, that is a classic cover drive from Wilson.
SEN Test cricket for Henley, everyday advantage. We don't hide our prices. The tickle sweep around the corner, ever so subtly played from Khawaja. It'll be hauled in one step shy of the boundary, and he will rush back for 382 for Khawaja. 4 for 207.
It's what you call junk time.
Yeah. Bring it on. Usman time.
Yeah. He's playing every shot there is.
Well, How much has he scored since tea?
He was 35 at tea.
Wow.
And he's 82 now, and that's happened in 37 minutes.
100 in a session.
7 from 2 balls. Root bowls. Green knocks the ball to mid-wicket. No run. Green's 36 from his 85. Root bowls to him. He knocks it on the head from the off stump. No run.
There's all sorts of interesting things going on here, Flem. Katich is bowling, and then he's going to field in probably the busiest position as well at mid-wicket.
Got to get his GPS numbers up.
Green defence. This is unflattering from a team who fought back so hard yesterday. Green stays at home, knocks it around the corner, takes a single to grow the lead to 330. 4 for 208 on the mate scoreboard. Australia's most satisfied NBN customers.
Something wonderful happens when you visit Mildura. The city vibe continues, but the outback's only moments away. Fresh produce is endless, the embers are hotter, and the night skies seem longer. Nature sings, kangaroos graze, and the sun glistens magically on the river. Photos captured and stories told are shared amongst family and friends. So, when you're ready, start your journey with us. Visit mildura.com.au.
This session for Suncorp, building a more resilient Queensland. That's the Suncorp Spirits. We need a more resilient English sides. 4 for 208. Green 37, Khawaja 82. At tea it was 4 for 149, so 59 runs in 49 minutes. And Khawaja's added 47 of those by my reckoning. It's quite breathtaking.
And it looks like Stokes is out of breath.
So he was grimacing earlier when he was fielding in gully and a ball that went through him on the turn, and he was in all sorts in the aftermath of it, plus those who can't take the field. They are the walking wounded. Now, we've had enough of the spin, thank goodness, and Wood is going to come back into the attack.
Bizarre tactics.
Just a bizarre phase.
They're out of whack. Let's start with Wood after tea.
So from the Paddington ends, Mark Wood to bowl his 11th over of the innings. Cam Green is on strike. Wood over the wicket bowls, and Green pulls hard out into the deep for 4. He liked the look of that, Cam Green. He smashed it.
Jeez.
Foxtel 4K4's Foxtel, Australia's only dedicated sport 4K Ultra HD channel.
That might be pole position in the hardest ball hit in this test match. Loaded up. Smacked it.
So Green has developed a taste for it, having seen what's been going on at the other end. 41 off 89 balls. The lead 334. Wood in bowls. Green forward in defence. Don't get carried away. Dean's text through. Australia should dangle the carrot for England. Declare 350 in front. Give them a sniff. There's no need to dangle carrots here, Dean. They have got England's on their knees.
There's blue skies too, Gerard.
There's no interruption today. And if you run your maths like Buck, their 12 overs can be more than that now, the way this is going. Wood over the wicket, bowls. Green stands, defends to cover, no run. This English team has sort of had moments where they claw themselves back into it and then almost by their own hands.
But I think Joe Root and Silver would have to take some of the responsibility because they're making the bowling changes.
All of it.
And it happened at the G, first innings.
It happened in Adelaide.
It was the second session of the second day, wasn't it?
Selections.
They are a bad team for a reason, and we have seen that play out at length across this summer. Wood bowls, Green plays the ball through cover, beat the dive of Hamids. Runs to be had into the deep. Lawrence slides in to do the fielding. Green to 43, the lead 336.
He's moving beautifully now, Cam Green. He's swiveled on a pull shot and then defended a couple of decent ones and then really moved well into that cover drive. Sometimes that's all it is. It's just rhythm. You get your feet, they feel like they're stuck in concrete. You can't move and you don't know what you're doing, and then a bit of time at the crease and
one shot.
Something seems to click.
You can hear him tapping away as Wood is heading in, bowling to him. Green ducks the bouncer, which was heading down leg.
It was the second session after England had done okay to restrict Australia to only 300 runs by the end of the first session of the second day. So they really put the screws on, and you knew Australia were going to have to take a risk. And they just came out and conceded and bowled spin, route, and the run rate just picked up naturally. They didn't make Australia take any risks at all, and this is exactly the same, really.
Wood, last ball of his over. There's been 6 from it so far. He bowls, and Green is driving. Roots at mid-on for the time being. He slides in and fields 2 more for Green, who took 8 from the over. He's 45, 4 for 216 on the mate scoreboard. Australia's most satisfied NBN customers.
The Warradale Tavern, voted AHA's best sporting entertainment venue 2020 and 2021, is your home for all live sport this summer. You'll be spoilt for choice with up to 3 live sporting events televised simultaneously across 23 screens, including Adelaide's biggest and brightest sports screen and air-conditioned comfort. Throughout January, stay cool with our West End draft promotion with free teas when you buy 10 pints while stocks last. It's got to be the Warradale for your viewing pleasure this summer. warradalehotel.com.au. Drink responsibly.
Test cricket for Henley, everyday advantage. We don't hide our prices. The run rate this session has been 7.6. Oh, that's the last 5 overs. They're checking the balls to see if they can find something different. England, for the time being, no. Joe Root's going to continue on. This is right out of hand. 4 for 216. Khawaja's on 82. It's wide. It's too wide to even have a dash at.
He's literally trying to lob it up into the footmarks and hopefully something happens. But he's just tossing them up.
Root bowls. Khawaja reverse sweeps with power. That is quite the strike. No Australian plays it better. Khawaja's 86. It's 4 for 220.
That's a beautiful shot. He knew exactly what was coming there. Yep. Just lobbed up, outside off stump. Free hit, really. Just if he could get underneath it. And his skill to be able to play that shot, there's actually not a lot of risk in it. Really 6.
Yes, it was so close to it. Root again, bowls. Khawaja stands up, clips him away to long off, and collects his 87th run. 4 for 221. The lead is 343. These are the dying days of the Joe Root captaincy, and this is going to be an extremely unflattering one when it's reviewed. Cam Green gets a look at the captain. He's defending the ball to mid-wicket. He takes off. It's a well-run single as Leach slides in, but he doesn't field it cleanly. 46 for Green. The other captain is lounging against the balcony, eating a banana and sipping some water. Like the contrast is so extreme. Perfect Pat just watches on. Khawaja, 87, reverse sweeps again, struck in front, not out. A rare one that he's missed. That was the absolute definition of a polite inquiry. There's an under edge into the boot from Khawaja. Root bowls. Khawaja stands up as it threatens to slide through low. 6 from the over. 4 for 222 on the Mate Scoreboard, Australia's most satisfied NBN customers.
Sometimes needing new tyres can catch us by surprise. That's why Tyre Power gives you the power of Zip Pay and Zip Money. It means you can get what you need now, get back on the road safely, and pay for it later, taking advantage of the interest-free periods. So if you need new tyres or mechanical repairs, don't wait till it gets worse. Get them now with Zip Pay or Zip Money at Tyre Power. No fuss, no wait, no worries. Terms and conditions apply. So visit tyrepower.com.au or call 132191 for your local owner-operator.
73 runs in 48 minutes since tea. Cam Green has the strike. Wood bowls to him. Green pulls high into the outfield. It pitches and runs for 4. Green with the second half century of his Test career. These exploits reminiscent of what he did on the same ground in Sydney last year. Welcome back to form, Cameron Green. Project Green is on target. 4 for 226. And the nervous Nellies over the all-rounder can creep back into the hedges.
He's looked every bit the better today. I mean, he will have tougher challenges, no doubt. But I think we're getting a glimpse of what a lot of people expect.
Green defends a ball which was rising outside the off stump.
And just his ability to play the cover drive and the pull shot. Just he will be so imposing because of his size.
Yeah.
When he really starts to become the batter that, you know, the finished version, it's going to be quite incredible. Everything looks quite simple as well. He's having a few little technical issues with perhaps footwork and rhythm, but when he gets it right, it just looks amazing.
He is the enforcer for such a situation in the way that you have described.
And I guess the other thing is you look at his performances at the level below and they've been consistent. It's not like he's been inconsistent.
England taking some time to shuffle the chairs on the Titanic. 2 in the deep on the leg slide, 1 in the cordon. A backward point to cover, mid-off, mid-on.
They're trying Pat Cummins' tactics here.
Oh, right, full outside the off stump.
Yep.
Water around the wicket, bowls, and it lifts up on Green. He can't make contact with it, no matter how he chases.
Well, they've got a third man and a deep backward point. Slip and someone on a gully line, I think.
Yep.
So they're doing exactly the same tactics, but
copying a bit of homework.
Yeah, Pat Cummins used to Johnny Bairstow when he was in that last over.
It's stolen a little bit of the limelight from Khawaja for the moment with Green getting in on the act. He's got 50 to his name. Wood bowls to him, wide. Green is there to meet it and clout it to the cover sweeper. It's a single. It's a powerfully struck ball. He's 51, 4 for 227.
I'll never forget playing a game against Graham Smith on a flat Taunton pitch. He was playing for Somerset. He got 300, and he was so big, and it was a flat wicket. He just could not get the ball through to the keeper. He was just so imposing. I always thought, that those big, tall players, if they can figure out how to read the length well, they're just so hard to bowl to.
Khawaja's 87. So the third man is back on the rope. Cover on the rope. A backward point. A cover. A mid-off. So maybe this is a little bit more of draining some time out of it, which just wasn't there after tea.
Horse has bolted though, Gerard.
Yeah, it has. Wood around.
Trying to figure out what they're going to do here. The time will we finished?
Our commentary or the day?
The day.
6:30.
6:30, isn't it?
So
you've got
6. Is it? Yeah, 6. Sorry, 6.
I get confused because of the late finishes we've had. So, I mean,
an hour and 38 left.
Khawaja's got plenty of time here, and they're not going to declare on him before he gets 100. So,
selectors might be asking them to. Wood bowls, Khawaja in behind it, defends to cover, a dot to finish. 4 for 227, the mates scoreboard, Australia's most satisfied NBN customers.
Sport brings inspiration.
It's a famous victory. A magnificent performance.
Heartbreak.
It's a draw. They went back again next week.
And jubilation.
That winning feeling returns to Australian cricket.
Across every town and city, sport is the glue of our local community. And SEN is there with you. Listen anywhere, anytime on the SEN app. The latest news articles, podcasts, live sport, and more. Download the SEN app today.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Everyday Advantage. We don't hide our prices. A lot of correspondence. 0433 98 11 16. Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. The one I won't cop is fair to say Whateley will still doubt Green is still the right number 6 for Australia with his marsh bias. I'm not having that. I'm fully paid up on Green. I haven't doubted him for a moment. That's not the spot I'm talking about. There's plenty of us who have understood Project Green in its 8th Test match, and I'm in that group. Root bowls, and it's defended by Green back down the pitch. It's 51 from 100 balls. Australia's lead is 349. Root's in his 7th over. He bowls, clipped down the field by Green to long on. He placed it to the left of Stokes, which opened the idea of a second run. They didn't take it. 52 for Green. 350. It is the lead.
Stokes looks sore too.
Oh, yeah.
I reckon he's going to be pretty aggressive in the second innings.
Swinging everything?
Well, I mean, that might be me unfair, really. He might just think, I'll play for a draw. We've seen him lock it down before.
Root bowls, Khawaja. Magnificent whack into the deep. Over mid-wicket, into the stands for 6. He's just doing this for funnelsy. He's 93. 4 for 234.
Well, that's a genuine lob up by Joe Root. And you've got to be good enough to hit that. That's against the spin. Down on one knee.
Good Lord, that's 25 rows back.
I mean, he's cleared his front leg, hasn't he? He didn't want to hit it square, so he opened himself right up so he could punch it over mid-wicket.
He's going to reverse sweep again. Now, there is protection in the deep for it. It'll keep him to 1. Khawaja goes to 94, which in this mood puts him 1 blow away.
Well, if Cam Green can get a single here,
Yes.
2 balls to go, you just never know. The blood's pumping.
4 for 235, the lead, 357. Green on 52. Root bowls to him. He dragged it down, clipped it around the corner, collected the single. Stand by.
Am I allowed to say that that's Phil? That's rubbish bowling.
Just partnerships worth 150 from 204 balls. Usman Khawaja on 94. Joe Root bowling lollipops. He stands up and plays it away through point. He'll keep the strikes. With a loud call of no on the thought of a second. Khawaja's 95, 4 for 237. We're staying with it, Buck. It'll happen in a heartbeat. The Mate Scoreboard, Australia's most satisfied NBN customers. Joe Root. How far did that ball go? They've got the track
I'm looking forward to hearing from Athers because I want to know what were the tactics after tea. I mean, to come out and bowl 2 spin. What was Khawaja? He was 35?
He was 35 at tea. And inside an hour, he's going to move to the century unless he gets out. That went 101 metres, that ball into the south. That is a big moment for Bendix Brakes, manufactured in Australia since 1955. There's not nearly as much tension around the search for a second century as there was the first. Khawaja, 95 from 124 balls. In a phase that has to be seen to be understood. Fielders moving all over the place. The PGG Hudson turf Durascape.
If we try a ramp, he gets a bouncer.
Wood bowls. Khawaja stands upright, drives to mid-off, goes with the stroke. Moves himself to 96. The throw hit the stumps, but it was a well-judged run.
I think that was from Joe Root too. That was quite a bit of frustration in his throw there. He looks angry. I'm not sure at what though.
He's played an active role in it. If he's not the architect of the demise, he's certainly aided and abetted. He's had the ball in hand. 6 overs, none for 25. He's sent down. Oh, it's actually more than that now. That hasn't yet updated. Wood bowls. Green punches the ball to point. Khawaja sends him back. No run-outs. No run-outs. 7 overs, none for 35, Root. And leaves 21 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 78. Score for accounting at tea was 4 for 149, and we're coming up to the 1 hour mark. The score has gone to 238. Australia's lead is 360, and the sun beats down in Sydney. There's going to be no interruption to this day's play.
89 in 15 overs. Just about. That's 6 and over, folks. Well, we
Wood in from the Paddington end. He bowls to Green, who stands up on it, knocks it away to cover no run.
This is the fruits of all the good cricket Australia's played over the course of a long series. Just continue to have the answers to anything that England have dished up, and whenever they've looked like maybe that the momentum's swinging back to England, Australia have started to play well. They've played really well and made sure they've been on top all the way throughout.
Yeah.
It's been one-way traffic.
Almost 6 and over this session. Australia's batting at the gallop for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. Wood is bowling to Green, who tucks out the Yorker, knocks it straight to mid-on, and the weight goes on. Green's desperate to give the strike to Khawaja, who's pretty unfussed by it. It's all right, we'll come around.
They've given themselves so much time. To see Hamid there pick up the ball at mid-wicket. What's he thinking?
Oh, yeah.
He's looking at how easy this is at the moment and thinking he's going to go after bat. It's going to be nigh impossible, I reckon, the first 10 overs.
And he'll be batting for his Test career when he does so. Wood in, around the wicket, bowls. Green stays out of a bouncer. So it won't be this over. There's one to come in it. The Mate scoreboard, Australia's most satisfied NBN customers, reads 4 for 238. Green is 53. Khawaja is 96. And this has been the only subdued over since the interval. The lead has grown to 360. Good tries one last time in the over. Imagine if Green takes a single here. It's in on the pads, and Green takes a signal here as he turns to backward square, and the impatience of the crowd starts to get through. 4 for 239. There's a few boos there. Colo and Athens next.
I'm Laurie Lawrence. Gee, we had a successful year in the pool in Tokyo. Closer to home, we had our worst year in a decade. 25 little Aussie children drowned, most in swimming pools and bathtubs. It's a tragedy. 25 families will never get it over. Let's get child drownings down to 0. Fence the pool, shut the gate. Teach your kids to swim, it's great. Supervise, watch your mate, and learn how to resuscitate. Kids alive, do the 5.
Australia have polled on 90 runs in an hour since tea to move the lead on to 361. Khawaja has 61 of those in 51 deliveries, and he's 4 runs away from another special moment here at the Sydney Cricket Ground. Adam Collins with you and Michael Atherton with me for Anaconda. Play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Athers, David Milan's coming into the attack. It's reached that kind of stage of the Test match.
I'm afraid it has, and maybe of the series as well. England, obviously, a bowler down. Ben Stokes can't bowl, a couple off the field. Substitute wicketkeeper in place, and now David Milan with his, well, a part-time leg spinners, really.
He bowls here to Cameron Green. He's past 50. Doesn't take a single to backward point here. Khawaja wanted it, tell you what. We saw David Milan used as Khawaja was on the approach to 100 a couple of days ago. We did scratch our heads a wee bit. And he gets another chance here. 2 wickets in the series, of course. One of those was Marnus Labuschagne. Not a bad one to have in your pocket for your first Test wicket, but it feels like a very long time ago now. 5 out on the rope. 3 on the leg side, 2 on the offside. It's a T20 field, with the exception of Crawley at slip. Milan bowls and Green lunges on the front foot. Takes a single down the ground to mid-off. Much to the joy of the Sydney faithful. 4 for 240, the lead's 362, Green 55.
Most popular single of the day. There were huge boos when Cameron Green took a single off the final ball of the previous over. Now he's managed to get Khawaja on strike, who has played magnificently since tea. He really has. And he's approaching a second 100. What a moment this will be for him if he gets there.
I'm sure they'll take their time. The batsmen bump gloves and a few tweaks to the field. It all seems a little bit in vain at this stage. But a deep backward square, deep mid-wicket, long on, long off in front of the trumper stand, deep cover in front of the O'Reilly. Mark Wood's 3/4 of the way back on the reverse sweep. And Jimmy Anderson around the corner at fine leg. A point, an extra cover as well. Just trying to find a way to deny a boundary. That's what Khawaja needs for a second century. Milan to him here. Khawaja clips into the onside. There's 1. There might be 2. They're happy with the single. Khawaja 97, 4 for 241. The lead 363. Halfway through, Milan's over.
Well, with the field set as it was, there was no obvious place for a boundary as well as Khawaja has played, so he did the sensible thing. There's so many gaps there, he can just waltz to 100.
Milan to Green, he goes back and takes a single to cover. They're just walking the singles now. 364 now the lead. Green up to 56, back to Khawaja. Gets the strike with 2 balls left in David Milan's over. The field will remain as it was before with 5 out. 3 on the leg side, 2 on the offside. Usman Khawaja on 97. Milan bowls to him here. Khawaja tucks another single into the onside. There might be more chance of a 2 this time, but again, they think better of it. Receiver Mead bullets the throw in. Khawaja 98. 4 for 243, the lead 365.
I'm sure the field won't be as spread if Khawaja gets to 99. Surely Root must try and bring the field in and make him play a shot to get there at least.
I got a cheeky little text a moment ago about about declarations and 98 at the City Cricket Ground. We probably shouldn't bring that up. Milan bowls and Green hands him around the corner and takes one as well. He'll retain the strike. The Bobus go around the SCG and call for 244. Australia lead by 366 on the mate scoreboard. Australia's most satisfied MBN customers. Khawaja 98.
G'day, it's Merv Hughes here. After years of snoring like a train, the missus sent me for a CPAP Direct sleep test. I'm sleeping quiet and waking up refreshed.
If you like to get away, drop in to CPAP Direct to see the latest technology in travel CPAP machines and batteries, so you can snore no more on the road.
Find your local store at cpap.com.au.
The final session on day 4 for Suncorp. That's the Suncorp Spirit. Adam Collins and Michael Atherton in the commentary position. Paddington end, Mark Wood away from us towards Cameron Green on 57. Around the wicket, bowls here. Green slaps through the offside with authority. No chance for cover. Wow. What a strike. He's 61, Australia 4 for 248. The lead's 370. If it were normal circumstances, that might be enough, but they've scored so quickly after tea, and Khawaja so close to 100. They'll keep going and going.
Yeah, we thought about 380. At lunchtime, we were talking about the declaration. We reckoned about 380 with maybe 18 overs to go, and it's not far away, actually. So they've played it pitch perfectly, really. They're in a superb position. They can get Khawaja to 100 and then think very carefully about coming out.
4 out. 2 on the offside, 2 on the on. Wood bowls around the wicket to Green, who again is trying to cut, this time only as far as backward point. I joked before that there was a declaration with a player on 98. The captain was Mike Atherton, the batsman was Graham Hick. It was a long time ago, but it comes up all the time when you're doing your various media commitments around the world.
It does come up, and particularly in a situation like this where they're hunting a declaration and a player is on 98, but I don't think Pat Cummins will do it to Usman Khawaja.
And I think that Usman Khawaja might be playing a bit more freely than Graham Hick was on that day.
They're certainly scoring a bit more quickly, yes.
Good day to Hickey if you're listening.
He will be on the Gold Coast somewhere, I reckon.
Expect so. Here is Wood to Cameron Green. Through the gears he goes. More runs. Only one of them, though, to mid-on. Out towards the captain route. And it puts Khawaja back on strike on 98. The only number on the scoreboard that anyone at the Sydney Cricket Ground cares about right now. 4 for 249. The score, Green 62 for what it's worth.
Well, let's have a look at the field. Deep point. So there's an easy single there. Deep square leg. An easy single there. But more chance of a boundary, you would say, with the field set for Wood and the pace on the ball that Wood gives him. If he gives him a short ball, he'll look to clout it in front of square to the leg side.
So Wood's going to stay around the wicket. 4 out. On the way to Usman Khawaja on 98. He bowls here. Khawaja leaves alone, well outside the off stump. The tension builds.
Very smart bowling from Mark Wood. A wide Yorker. Much in the same way that Cummins tried to bowl to Bairstow late last evening on 99, final over of the day. Tried to shove it wide and make the batsman do something silly and make a mistake, but Khawaja wasn't drawn into it.
They're going to make him earn it. There are gaps there through point, behind square as well. And mid-on and mid-off are both up if he wants to go down the ground. Mark Wood, 2 balls left in his over to Khawaja. On 98, bowls here, Khawaja, full swings, misses outside the off stump. Just about a full toss as well. Any bat on ball, and that's spraying away towards the rope at third man. Not to be. One ball left in the over.
Just needed to get some wood on it. And it could have gone anywhere. It could have scooted past Pope's left hand. Could have gone down to third man. He'd have been scurrying that first and looking for the second, but just couldn't quite reach it. It was a little too wide.
Wonderful theatre here at this grand old ground. The crowd engaged with every moment. Mark Wood, top of his mark, last ball of the over. Into Khawaja, 2 away from another century. He bowls here, Khawaja. Shout the leg before it spills into the onside. He's the only man appealing. Khawaja will retain the strike on the leg by, so signalled by umpire rifle. Australia bring up their 250. Just double checking there'll be no review. Looking out towards Joe Root. It is going to be the DRS. Joe Root with all the theatre waiting until 1 second was left on the clock.
Director, we have a
Gut
review
feel,
for LBW.
down leg.
Yes, the only thing is because Wood was bowling so wide, whether Khawaja had shuffled across to get hold of the wide line, so whether he got across and made it look as though it was going down the leg side, we shall see on the replay. But initial gut feel was it was slipping down.
We'll get the first look at the replay here. Pitching middle, hitting in line with about leg. He should be fine. He's surely fine.
Yeah, he didn't really go across his stumps. So on the angle from round the wicket, and given that it hit Khawaja on the outside of his front pad, he should be absolutely fine.
Commendable effort from Mark Wood to keep bending his back in these circumstances, charging in after that buffet bowling after tea. But Wood bowling as quickly as he has at any stage during the game, giving Australia nothing. They're going through the formal process, pitching in line with leg and missing. Confirmed that it's comfortably missing leg stump. So the mates scoreboard will take Australia to 4 for 250. A leg bye, of course, means Khawaja remains on 98, Green's on 62. Adam Collins here with Michael Atherton for Anaconda. Play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. We're dragging it out.
Great theatre. Fantastic theatre. The crowd engaged with every single taken or turned down, with Root's late recall for a review there, which the clock was running down and there was about a second to go when he called it. So he's rather hamming it up as well. And now we've got to the stage with Khawaja on strike again, 98, declaration looming, and a second 100 looming. And he's got Dawid Malan ball in hand. He'll never have a better chance.
And they're going to keep 5 on the leg side. Deep backward square, deep mid-wicket, long on, long off in front of the trumper stand and a deep cover. Gaps aplenty through the onside. Dawid Malan to Khawaja on 98. He pulls to mid-wicket. There should be 2 there. There has to be 2 there. There will be 2 there. It's twin tons. What a joyous moment for Usman Khawaja at a ground he so adores. From a man who hadn't wore his baggy green for the longest time. Well, he's going to have plenty of use for it through 2022. It's an international career reborn in the most emphatic way. A century in both innings. And for the second time this week, the crowd get to honour their hometown boy. A magnificent moment, Michael Atherton.
A splendid moment at this storied cricket ground. Usman Khawaja in great company, isn't he? Dougie Walters did it many years ago here against West Indies in 1969. Ricky Ponting, the great Ricky Ponting did it. And now Usman Khawaja settles back. He's put his helmet back on his head now. The crowd have risen to him. They're just settling down. I wondered whether Khawaja would just go running off for the declaration, but he's settling in again. Australia wants a few more. What a moment for Usman Khawaja.
Dawid Malan again to Khawaja. He took the 2, goes back and just forces back to the bowler here. I wonder how long the declaration's away. 374 ahead, but there'll be time to reflect on that right now. It's all about Usman Khawaja, as you say, the 3rd man at the SCG. The first for Australia since Stephen Smith at Edgbaston in 2019. Malan bowls Khawaja, clips again in the same direction as to where he brought up the century. Happy with 1 this time, just walking it through. He's 1 on 101, 4 for 253 now the score, 375 the lead.
God, it's been such a dominant innings as well. He simply hasn't looked like getting out since tea. He has just taken control of the England bowling. He's played so beautifully against pace and spin. They just haven't been able to shut him down. He's looked a really classy player today.
So Green here is going very nicely as well, it must be said. Knocks it into the offside, no run. Green is on 62. This pair batted 167 at the break. Green was on 26 and Khawaja was on 35. Talk about pushing through the gears. And they have been helped by England. Tactically left wanting again. They just want this to be over. Exemplified by the fact that Malan is bowling here. It's a full bunger. Green gets good contact. Gets it into the gap at deep backward square in front of the O'Reilly stand. And gets himself another boundary. Foxtel 4K4s, Foxtel, Australia's only dedicated sport 4K Ultra HD channel. He's found the rope now on 7 occasions. Khawaja's particulars 101 from 133 balls, 10 fours, 2 sixes, and a day he will never forget.
A day you'll never forget, for sure. I'm just looking at the score. That lead 379 now, effectively about 17 overs remaining. That's exactly where I thought Australia would want England. I thought they'd pull out around about this mark.
Green to finish the over. Will he go hard? He'll take the single down to long on. Off the back foot, he thought about trying to pop it into the trumper stand and said, I'll have another go next over. Green up to 67. The lead's 380. Looking towards the balcony. Will there be a declaration? Not yet. There won't be. Four for 258 on the mate scoreboard. Australia's most satisfied NBN customers.
How's that? Nothing better than sitting on your deck, watching the cricket, enjoying some sun and a warm beer. With a brand new energy-efficient Husky drinks fridge, that beer would be ice cold. Husky, the celebration continues at home. huskybrand.com.au.
If there are issues with your bathroom grout, hop to it. And you need someone to sort it out, hop to it. Stop leaking showers and balconies without removing tiles. Visit megaseal.com.au.
Winning the Ashes is hard. You need to perform at your best, day in, day out. It's the same with your super. If you're with Host Plus, you're with a top-performing super fund over the long term. Having a top performer on your side, that's a plus. Host Plus. General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD available at hostplus.com.au and your objectives, financial situation and needs, which are not accounted for in this information.
The Hyundai Venue fits in anywhere, even into your budget. Experience safety technologies, comfort and style, all within a compact SUV. And enjoy standout features like Apple CarPlay and Android Auto. Plus, you're all backed up with the confidence of Hyundai's 5-year warranty. The Hyundai Venue fits in anywhere, stands out everywhere. Test drive the Venue today. T's and C's apply.
Looking for great value? Look no further than a Kogan Money credit card. No annual fees, tantalising rewards, and entry into Kogan's Christmas prize draw just by signing up. Plus, earn up to $400 Kogan.com credit when you meet the spend requirements. Make the switch to a great value credit card at koganmoney.com.au/radio.
Offer ends January 30. T's and C's credit criteria apply. Product issuer and credit provider Citigroup Proprietary Limited.
The Ashes on SEN for Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians. That's a plus. Khawaja, he does take a swipe at that, down on one knee, stylish and brutal when needed.
Root bowls, Khawaja, reverse sweeps with power. That is quite the strike.
Khawaja on 98. He pulls the mid-wicket. There should be two there. It's twin tons. What a joyous moment for Usman Khawaja and a ground he so adores.
What a moment for Usman Khawaja.
In all the hullabaloo of Usman Khawaja's twin tons, we missed us. The Bundaberg Ginger Beer drinks break, the great Australian brew. Adam Collins still here with Michael Atherton, Australia, at 4 for 258. Khawaja 101, Cameron Green 67, a partnership unbeaten so far of 172 across 228 deliveries. 19 overs left on the day. I suppose the declaration has to be soon. That they could have got in there then and saved 5 minutes or so and ensured they got more overs in tonight, but the party will go on.
It seems so. For how much longer, I'm not sure. I can't believe that Australia wouldn't want around about an hour tonight, given the way England's top order has been in this series, so fragile. Recall that end of day at Melbourne when they managed to create all that intensity in a final hour or two, so that'd be a wonderful thing for them to come out for an hour tonight with still a decent crowd in on the back of that tremendously emotional second 100 for Usman Khawaja. So it's all running in Australia's favour, and you'd think it would be very hard work for England's openers and top order if they have to survive an hour. So We'll wait and see what Pat Cummins wants, but I'm sure the declaration is imminent.
10 test tons for Khawaja, 8 of them in Australia. Now 3 of them at the Sydney Cricket Ground. Of course, going with the 171 he made here in this corresponding fixture 4 years ago. The text line's lit up for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre expert. Here's one that I think hits the nail on the head. When's the next federal election? We have a new candidate for Prime Minister. Usman Khawaja, says Millsy on the Sunshine Beach. I suspect that'll be a very popular candidate if he appears on a ballot paper somewhere someday. Not quite, though. He's got a job to do in this Australian cricket team, that's for sure. Mark Wood to start the new hour. Bowls here to Cameron Green on leg stump, driving out towards mid-on, gets himself 1. The lead now 381. Green 68. I suppose if they want to bat for half an hour more, whisper it. But Cameron Green's only 38 from 100 as well. It might only take him half an hour to get there. I doubt they'll bat that long, but they might.
No, they're not going to bat that long.
Surely
no way.
Surely
no way. They'll be Pat Cummins will be thinking of 4-0 right now.
Yeah.
And then hoping for 5 in Hobart. That will be at the forefront of his mind rather than any personal milestone, surely.
The fact that the rain never came made for a splendid day at the SCG. Wood bowls to Khawaja. On the drive, outside part of the bat, ends up with James Anderson at backward point. All the work he's done on this ground over the years, almost certainly the last time he'll be bowling in an international. Wicketless so far today, but Jimmy's bent his back.
Yeah, you can't fault England's effort from their senior bowlers today. A bowler down in particular, just looking at Mark Wood, who is lathered in sweat. It is a very hot afternoon here in Sydney. And he's playing back-to-back test matches, which is unusual for him. He's really still hurling himself into the fray, and that's great credit to him.
Still 4 out for Wood. Gets to the crease here and slings it down to Khawaja out the way of a quick bouncer. I think Mark Wood has earned a lot of fans this week. Throughout the series, really. There was a tweet from our colleague Rory Dollard from PA Media in England earlier today saying Mark Wood averages 39 in the series. That's an injustice. He's brought that down with his earlier wicket, knocking over Labuschagne for the second time in the Test match. But with a snifter of luck, he is the main weapon for England, and it's reflected in his averages and his wicket tally.
Absolutely, and it goes to show that you cannot just see the game through the lens of pure statistics and black and white numbers. There's context to everything.
Wood again to Khawaja. Passes umpire rifle. Bowls here. Khawaja pulls with authority towards mid-wicket, but Ben Stokes is there, so there won't be a single. Green has to go back to where he started. 4 for 259 the score. The lead 381, Khawaja 101, Green 68.
Yeah, talking to Mark Wood. He's just started to get a little hold over Marnus Labuschagne, and he's dismissed him 3 times, Warner a couple of times, Smith once, so he gets good players out. Another reason why you can't just look at the bare statistics, have a look at who you're getting out, stage of the game, when it matters. You're not just picking up some cheap tail-end wickets.
And there's a broader set of circumstances with Wood as well around his body. I mean, look at the way he charges in here. Gives it his all. Down to Khawaja, it's full. One hand off the bat, got big on him. Ends up at cover, fielded by Hasiba Mead. No run on offer there. And that goes to the fact that he rarely plays 2 tests in a row, let alone 3. They play at Hobart next week. It's a congested schedule. There would be a strong argument for him not playing at Hobart.
Well, there's a strong argument for him playing if he's fit and ready to go, because England look a far better side with him in it. But I take the point about the physical side of things for him, but Lord knows what 11 England are going to come up with in Hobart, given the problems, given the injuries. They're in a real bind.
Well, their best part-time spinner's Ollie Robinson, remember? Last ball of Woods over, round the wicket, Khawaja plays it late into the offside, there's no single again. So a tidy over from Mark Wood after the drinks break. On the mate scoreboard, Australia's most satisfied MBN customers. The lead's 381, Australia 4 for 259.
We've all dreamed of snaffling the big one. The Ashes winning catch, a goal after the siren, or a Snaffle wallet. Subscribe to Snaffle and get the stuff you want today and pay tomorrow. Snaffle a winning deal with all the best brands like Apple, Samsung, Smeg, and more. Don't wait, Snaffle it now. Snaffle, one subscription, one wallet, hundreds of products. Subscribe today at snaffle.com.au.
Terms, conditions, fees, charges and lending criteria apply. Credit provided by Walker Stores Proprietary Limited. Australian Credit Licence 393023.
It's been a comparatively sedate last half an hour, with Australia only adding 25 runs after the explosion in the first hour after the tea interval, taking the lead well beyond 300 to 381 now. Jack Leach gets to replace David Milan. That experiment didn't work. Leach has bowled 21 overs and done it serviceably, 2 for 78, picking up the wickets of David Warner, caught behind, and Marcus Harris, I should say, caught behind, and bowling Stephen Smith. We'll get a chance here at Green, who I expect will be eyeing off that gap at deep mid wicket, more your cow corner over there. There's a long on and a squarish deep mid wicket, but there's a big gap there in the middle of the trumper stand. Let's see whether Green tries to target it. He's on 68. 2 out on the offside as well. Around the wicket, Leach to Green.
Oh, that's nice.
In defence here, lunging forward.
Yeah, I don't get the sense he's a down on one knee slog sweep man. I might be wrong, but I just wondered whether he might look extra cover to Leach coming down and giving himself room to hit over the offside.
He's got both clubs in the bag. Leach bowls and dancing and high and handsome. Wow! Well, that's a huge 6 over long on Cameron Green into the 70s. Bang!
Fantastic. Just a couple of steps down, and then he just swung at that. He wasn't quite to the pitch, but he wasn't mattering. He just swung through the line. He knows Leach is not really a big turner of the ball on this pitch. And that went high and handsome over long on. But I think that's more his game, down the ground with a straight bat rather than perhaps down on one knee and sweeping.
Got to love the holding the pose as well. One for the photographers. Cameron Green popped about 4 sixes into that part of the ground a year ago against India. Well, that's the first today. We've been waiting for that. Signalling another gear shift, perhaps. The lead up to 387. And yet more tweaks to the field for what little it's worth at this stage.
Well, Leach is coming over the wicket. There'll be a little bit of rough outside Green's leg stump, but not much. There doesn't seem to be much wear and tear to the naked eye.
Will Green go again? It's Leach now, as you say, over the wicket, passes umpire Tucker. Green sweeps, but it goes nowhere. The inside edge onto pad. The work's done by Ollie Pope, the substitute wicketkeeper. No run.
Who's done pretty well, actually. Ollie Pope today had a hand in first 3 dismissals and has kept tidily.
Yeah, we're thinking about the team that England might turn out next week. I suppose he'd be in pole position to wicket keep, which sounds a bit odd, but we'll work through why. Leach bowls and sweeping high in the air, top edge, an opportunity for the captain route, and he's pouched it. And Green is furious with himself. He's batted really well for 74, but that's where it ends. Australia lose their 5th wicket with the score on 265. The partnership is complete at 179. The lead is 387, and once again, all eyes turn to the Australian balcony. But first things first, Cameron Green, gone for 74, but a welcome return to form.
Yep, played really nicely. He's struggled with the bat so far in this series, but in a nice situation in the afternoon sunshine with his team well ahead in the game, he's come back to some form, played some thunderous shots, not the least of which was that last 6 off Leach. And dying sweeping is not quite his game, that, but played really well. And Australia wants a few more. The declaration hasn't come yet.
So Alex Carey walks out at number 7 the first time around. He was out sweeping as well, the 13, from the bowling of Joe Root. Not the most flattering dismissal in his professional career, but gets a chance here to get some runs and maybe a bit of red ink. It always helps.
Well, what's he looking for? Do you think 400? Is that a target? 13 away?
I mean,
400.
It's hard to describe it as dangling the carrot, isn't it?
No.
I mean, that they have battered England out of the game in any meaningful way. I mean, in all probability, they would have battered England out of the game if they set 320. But as far as the way that they'll conceive of the job ahead of themselves, England, that is.
Yeah, they just, as you say, pushed England out of the game. They want to keep men round the bat for Lyon on that last day. They won't want to have a concern about the runs. It's just the time tonight. They'll want to take 2 or 3 with them tonight. When you're looking to bowl a side out on the last day, then if you've got a head start at 2 or 3 wickets on that 4th evening, it makes life so difficult for the batting side, and you get a second new ball as well late in the day on the 5th day.
So one man comes up, deep cover, but still 4 back, deep mid wicket, long on, long off, and deep backward point for Carey. Leach with now 3 wickets to his name and 2 balls left in this over. To the crease here, over the wicket, and Carey sweeps. Shout for lead before, also shout for behind. 2 decisions to be made, and umpire Tucker says stop. But no, Carey has walked.
He did.
Carey has walked off the field, presumably for caught behind, because the umpire's finger did not go up. That is most unusual. Carey gone for a golden duck. That's prompted a declaration, so Leach won't get to bowl for his hat-trick, which otherwise would have been the case. Wicket to finish for England, and they've pulled the pin at 6 for 265. The lead, 387, but Usman Khawaja departing the SCG one final time, pointing to all 4 parts of this grand old ground. 101 not out next to his name after 137 the first time around. Another splendid moment in this wonderful return to Test cricket, Mike Atherton.
Yeah, great moment that for Usman Khawaja, walking off unbeaten with a second 100 to his name. The ground isn't full, but when he came off towards the old pavilions there, they are very full. So that was a lovely ovation for him. It was a wonderful innings. Just that last moment, very good catch from Ollie Pope. I think it came off the glove of Carey. Pope stuck out a right mitt and took a good catch, and Carey would have known that England would have reviewed, hence he walked off, and that's when the declaration came. So a slightly messy end. I'm not sure Alex Carey will thank Pat Cummins for getting a blob of his first ball, but all that's immaterial in the grand scheme of things, because Australia have got an hour now, and they will try come steaming in and swarm all over England, as they have done in the series so far.
That they will. By my count, there will be 15 overs remaining if they get them all in. They probably won't, but they'll have at least 50 minutes to do their best, Pat Cummins and co. We'll throw it back to Melbourne after we take a beat on SEN Test cricket. Australia declaring their second innings closed at 6 for 265 on the mate scoreboard. Australia's most satisfied NBN customers. Back to Melbourne as we celebrate Usman Khawaja, 101 not out.
G'day, Glenn McGrath here. The Ashes are well and truly underway, and so no matter where you are or who you go for, you can help the thousands of families experiencing breast cancer by purchasing your very own virtual pink seat. You can buy one for yourself, for you and your mate, or for your entire family. Visit pinktest.com.au, buy your virtual pink seat, and help us make this the pinkest Ashes ever. Oh, and P.S. I've got mine.
You haven't seen garage doors like this before. Smarter, quieter, safer, beautifully refined custom finishes with endless possibilities. 4D Doors. Garage doors redefined. Discover more at 4ddoors.com.au.
In a hurry? We've got you covered at Solitaire Volkswagen with Service Express. You still get the same quality service that you'd expect, but at pit crew speed. In and out in 1 hour at no extra cost. Visit solitairevolkswagen.com.au for more details. DL65541.
Get the power of safer tyres before you go on holidays. A road safety message from Tyre Power.
Correct tyre inflation is the single most important part of tyre care. It helps keep them in good condition to provide optimum performance and maximum life. The best thing you can do before a long journey is check your tyre pressure and top them up with air if needed. And don't forget to check the spare tyre too.
Get the power of expert advice. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent. Visit tyrepower.com.au for your local owner operator.
With destinations like the Barossa Valley, your best adventures are right here in South Australia. Switch your electricity and gas to Red Energy on a Qantas Red Saver plan today, and you'll get 15,000 bonus Qantas points plus 2 points per dollar on every energy bill you pay on time. Switch on to Red Energy now on 131806 so you can switch off on a South Australian holiday later. Residential customers only. Eligibility criteria and conditions apply. Basic plan information documents available at redenergy.com.au/BPID.
This summer, quench your thirst with Nippy's fresh juices. Proudly South Australian, farm grown, family made, picked by our family for yours for over 50 years. Free to table. That's Nippy's.
Delicious!
SENSA is your home for sport across the weekend. And it's thanks to the all-new Land Rover Defender. Test drive the Defender today at Solitaire Land Rover Hawthorn. And now, back to the sport on SENSA.
G'day, it's Rev Hughes here. In my day, I loved battling the poles, but these days, my missus is the enemy. Why? I snore really badly. But she saved the day by sending me for a CPAP direct sleep test. Now, the snoring is gone, I'm refreshed and revitalised.
CPAP Direct, now open at 600 Port Road, Allenby Gardens. From sleep studies to the latest CPAP gear at Adelaide's best prices. Sale on now.
If you snore or wake up tired, head to cpap.com.au.
The Ashes on SEN. For Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians. That's a plus.
Carey sweeps. Full shout for lead before, also shout for caught behind. Carey has walked off the field, presumably for caught behind. That's prompted a declaration, so Leach won't get the bowl for his hat-trick, which otherwise would have been the case. Wicket to finish for England, and they've pulled the pin at 6 for 265.
Oh, yes, Australia declaring 6 for 265, a second century for Usman Khawaja. Sensational stuff. So 388 will be the target to win. Pat Cummins as the Australians out there warming up. That's all on the mate scoreboard. Australia's most satisfied NBN customers, Chris Rogers, Anthony Hudson with you. Let's have a quick listen to Usman before we hear from Buck on Fox Cricket after scoring that century.
It's quieter now than it was a few minutes ago. It's, to be honest, I'm quite cooked at the moment. I've been cooked for the last 20 minutes. I'm just trying to play my shots, trying to build a partnership with Greenie. It's a real moment. I've never got a back-to-back hundreds in first-class cricket, obviously let alone test cricket, so it's pretty special.
You seem to be speaking some words to yourself there, Uzi, after you brought up the ton.
No, standard practice. I just do a few prayers. I do a few prayers when I go out, and then every 50, 100, I do a few prayers. Might have been a few more this time, just a little bit of extra gratitude, but just standard practice.
Gratitude's a massive word in your world, I know that. Is this your best moment in cricket?
I guess. Look, I'm on at the moment. I'm still batting at the moment. I mean, you're putting some deep questions.
Sorry, mate.
Deep questions. I'm still trying to think of what I have to do next over. Look, I don't know. I'm gonna have to see what's happening at the end of the day. Maybe I've still got Woody coming down, blowing thunderbolts at me. So let me sort that one out first.
And very briefly, the plan from here.
It's a good question. Look, I don't want to say too much, but I think we'll try to get some quick runs and then declare pretty soon.
And declare they did. He lost Cameron Green for 74 and then Carey for a duck. And then Pat Cummins had seen enough. He denied Jack Leach the chance to get a hat-trick and get 5 for Mike Atherton. You're dirty with that?
Sorry, I missed that, Hudo. I just got in.
We'll just get Mike Wide back up in Sydney. Chris Rogers is also with us, as I mentioned. Barker, what a fantastic performance by Usman Khawaja.
Oh, well, it was quite incredible, really, wasn't it? I think it's just doing my maths now. He scored 66 off 64 balls after tea. And I mean, Australia would have come out after tea thinking, okay, we've got to get enough runs here that we feel completely comfortable to keep England out of the game, that give them no chance. And they would have thought they'd have to work hard for it. But in the end, they then went at nearly 6 and over and only had to bat for 21 overs and just did it so easily. I mean, it just felt like England had thrown up the white flag, but still, Usman Khawaja and Cam Green had to be good enough, and they played outstandingly well to score so quickly and so beautifully as well.
Mike, I was just saying you're a bit dirty that Pat didn't allow Jack Leach a chance to get a hat-trick and 5 wickets.
To be honest, I was quite surprised that he allowed it to go that far.
Yes.
I thought when Cameron Green got out, he might have pulled the pin then, and I'm sure Alex Carey wishes he had. But, yeah, I mean, it's a wonderful position for Australia to be in, and I'm slightly fearful of what's coming.
We've seen
these two
before,
openers. It's a top order that is very fragile, and this is going to be a really tough hour or 50 minutes.
At least the light is a bit brighter than what Hamid has had to and Crawley have had to experience the last couple of times. So I'm trying to be positive.
I think this is the 5th time England have had to go back before the end of play. They've been chucked in. I mean, it must be hard work being an opener for England, isn't it?
It sure is. It's hard work, whatever discipline you're doing for England at the moment. If you're a bowler, you're doing a lot of bowling. if you're a batsman, you're coming in at some very awkward times and usually under the pump. And that's how it is now for Crawley and Hamid. I'm just watching them walk out. Crawley striding out ahead of Hamid, and it's going to be such a tough examination. But you have to say to yourself that if you get through 50 minutes on this pitch against this attack, then that is a real feather in your cap, and that's how you got to look at it.
49 minutes. You'd be counting every one of them, wouldn't you?
Yeah, well, I mean, there's 15 overs available here to Australia. I reckon if they hustle, they'll probably get about 13 in. So then you just got to think, okay, well, I've got some real work to do here, but I'll try and take my time when I can. Just, I even just pull out every once or twice and make the bowler go back to the top of his mark, but really try and stretch it out and face as few balls as possible. But yeah, your whole goal here is just to try and get stuck in, defend well. If they bowl bad balls, then just pick them off, and otherwise just try and get to the end of the day's play.
So Hamid, who is out there in the middle again under real pressure, batting for his career, at least in the short term here at Test level, after being bowled by Stark for 6 in the first innings. He made a duck and 7 at the MCG, 6 in the duck in Adelaide, and of course didn't capitalise on promising starts in Brisbane, which he must really regret even more now. 26 and 27 on those occasions, dismissed by Cummins and Stark. So what's the approach here of Hamid and Crawley, do you think? That Crawley has talked a big game and he's looked positive, and you've been a supporter of him, Mike, so he gets a good opportunity here, I guess.
In the short term, I'm not sure that's how he'll be thinking right now, but he is really, if he doesn't get a score here, it's very difficult to see how he plays in Bogart.
Crawley under fire first. The tall Englishman against the tall left-handed Mitchell Stark, who bowls outside the off stump, shaping back a little bit, but not enough to interest Crawley to play a shot.
And Crawley's he's got to be tight. He's got to tighten up his technique if he's going to be an opener at Test level. But equally, he's a player who wants to put back to ball as well. So he shouldn't lose that instinct to score and put the bad ball away. But he has to tighten up his technique if he's going to have a career as an opener at Test level.
388 runs to win. That's not the immediate target for England. It's about survival. It's about Mitchell Stark. Crawley is defending as well. In fact, he goes with the shot as he placed it wide of Pat Cummins at mid-on for a single. He feels a little better already. He's 1 in England and none for 1.
I'm really looking forward, Athens, to see if Hamid does anything differently in this innings. Just the way his footwork was and what we spoke about earlier in the day, whether he gets stuck in those positions again.
It was noticeable how much of his stumps you could see. He's somebody who fiddles around often from innings to innings, so just be checking his guard and see whether he's changed things or not.
3 slips in a gully. Short leg in place, ready. So is Mitch Stark. Is Hamid. It's full of the stumps and he defends late.
It was an uncharacteristically loose shot from Hamid in the first innings. He's a different kind of player to Crawley. He's somebody who doesn't give his wicket away easily. You normally have to bowl a half-decent ball to get him out. He's not going to go looking for expansive drives, so it was a really out-of-character shot from him.
A few nervous taps of the bat. Stark to Hamid, he gets across and it's a wide one. The width was just what he was after, he let it pass.
He almost looked at the plate that shot. Just got to let that one go through. You're probably trying to line the ball straight back up towards the bowler's stumps. And if it's outside your eye line, just maybe let it go early. Wait to Stark maybe gets a little bit frustrated and goes in towards leg stump and working through the leg side.
Army still in full voice late in the day. Mitchell Stark, 4 balls so far without a wicket in the opening over. And he has Hamid swaying, ball just back of the length, but not really on line and wasn't following. So through to the keeper it goes.
Few burnt Englishmen out there, I would have thought.
Yes, I saw someone on Twitter saying it really is the pig test for those English bodies.
Well, all the locals are in the shaded bits, and there's just a few mad Englishmen in the bottom of the trumpets down there in the sun.
Last ball of the first over. Mitchell Stark through the sunshine to Hamid. 3 slips in a gully. And again, the line was outside the off stump. A comfortable one. And through it goes to the keeper. They've got through the first. It's none for 1.
G'day, Glenn McGrath here. The Ashes are well and truly underway, and so no matter where you are or who you go for, you can help the thousands of families experiencing breast cancer by purchasing your very own virtual pink seat. You can buy one for yourself, for you and your mate, or for your entire family. Visit pigtest.com.au, buy your virtual pink seat, and help us make this the pinkest Ashes ever. Oh, and P.S. I've got mine.
None for 1 on the mate scoreboard. Australia's most satisfied NBN customers. Pat Cummins has ball in hand, back spinning it to himself a couple of times. 12 wickets at 17.67 in the series. They died up for a while, but he got a couple of late wickets in the first. He'd love an early one here. Short leg, 3 slips a gully. It's the standard field for Pat Cummins. Crawley gets one aiming at middle and off, and he, with that slight angle, is able to work it to mid-wicket for a run. So a positive start for Crawley. He goes to 2. He has all of England's scores so far.
Just so far, Huddo, it doesn't look like a lot of demons in this pitch.
I'm sure
sometimes you expect the pitch to break up and provide a lot of uneven bounce, but sometimes pitches just stay, or they just die, really, and that kind of trampling bounce doesn't seem to happen as much.
I'm sure a few English listeners will be wishing you hadn't quite said that quite so quickly, but
he's had you bowl up all right.
We'll see. He exposes Hamid to the strike now. None for 2. Cummins bowls, and they're right back on the stumps, covered up, and then let it go.
It's been a tough tour for these openers, and they just must be all the time searching for some rhythm and some form.
Bit of seam movement for that one, coming back into the bowler, to the batsman, I should say. A few dark clouds ahead, but at the moment it's absolutely fine. Cummins, Hamid at the stumps, and he defends with a full face, head right over the ball, everything in line. Walks away and shakes his head. Trying to concentrate. Well, so much for today being a washout. We haven't missed a minute.
No, it's been quite incredible, hasn't it? I think there was someone who said early that because of the timing of the rain yesterday, the rain wasn't until this evening.
That was one of our listeners. Cummins delivers. He goes across with his back and across movement, that time right outside off stump and drives to mid-on. Colo, you're seeing some dark skies, I gather.
It's not far away. It's coming from the other way now, back towards the city. But, yeah, reports are that it's going to be heavy and soon, and you just get that feeling as well. The sun's been covered up, the clouds are dark. I mean, who knows? But we are in Sydney after all, but I think it's coming at some point between now and the close.
Well, that's good news for England and for Hamid's chances of survival to see tomorrow. Cummins bowls, and again he works with the angle. Sharp work in close by Harris. Took it on the bounce as he looked to turn it away through the leg side.
Interesting here what Hamid's doing. He's doing a little bit of what Labuschagne was trying to do against Wood. He's really grabbing across and trying to get outside off stump. Trying to shut that outside edge down.
None for two. Last ball of the second over. Cummins, and the meat does go across, strikes him on the pad. Worth a shout, but just heading down the leg side. Don't think there'll be a review. End of the over. And on the mate scoreboard, Australia's most satisfied NBN customers, it's no hit for two.
When there are issues with your bathroom ground, up to it. And you need someone to sort it out, up to it. When your walls are damp and the carpet freaks, you want the best to repair your leaks, up to it. Need an expert in the field, but now's the time to get Mega Seal.
Stop leaking showers and balconies without removing tiles. Visit megasealed.com.au. Mega Sealed.
All our numbers for Robot Building Supplies. Robot's got us. Can they snaffle one? One subscription, one wallet, hundreds of products. It's Mitchell Stark again, and again behind the sight screen. Someone's a disruptor.
That ball in there from Pat Cummins. I just saw what Hamid was doing. He was moving across. Just changed his line of attack and tried to get the LBW. It was good enough to hit the pad. Just such an intelligent bowler.
Stark starts his second over. Crawley doesn't take up the invitation to drive. Pushed up outside the off stump, let it go. Well, teams thought that was a chance to get Steve Smith LB when he started playing like that, didn't they? That didn't quite turn out that way. But Hamid is not quite Steve Smith.
Well, yeah, I mean, not everyone hits the ball off their pads every time. Steve Smith seems to have an incredible skill to do that. A lot of players, they fall over and they miss those ones.
And that's what Hamid did there. Crawley's a picture of concentration. Stark is aiming one down now, just outside the off stump. And again, hasn't quite got his line right here, Stark.
He actually swung a few early in the first over. I wonder if that just puts him off a little bit, because then he doesn't know exactly what line he needs to bowl, because the last two have just kept going straight and they've started too wide. So if he goes a bit straighter and it swings, then it's just going to go down leg side.
Sun's still shining at the moment, still winning the battle against the grey clouds that are looming. Stark to Crawley off the hip, and it's gone down fine. A short ball that was rising, but Crawley's a tall man. I suspect that's leg bias, and England go to none for three.
Gave that as a run.
He did. Oh, maybe there was a little inside edge onto it. Or off the glove, perhaps.
Yeah, off the glove. And that's what we're talking about. Then he just couldn't get his line right, and it was too far outside leg. But that's what makes it difficult as well, because I don't think he knows where they're going. So how do you know where they're going?
He's about to send a thunderbolt down here if he can. And Hamid is right in behind it. Played it well with a dead bat. 2.4 overs so far, so good for England. It's no wicket for three. Mate scoreboard, Australia's most satisfied NBN customers. On another action-packed day at the SCG. England came out with a scoring intent that surprised us this morning. They hang around and added a few runs, but not enough to really worry Australia. All out for 294. Bairstow with 113. And then it was the Usman Khawaja show. Stark to Hamid, tight to the off-stump, defended down into the ground successfully.
That was well played. He made sure he didn't square up there, defended it nice and late. So the other thing about these clouds coming, they might bring rain, but before they bring rain, they're going to bring shadow. just to make it a little bit more tricky for these batters.
Another 35 minutes of play remaining, if we can get them in.
The SCG's bathed in sunlight at the moment.
Stark's on his way. And Hamid again is defending, this time slightly to leg. Well played. He sees out another over. That's 3 done. It's no wicket for 3.
Get the power of safer tyres before you go on holidays. A road safety message from Tyre Power.
Having out-of-balance tyres causes uneven tread wear and an uncomfortable ride. You'll also cop excess wear on your suspension and other parts of your vehicle. If you experience severe vibration while driving, especially highway speeds, get your tyres dynamically balanced at your local Tyre Power store straight away.
Get the power of expert advice. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent. Tyre Power. Get the power.
385 runs short of a miracle upon miracle victory for England. Imagine that. Johnny Bairstow makes it 2 tons. Takes a bit of imagination. Cummins, Crawley, plays quietly on the offside, but with some initiative. He got his weight forward at least and was looking for a run. He was turned back.
I'm backing up my comment, Huddo, that this pitch is pretty easily paced at the moment. Haven't seen any demons so far, have we, in this innings?
Not yet. There's always the devil inside, though. Three slips. Cummins bowls beautifully off, driven. A classic off drive from Crawley. That's what Mike Atherton and others see when Crawley can play a shot like that straight out of the copybook. Cop that, Captain.
You don't get better off drives than that. That was an amazing shot. Almost seemed to know exactly where that was going to pitch. Just gave it the full face of the bat. And it came right out of the middle.
Cummins again, closer to the stumps. He's on driven this time, and it beats mid-on. Bowen and Misfield. And there's 2 more runs for Crawley. Maybe it'll be Crawley not out 267 as he hits the winning runs to reprise his previous heroics. Can always dream. None for 9. He has all the runs. One of our loyal listeners now says Usman Khawaja got to be rhyming slang for a phone charger from now on. Can we get that to catch on? Mitch, our hard-working producer, always has an Usman Khawaja on hand. A bit late in the day to starting a topic on rhyming slang. Here's Cummins. Crawley is edging a thickish edge that time. Leading edge away through gully, and he's going to get more runs as he was drawn forward to play that one, maybe getting slightly overconfident. He goes to 11 off 10 balls, though.
Cummins is, he got driven straight back past him, but that hasn't stopped him pitching up the next 2 balls, and he's just changing the angle he's delivering it from. That one, he was wider on the crease. Just causing a few problems. An inside edge now, an outside edge.
4-2-2. Cummins to Crawley. There's more runs for him here. He played that well. Through mid-wicket, there's protection as Harris sweeps around to do the fielding. And England are none for 12. Crawley is none for 12. The big moments today, and there's been plenty. The best was the second ton, beautifully called by Adam Collins. The Bendix Breaks big moment, manufacturing in Australia since 1955. For Usman Khawaja. Last ball of this over from Cummins. And Hamid is back and playing with dead hands out on the offside. Over is complete. It's none for 12 after 4 on the mate scoreboard. Australia's most satisfied NBN customers.
G'day, I'm Damien Fleming. Ready to smash your career out of the park?
Get the experts at MEGT on board. MEGT is Australia's largest and only national apprenticeship network provider, with apprenticeship completion rates above the national average. If you're transitioning from school or you're a business owner, hit your employment goals for 6 with MEGT. Start building a solid partnership with your local apprenticeship experts. Visit meg.com.au or call 13 63 48.
Crawley 12. Hamid yet to score. It's no wicket for 12. And Mitchell Stark is getting ready to send down his third over. Aspiring to be the leading wicket taker for Spinal Ease, the best mattress in the world. spinaleze.com.au. Stark to Crawley, short on his pads. He flicked it away vigorously down to fine leg for 1. He's seeing them nicely here, Crawley. He is 13 as he gets to the other end. Has all the runs.
Stark's interesting here, just watching how he was holding that ball. He had the seam almost angled towards third or fourth slip. Wasn't trying to swing the ball back into Crawley at all. Just trying to go across and find that outside edge.
Australian slippers quite relaxed, having a prolonged conversation. Warner, Smith and Khawaja getting a Guernsey in that third slip position. Hamid still yet to score. Stark angles one across outside the off stump. He doesn't offer.
You can see the line Stark's trying to hit, just can't quite get it.
It's good stuff by Crawley, isn't it?
It is. He's been impressive. But he always looks good.
Yes. Yeah.
Plays some lovely shots.
At least he's above his recent average of 11. He's 13 not out. After 18 in the first. It's Hamid, though, who is the focus right now. Stark, just outside the off stump, and again with that angle away, there was no need to offer.
Just wonder if he's trying to set Hamid up again, the same way he got him in the first innings. Just keep pushing it across him and then see if you can get one to hit the seam and come back towards the stumps. Just feels like there's not a lot happening at the moment, doesn't it?
Could still be a big moment.
End of the day.
Bendix breaks, the best known breaks. Mitchell Stark would love to provide it. He's charging in. Hamid back on the stumps. Would have been an LBW candidate there, but he got back to ball, played it up to mid-on to Cummins all along the ground. I think Colo might have another big moment left in him for the last session. He was, not to give away too many of our trade secrets, but he was trying to work out earlier on who'd be at the microphone when the Khawaja second ton came out. For a moment, it looked like it was going to be Gerard's, but Green just took enough of Wood's bowling and it gave Colo the opportunity.
It was like in Adelaide when Warner and Smith both got 90s.
Stark, gung-ho, bowls wide. There's runs for Hamid. He chases a full wide one, which is interesting enough. Not much devil in that, though. He gets it safely into the gap for 2. And he's away. England none for 15. A promising start here.
Yeah, that would have been Steve Smith. Oh, it would have been 100 as captain again. And
yes,
I remember Colo just getting so excited. He thought he was going to be able to call it. Devastated.
For once, he's actually lost for words up there, Buck. Well done. None for 15. Hamid 2, Crawley 13. Last ball of Mitchell Stark's third over here. Late on day 4. Hamid, a picture of concentration, lets it go, pick up the line early. Into the over, it's none for 15 through 5 on the mate scoreboard. Australia's most satisfied NBN customers.
Real adventures with Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Everything fishing, boating and outdoors.
Our week in fishing, which culminated in 130-odd kilo bluefin tuna. We hooked up and your dad goes, I think we're on. Oh, blew my mind. I'm like, what, you reckon, John? But anyway, we fought this fish for just shy of an hour. In the end, it was about 45 minutes I worked out. You did very well.
Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Subscribe and listen today wherever you get your podcasts.
Great numbers posted. $4.825 million raised. Over 240,000 virtual pink seats purchased for the McGrath Foundation. It's not too late. pinktest.com.au. It's absolutely magnificent news, which is being applauded around the SCG. We've got a change in bowling yet, if we haven't. You think one's imminent? Huh?
I'm just not sure Mitchell Stark has quite got it right, and whether
going to be bowling instead from the Ram again.
Oh, well, there you go. And I think Pat Cummins will switch hands.
All right, this is our last over for the day, Buck. So you've got to give us something. Cat's in position up there with Colo to take us through to stumps with Bharat and Scott Boland.
No, well, there's definitely a wicket in this over from Scotty Boland.
Just the 11 wickets in Test cricket at an average of 8.27.
See, on the messages, someone said that New South Wales have adopted Scott Boland.
It's a catching cover to get in the eye line of Crawley. Boland, good delivery, tight to middle and off. And just a hint of falling over as he defended it, but he hit the middle of the back, Crawley. That battle between the sun or the clear part of the sky and the clouds has continued. They're dueling it out. It's just getting a little bit more gloomy.
Yeah, they're in shadow now. I suspect the lights will be turned on shortly.
Beautiful day at the SCG today. Boland to Crawley, and again he gets the front foot well forward that time and defends.
I suspect reverse swing is going to play a role tomorrow, and Mitchell Stark in particular will have a big say.
Maybe even Cam Green as the day goes on.
Yeah, he's more of a hit the pitch type of bowler. I think Boland will be handy as well, just a little bit each way.
So not as much. Do you think there'll be much variable bounces? Not as much as you usually would see on a fifth day. Is Boland? Oh, gets that one to lift. Oh, wow.
There's that trampoline bounce.
Yeah. Wow. Through to Karen. That'll just make Crawley rethink getting too imaginative here.
That's steepling bounce, that.
He had one of those from Cummins in the first innings, didn't he? Crawley being such a tall man, it sort of went under the armpits. Still. No wicket for 15. A pause because the helmet's coming out on the back of that. Michael Neser in relay to Lyon, who tosses it to Harris. And he's going under the lid. Unlikely target for 388. England are none for 15. Scott Boland. Crawley is playing late on this at the outer portion of the bat, but trapped nicely by Green in the gully.
He's got bucket hands there, doesn't he?
It was great to see him back playing with some freedom.
Yeah, that was just quite a brilliant partnership between Khawaja and Green, and it's just so interesting, isn't it, when you see a young player who's capable of so much, but just going through the struggles that you expect Test cricket are going to throw at them.
Boland doesn't interest Crawley outside the off stump. He's driving through the offside. Reminds me, I know you're a little bit young to remember Greg Chappell, but that's probably the most Greg Chappell-esque, I think, since he retired. Just the stature, but then the just classic driving through straight or through the covers. Just beautiful to watch. And then he's got this aggressive sort of leg side play as well, which we saw last year in Sydney and a little bit of today.
Shots.
Bowling to Crawley again. He had to play that time. He got forward and covered up. Well, handball over to our Sydney team to take it through to stumps. It's none for 15 on SEN Test Cricket, the mate scoreboard.
Montane, everybody's talking about Montane. Miles Fitzner here, and everyone's talking about the new Hyundai Kona exclusive to Montane, Cheltenham and Mount Barker. And best of all, Montane can deliver them to you today. Now that's refreshing. Montane, Hyundai, Cheltenham and Mount Barker have immediate delivery of over 100 Hyundais this month, and that's why everyone is talking about Montane. So remember, everybody's talking about Montane.
BD 182170.
On the mate scoreboard, England none for 15. Australia's most satisfied NBN customers. It's going to be Mitchell Stark charging into Crawley on 13. 3 slips and a gully waiting. It's through to the wicketkeeper's gloves of Carey. As the lights just start to come on here at the Sydney Cricket Ground, I have Simon Katich to my left, Bharat Sundaresan to my right. I wonder whether the rain might beat us through. It's only 20 minutes, but it's clearly coming from the right of screen, so to speak. But we might just get in under the bar, because that downpour that was meant to come at 3 o'clock never arrived.
No, it didn't, Colo. And now the lights are starting to take effect on the SCG. It's been bathed in sunshine all day, but the clouds have rolled in, potentially a storm after the close of play.
What a day it's been. Mitchell Stark delivers here and Crawley's able to leave alone again, well outside the off stump. That stung Carey. It bounced before reaching him here, maybe on the end of the finger. He seems okay.
Stung him, but not as much as having to go out there and bat for one ball.
That is...
felt sorry for him.
I mean, it is an odd thing, because clearly at that particular juncture, Carey, Cummins thought, well, we'll crack on for a time. What if Carey hit that first ball for 6? Would they kept batting for... Well, that wouldn't have been it. They clearly would have played on. So it doesn't help either that Carey's had a pretty shallow couple of test matches either, a couple of poor dismissals. Yeah. He won't be leaving here with confidence. Although a big job to do with the gloves on the final day, I'm sure, to Nathan Lyon. Stark here now, leg stump, defended by Hamid rather into the onside. I've been calling Crawley. Hamid into the onside, no run. My apologies.
It's been a long day, Colin. It's the first time we've had no rain, like you said, so the longest day of the test.
Just some housekeeping on Khawaja before we move on from this. Some work off screen. So Khawaja now averages 58 in Australia, 8 centuries, over 2,000 runs. And Bradman-esque 98.33 at this Sydney Cricket Ground with 3 centuries. He's got more runs in the series than any Englishman apart from Joe Root. He's got more runs in the series than Stephen Smith. In just 2 innings, 238 runs compared to Smith's 217. That's 5th on the chart. Labuschagne leading the way on 286. So not far away from that either. He becomes the 9th man to make twin tons in the Ashes. Leg slip now for Hamid. Around the wicket, Stark, driving out towards cover, no run.
Say Usman Khawaja is left out of the last test and Travis Head comes back and Harris keeps his place. Could Usman Khawaja still be player of the series?
I would love that.
If they leave him out for Hobart, there'll be a national outcry, I think, because the issue is, I think people already think that he was hard done by being dropped in 2019, but now he's at the top of his game and he's played imperiously here today.
Stark to the crease, bowls here, Hamid, solid in defence, quick single on offer and takes it. Good cricket. Taking on Labuschagne there at cover, moves the score along to none for 16. Positive batting, needs 3.
And people will say, oh, look, the series is over. That's irrelevant because he's made runs under pressure in the first innings when Australia needed it most. But what's more relevant, I think, is that there's tough tours coming up where experience is going to be vital in the subcontinent. And whilst he has had his battles in India and places like that, Sri Lanka, he has done well in the UAE. So in this sort of form, he's got to play, I think, but that's just my opinion.
Stark that finishes over, this time at Crawley. Clipping away through the onside. Clipping it well. Out past square leg, gets himself a boundary. Crawley up to 17. 7 overs gone on the mate scoreboard. Australia's most satisfied NBN customers, England, none for 20.
Get the power of safer tyres before you go on holidays. A road safety message from Tyre Power.
There's one wheel that affects the performance of all the other wheels on your car, the steering wheel. And if your steering is out of alignment, it affects handling and vehicle stability. Poor steering alignment also causes rapid and uneven tyre wear. If you feel your vehicle pulling in one direction on a straight road, head to your nearest Tyre Power store and get your alignment checked and adjusted as soon as possible.
Get the power! Scott Boland to continue from the Randwick end. 20,277 in here at the SCG today. You've got to witness some history. Twin tons. Khawaja joining Stephen Smith, Matthew Hayden, Steve Waugh in recent years, back to 97. We've been able to do it in the Ashes. Boland delivers here to Hasiba Mead, who plays with soft hands, deflecting out towards Cameron Green at gully. No run.
Not to forget Cam Green's 74 collar.
Not at all.
Yeah, no, I thought it was an important innings. You know, when he walked out, they were 4 for 80 odd and just about 200 ahead. A couple of wickets at that point, and you never know. So I thought the first 30 runs he really battled hard, and then of course he opened up. So,
which is a good template for him to go about his cricket, get himself set, and then get going.
3 slips for me, edging in that direction, but it lands just short of Smith at second slip. Just got it into the turf about a metre in front of the vice-captain.
They're safely kept down there by Hamid, but it's a good template for him because in those 30 runs, he gets used to the pace and the bounce, he gets used to the opposition tactics, he can suss things out, but then he's got to back his ball striking ability, and he's a big man, and we saw again today, when he hits the ball off front and back foot, he's powerful. There's some powerful pulls, powerful drives.
Boland to the crease, bowls to Hamid, in behind it, defending to cover.
And that'll come with confidence. More and more confidence, a few more scores like that. He's just finding his feet at test level. So I think the selectors will definitely give him a fair bit of leeway because he brings a lot to this team. We've talked about his bowling, but the talent that's there with the bat and the potential is huge.
Yeah, and look, they might have been well ahead in the test match. Of course they were. They were looking to declare it at some point this afternoon regardless. But it's just a sign of things to come when Green can do that and put the foot down in an important partnership. Hamid on strike and defending Boland again. Back down the pitch, no run. They put on 179 in the end. And you're right. I mean, they were hard held for the first, at least the first hour. And then after tea, they hit 90 runs in an hour. And the entire day changes. It gives Khawaja that chance to advance to 3 figures, which probably wasn't there at tea when he was 35.
Didn't he accelerate?
Yeah. His next 60 runs came in 50 balls at that point. White ball numbers. A test match here at SCG. Boland delivers in the block hole. Hamid, quick single to mid-on. Taking on Pat Cummins and doing it well. Cummins just turns a bit awkwardly as he gets up. He's okay. None for 21 now the score. Hamid has 4.
And you're speaking about Usman Khawaja's issues away from home in the subcontinent. A lot of those runs came off the spinners. Yeah, I mean, Joe Root, slightly better than a part-time spinner, and Jack Leach was getting the ball to grip and turn. So those are all positive signs.
Yeah, they are positive. I think there's bigger challenges, and I think that's what I'm alluding to is the fact that the next challenges are going to be tough. These guys know these conditions well. Usman Khawaja's record in Australia is outstanding, but you know it's the record away from home where Australia's batting will need to have big improvement from previous tours because that's the challenge for this group playing away.
It's dark and windy now at the SCG. Boland to complete his over to Crawley. 2 catching men on the onside, but it sails through to the gloves of Carey. Into the over. Mate scoreboard, Australia's most satisfied NBN customers, England. None for 21. Their target, in theory at least, is 388. Crawley has started well. He's 17. Hamid's on 4. Our apparel and SEN Test crickets for Ringers Western. From a Kimberley cattle station to the commentary box. RingersWestern.com. Got to get you kitted out to some of that.
No, yeah, absolutely. Do they do a lot of colour as well? Like
they do.
Oh.
They do. Hutto and I were going through it last week. There's lots of different options there. So
wonderful.
We'll get you kitted out between now and Hobart, I think.
Let's do this.
Sold. Patrick Cummins is going to swing himself around to the Paddington end. Bowled 2 overs, none for 10 from the round weekend to begin. And there might be 3 overs left on the day. Sorry, Bryce.
Sorry, no, that's all right. No, I just bumped into him the other day and I called him Patrick and he said you have to say it with a very aristocratic tone. You have to call him Patrick. Patrick.
It just flows off the tongue.
It does.
Pat, I think. That's all. Let's go with it. Seaver Mead on strike. Cummins here. Bowls to him. On the hip. Works him just behind square down towards long leg. There's 1 and they're happy with that. The Mead 5. England none for 22.
Zach Rowley's looking good, and I just tweeted some time back, Colo, saying the stage is set for him to do a VVS Lakshman from 2067, and Twitter knows everything, right? Someone responded saying, yeah, VVS Lakshman was also playing a 17 test match, so there you go. There are some similarities. Zach Rowley opened early in his career, so did VVS.
If he plays a knock like that, it'd be great to watch.
Yes, it was the ill-fated chase. They got nowhere near it, India, in the New Year's Test here in 2000. But Lakshman left a real impression, didn't he? He got quite close to the Bannerman.
Yeah.
The highest percentage of a completed innings, 67%. He was right up towards Lakshman in that innings. Here's Crawley. On strike to Cummins. 2 slips a gully. Bowls here. Defends into, just down the pitch really. No run.
And in my tweet, I was very careful. I said that relatively classy Zach Rowley because I got buried in India for comparing him with Lakshman at this stage of his career.
Yes, I can imagine that would happen. I've learned to tread carefully when it comes to that kind of thing. You put your head above the parapet. On cricket Twitter, especially Indian cricket Twitter, it's fun and games. Cummins bowls to Crawley, who leaves alone. Ball's on the way up when Carey takes it. Number 22 remains the score.
That ball flew through. Alex Carey took it above his head.
Yeah, there's still something there. I mean, they'll look back at the scorecard here and they'll see Khawaja's second innings 100. They'll see twin tons and they might arrive at the conclusion this was a bit of a flat one. They'll be wrong, won't they?
Completely wrong. Yeah, 2 innings of high class.
Some of those reverse sweeps. And we were talking about the subcontinent a moment ago, Kat. Cummins gets to the crease away from us towards Crawley, leaving alone again a fraction fuller on that occasion. Attempt to Crawley shoulders arms. I suppose if you take the bigger picture here, 9 test matches, we're not quite sure how Pakistan will play. Tony Doddermaid said to us this morning that there's been precious little first-class cricket played at these test venues, let alone full-blown test cricket in the last couple of years. So it's a bit of a watch this space there, but we know what Sri Lanka will be, and we definitely know what India will be. So as we advance towards the India tour in September, October, that does give them quite a bit of time to acclimatise. So a player like Khawaja with proven experience against spin, all the data that's been crunched through the week to reinforce that point and what we've seen in front of us as well. Cummins bowls to Crawley, leaving again outside the off stump. Good disciplined opening here from the right-hander. Would suggest that it's not just about what's happening in Karachi with the first test. It's about how will things be for Australia when they get to India later in the year.
Yeah, correct. It's a decent stretch of test cricket in the same sort of conditions. There'll be slight differences. You know, there are times where the Pakistan wickets, from all reports, are very, very flat.
Yeah.
But they do have some world-class quicks.
Cummins to finish here. Bowls to Crawley, who's on the drive. Does he get it through the gap? Not quite. Well done, Nathan Lyon. Moving to his left around from mid-off. Keeps it to 1. Crawley retains the strike. He's 18. Hamid's 5. 9 overs gone. None for 23 on the mate scoreboard. Australia's most satisfied NBN customers with Adam Collins, Simon Katich and Bharat Sundaresan taking us through to stumps, which are about 6 minutes from now. And there's no doubt about who our player of the day is today on SEN Test Cricket. That'll be Usman Khawaja for Bing Lee. Grabbed a deal today.
Quick question for you, Simon. Did batters change gloves as often during your era as they do now? This is already the second pair that he's changed in, how many overs have we had? 9 overs.
I think they do. I can't remember guys changing them as much as they do now.
Yeah.
Maybe if they batted for 45 minutes and it was really, really hot, they might have a change. But more often than not, guys would just change with the drinks break. So they'd wait for an hour. Hour would probably be about enough.
Yeah.
So you're telling me you don't keep 15 pairs of gloves like Stephen Smith when you were playing?
I didn't even have 15 pairs of gloves my whole career.
how the game has changed. Boland delivering to Crawley. He's got a short leg now. Oh, it balloons up over the cordon. That shook off. Down to the rope for 4. Will it be? It is, despite the diving effort from David Warner. Not sure if I'd be diving like that if I was the veteran. Alas, a boundary for England. They moved to none for 27. Crawley. That ballooned over second slip. He's 22. He's England's leading run scorer at this stage. Victoria Police for non-urgent police assistance. Call 131444.
Well, that just caught the shoulder of the bat, flew. Zach Crawley just managed to get his bottom hand off the bat too. Otherwise, he would have had that thumb. Oh, no, it was still on there when it hit. But almost similar to the one that Johnny Bairstow got and ripped his glove back.
And he's going to talk to the square leg umpire here. Now, we've both got the binoculars. I think there was something on the track, maybe.
Yep.
So, as we talked about a couple of nights ago, Kat, that's good opening batting, taking some time off the clock at this stage of the evening. Boland again to Crawley, who's able to leave alone on length through to the gloves of Carey. Post-match show coming up for Anaconda. Play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee.
Well, he's going to find it hard to make this the last over because Boland is aware he's got to get through 4 balls here, so he's starting to skip back to his mark a little bit quicker than normal.
So he has got a short leg. That's Marcus Harris. And a catching mid-wicket as well.
And he's also managing to stall here because there's a couple of patrons right behind.
Now, this is going to be, Bharat and I were talking about this earlier. All they need to do is move the sight screen 1 more metre over to account for that aisle, and we would have missed out on 10 interruptions this week. Here's Boland, bowling to Crawley, who defends back down the pitch. You can debate whether players should stop the game given how big the sight screen is, but they do, and the umpires take notice. So that's a watch this space for next year. Take a note of it, Bharat.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. We'll make sure it happens next year, Connor.
We can campaign the SCG trust or whoever looks after these things at the ground. Probably Kat's got more influence than we do. That definitely does around these parts. Here's Boland delivering to Crawley. Again, able to leave on length. They've not quite made England play enough this evening so far. It's not been the kind of electrifying session or mini session before stumps that we experienced at Melbourne a couple of times.
Yeah, it's been a little bit flat in a way. Maybe it's the fact that 3-0 up, just taking a little bit of sting out of things. Yeah. You know, you still have to work hard to win test matches. You can't just roll up and expect it to happen. And England showing some good fight again.
It's very dark as Boland delivers to Crawley, who leaves alone again. So 1 ball left in this over. Still a minute and a half on the clock. They'll get another one in.
And if you look at it, I mean, if you leave Khawaja and Green aside, it's been a pretty good day for England. 2 good days for England. We saw Johnny Bairstow and Ben Stokes yesterday show some fight. Jack Leach showed what he can do if the ball does grip, or if he gets a pitch where the ball does grip. I thought Mark Wood bowled really, really well. Deserved a lot more than what he got.
Last ball for Boland tonight. Delivering here to Crawley. Down the leg side. Doesn't catch up with it. Carey diving away to his left. And there's a celebration from the crowd who think that it's a wicket, but the Australians are simply running around to make sure they get another over in. Everyone was deceived. I thought for the briefest moment, have I just seen the most underwhelming wicket celebration in the history of modern Test cricket? Not to be. They do get around into the over on the mate scoreboard. Australia's most satisfied NBN customers. None for 27. Crawley is still there on 22. Hasiba Mead will face the music from Pat Cummins' last over of the day. There are 4 catching men behind the wicket, including a leg slip. They want a snaffle. 1 subscription, 1 wallet, hundreds of products. Can they get one? Cummins away from us. Starts the last over of the day. Hamid well forward, defending into the offside.
I thought it was just a knowledgeable Sydney crowd caller, realising that Australia will get that extra over.
That's being generous. I think they were up for caught behind. They thought something special had happened, but it was Dave Warner. Of course it was Dave Warner. It was Dave Warner who started the 100-metre sprint. The moment the ball hit the gloves, it looked like he was racing towards Boland, but just trying to get through to his mark. Good cricket, you would say. Australia's fielders for PGG rights and turf Durascape. So the man around the corner at leg slip. Cummins bowls here. Hasiba Mead on strike, able to leave alone. A good lead close to the off stump. Left it alone on length. Cummins' nose is close as well.
Don't want to put the markers on for Hasib Hamid just because he's cut his hair, but he's looked
better in this innings, hasn't he, Kat? That half step that he has when he plays on the front foot seems to have gone away. He's committing to the front foot a lot more than he was in the first innings.
Yeah, and he's just tried to play instinctively. I think there's times where he's so worried about his technique, he's just got to play the ball.
Yeah.
And that's all you can do. You know, you can't think too much ahead because the bowler's going to change things the way you play.
Cummins races up and bowls, and Hamid is well in behind it. That's good cricket from the young man, defending back past the stumps. We haven't seen the third umpire in operation so far in this innings for the TAC. Drove safely these holidays. We see a text in here from James asking, is this the first time England have gotten through the first 10 overs without losing a wicket? I can't say that conclusively. What I can tell you, it's their biggest opening partnership of the series. Before now, it was 23. The umpires are coming together. I reckon this is bad light.
Yeah.
Kat?
Yep. Well, you can see the full shadows from the lights that are on. And Pat Cummins has got 4 around him at the moment. So they've taken full effect. It is dark out there.
3 balls to go, 1 past 6 local time. So we're only finishing half an hour beyond the scheduled close, but it has got dark. 3 balls left. 2 slips of gully, a leg slip. Hamid faces up to Cummins and tucks him down towards fine leg. Gets himself off strike. Wants 2, gets 2. Again, that's positive batting from Hamid. The easy thing there was to take 1 and ride the splice at the non-strikers end. Not to be. He's 7, none for 29 England. I've seen another message in, Bharat, saying, remember 12 months ago, India were 2 down at the close on evening 4 and batted all day for a draw. That's the sort of conversation we'll be having between now and tomorrow morning, I'm sure, on SEN Test cricket. Why wouldn't we? We'll talk it up. Wasn't that a grandstand finish, the way it played out? Cummins bowling here to Hamid. On a hand off the bat. Gets big on him. It gets off strike. A single to just round the corner, a backward square. None for 30. Hamid up to 8. We've got 1 more ball left on the day on evening 4. Any changes of field here for Crawley?
No, it'll be the same field by the look of it.
They can really slow it down. Of course, Shane Warne famously at this venue took about 3 minutes to bowl the last ball in a test match one day, and of course took a wicket, as was his way. Can Cummins do the same? Australia's captain bowling here to Zach Crawley. Last ball of day 4, defending into the onside. That will be stumps.
Over in time.
Formally called here by umpire Rifle. The bails are knocked off. So the target's 388. As the ground staff sprint to the middle. They know the rain's coming. Crawley 22, Hamid is 8. They've gotten through 11 overs, Kat. So there is no leading wicket taker for Spinal Ease, the best mattress in the world, spinaleze.com.au. Australia just didn't really create those types of chances we've seen in recent times. The ball wasn't fizzing past the outside edge. They weren't up for leg before. It was just a little bit flat.
Yeah, a little bit, but I think, full credit to Hamid and Crawley for getting through that tricky little period there. There was one off, I think, Zach Crawley that hit the shoulder of the bat, flew over the slips, but that aside, these two were composed. They got through the 11 overs tonight, and they've got a big job to do tomorrow when they come back here, because Australia will go away and know that 10 wickets will give them success in a 4-0 scoreline. So they'll be up for it. Can England hang in there and do the job so they go away from this series not being whitewashed? That's the big question.
One last time today was when Khawaja leads Australia off the field. We're into the post-match show for Anaconda. Play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. There's no fall of wickets to go through in that mini session for budget truck rental. No matter the job, they've got a truck. And one thing is for sure, Usman Khawaja is our player of the day on SEN Test Cricket for Bing Lee. Grab a deal today. Kat, you played a lot of cricket with Usman as a younger man. Obviously close friends with him. You're deeply invested in his career. How do you feel right now, having watched him achieve that over the last few days?
Yeah, really proud of him. I think he's managed the emotions of it all really well, because, let's not forget, when you've been out of the team for 2 years, you could easily clam up and get a bit tired about trying to make the most of this one-off opportunity, because he knows Travis Head's probably back for the next test in Hobart. So he's had that to deal with. He hasn't played any red ball cricket for probably a good 4 weeks or so, given that he's been in the squad. Whilst he's been practising against the Australian attack, that will be good preparation, but he hasn't been out in the middle, so it's different. And then he's had to contend with an SCG wicket that's been tricky to bat on. And a little bit of pressure with the test coming in, on the first night, 3 for about 110. Got through that and set Australia up for that big first innings. So to then back it up in the second innings and play as imperiously as he did today just goes to show that he's on top of his game. He's happy with where he's at. And he knows that this stage of his career is all a bonus. So I think he's going to be a dangerous player in that frame of mind.
And he showed different parts of his game, didn't he? You talk about night 1, 3 for 117, dig in. Day 2, build, get through the second new ball. Tough conditions. Then today, after tea, put the foot down. Declaration batting, but so classily done, Bharat. In this kind of form, he's so challenging to bowl to.
In 2 innings, he's already looked like the best batter across both teams. We're into the 4th test match here. And like you said, he took on the spinners. I think he took on Jimmy Anderson and Mark Wood every time they erred on length. And like Kat said yesterday, both innings very tactically done. He kept losing wickets at the other end. So you've just made your test return. It's not that you're part of this big partnership where you can settle. You had to really set the tempo for the innings. And I thought he did it really well. But for me, the most pleasing thing was the 2 celebrations. It wasn't I've proved a point, like, up yours. That wasn't that. It was more about, look, I'm enjoying myself. This is my moment. I'm going to savor it. I'm going to let, soak in everything. And yesterday or day before, LeBron James, today, I don't know what he did, but it's like a little skip and a little dance. It looks good. You can tell that he's a happy man, very happy with where he is.
Yeah, I think it's good that he didn't even have a celebration pre-planned. Such was the joy of a couple of days ago. He'd already fired that shot, so to speak. Looking to England, to the visitors. They hung in there well at different points in the morning session, and things started to fade away. I should note, by the way, it's just started to bucket down at the SCG. Oh. They've got the covers on in the nick of time. A plus for Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians. For England with the ball, Simon Katich, maybe Jack Leach, 4 wickets.
Yeah, look, he was. I thought he was pretty good today. He did a better job than we've seen in the past. I think conditions were certainly in his favour. He had the Australian batsman coming at him, but I think once he got to the period where he actually squeezed Cameron Green, that's good for his development because he can't just keep bowling with 2 or 3 guys on the fence. There's going to be times he has to do that and defend, but there were times today where even to Steve Smith, he had a deep point, he had deep mid-off, and on a day 4 test wicket, he's got to back himself in and bring these fielders up and be able to bowl to that field because as soon as he can start to do that, he's going to be more attacking and he's going to be more used to Joe Root. And that's the big part of his development now is to get that confidence in his ability. Mark Wood was outstanding again. You can't fault Anderson abroad. They're a bowler down with no Stokes, so they toiled hard, but Wood and Leach were definitely the 2 standouts.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a plus for England. Host Plus, the industry super fund that puts you first. Bharat, if you're looking for an exciting trip away this summer, later in the summer, you're going to need it. Head to visitmildura.com.au. There's plenty for the kids to enjoy. Great food, amazing weather, and plenty for your beautiful dog to do as well, I'm sure, Bharat. That was our post-match show for Anaconda. Play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Thank you, Bharat. Thank you, Simon Katich. This has been SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. With England none for 30, their target, in theory, is 388. The real question, can they get through 90 overs tomorrow? So, in signing off from the SCG Day 4, Usman Khawaja's day once again, twin centuries, just the 3rd man to do that at this venue, 101 not out. Up next, Big Bash Nation, Renegades against the Thunder. Sam Hargraves and Darren Berry on the call. The Renegades have won the bat flip and are bowling first. The Thunder are none for 11 after the first over. This has been SEN Test Cricket. Adam Collins, Bharat